Back to the upside we go here for the not only the NASDAQ and tech stocks right across the board, but the S&P and Dow both in positive territory to kick things off here this morning. Led by, a huge move for Netflix this morning, up better part of 15%. We did test above 1,000. Yeah, that was Oracle there having quite the morning here as well. 10% right now for ORCL on this AI announcement from President Trump. Coming after things shut down yesterday. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit this morning. Not much on the economic calendar today in the way of anything significant. We do have Canadian PPI just coming through here, 4.1% on the year-over-year number versus 2.4. I was reading yesterday they revised that CPI, or they said the GST holiday that we got made up for a better part of a full percent, or it would have been back to about 2.5%. If you minus that from it. So it ended up being 1.8 or 1.9.
Interesting.
On the year-over-year number. But otherwise, as I mentioned, not a heck of a lot as far as economic data this morning, but a ton of headlines to touch on this morning. Sam Altman was visiting President Trump at the White House yesterday. I mean, there wasn't much. I didn't hear anything about this ahead of time, but a $500 billion investment going into AI and AI infrastructure. Including SoftBank, Oracle, Larry Ellison was there. Sam Altman was there for this announcement as well. So big boost for Oracle and Netflix. Wow, 15% hugging 1,000 right now, trying to hold on to it.
Unbelievable move for Netflix yesterday. I was at the gym. I look at my phone. Oh, how did Netflix do, Brendo? Oh, it's at $1,000.
Monstrous.
Yeah. Ridiculous move. Obviously, we'll talk about that. Great numbers all around. Build on Stargate as well. Very deep dive into that. A lot of implications going on here, especially with the relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI. It's changing. It's evolving before our eyes. Lots to talk about, guys. Bitcoin in focus. Amazon getting the nod today from Cantor Fitzgerald. UAL up 5%. Already it's up 120%, I think, in the past year. And Procter & Gamble reported they did well.
Yeah, monster report for UAL as well. I mean, we've been talking about these airlines for it seems like months now. They're so strong. The paid subs added number for Netflix, just absolutely insane. A double, essentially. Was expecting 9, they get 18. So, I mean, there's so much to dive into here as far as Netflix is concerned. There's a long list of analyst notes on this as well. Price targets all over the place, $12.50 up to, I think, $1,500 was the highest I saw this morning. At some point, you would expect this thing to maybe catch a split. So lots to discuss here, guys, as we get going on a Wednesday. It's already Wednesday, too.
Right. Welcome, everybody. It is Hump Day. It's Wednesday. Just very quickly in the chat, someone was asking, why is HUSA dumping HUSA with a $4 million offering? It looks like here.
Never.
So 4.4 million.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, like I for one am shocked. It's stock which rallies almost 100% yesterday at one point. They drop an offering the next day. But that's what happens in small cap land. What doesn't happen in the realm of big cap, and especially tech. Netflix, he said, teetering on that 1,000. There's a host of names on that Stargate thing that are going nuts. So whether it's, Oracle's doing great. ARM is up big. Obviously, you would have seen Dell run yesterday, so it was a heck of a lot to watch in here today. NVIDIA's gapped up 3%. Amazon is 60 cents from an all-time high. The quantum names are moving, like Rigetti's up 4 points. QBTS is making a pretty good run so far this morning. So yeah, you cannot complain about it whatsoever. I'm just happy to have sold Disney last year to buy Netflix because one of these things is not like the other.
No, Netflix has been a monster. We've loved Netflix. Now it's right here at $1,000. What a great call there for anybody that was buying this name. We got some super chats yesterday, talked about it. We got one that said $1,000. I was like, I don't know about that, but we really liked the fact that how it was setting up. I spent a couple minutes yesterday discussing why I liked it and why I thought that this was, a good possibility. And it was expected to get 9%. We got 14, 15%. So this play probably does continue. It's going to be tough to play it when the spread is so wide. Right now it's 75 cents. But, you're going to look for it. I think if you want to trade it, you just trade less shares. We mentioned Amazon going to be near all-time highs of 233. So that's going to come into play right here as well. Again, that's not even up that much. I mean, we could get really going. You're already up 1+% right now on the NASDAQ. We are ready to go. And I came in here and I said to all these guys, like, this market's about to get stupid. I think a lot of these tech names are going to pull Netflix's and buy back shares, and like Netflix didn't even announce a split. Like, so that stock has $2,000 in its sight for sure.
Again,
which is a double from here.
Randy.
What's up, Randy? Pretty cold up in your neck of the woods, huh, Randy? Did you see all the snow in Florida and everything? There's people
all
never
down
even
south
seen things like that before. And
it's getting real.
yeah, Louisiana and everything. And
Got to.
Sorry about that.
they're like shutting schools down and everything like that. They got like a couple inches of snow. I know. They're saying stay off the roads and the buses and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, lots of stuff happening there, but yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, welcome to our lives.
Fix my microphone up.
Minus 27 with the wind chill today.
It's our weather territory.
That's all right. No
Then it gets
problem.
better on the weekend though.
Yeah, I know. Weekend's nice. Well, no.
Shorts?
No.
My brother-in-law probably wearing his shorts.
No, you cannot wear shorts in this. I'll see people up here, like I'll see people in shorts when it's like a couple, like maybe like 0, a couple of degrees under, but when it's like minus double digits, that's where most people are reasonably draw the line.
I don't know what it was Sunday morning, but we dropped our kid off to go snowboarding, and some guy was there in his shorts. I mean, it was pretty. Oh, Sunday morning was cold. Actually, it was minus
cold.
10. Yeah, that's when it sort of started. So yeah.
I'm glad you go snowboarding because like we couldn't like tobogganing our hill was not quality.
Oh no, he goes up like
you have to go up north.
least,
we couldn't do anything
through Barrie there. I would love a coffee, Randy.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so yeah, VST is going there. I see some people talking about it in the chat. That's in Adara has been posting about that in the chat as well. Another one of those plays, VST. We were talking about this yesterday, actually. Vistra, part of this whole rally up here with the AI
Got a power
buzz. Another 5% there today, and starting to go higher. Well played off the 50-period moving average. There's so many names, and I was going over this on the after show yesterday. Like XLI there, the industrials, like Caterpillar is straight up $50. Boom, like John Deere, like some of these names that you don't have to just be sitting in. I mean, it's nice to be sitting in NVIDIA and Tesla and all that kind of stuff when these moves are happening, or Oracle. But, there's other spots. John Deere, I mean, this isn't a week, man. 408 to 460. And then you get names like Oracle, like we'll talk about these as well, that are getting these daily, like huge move opportunity. Like it's just some of the value that's being added to these names is ridiculous, and I think it's going to get. I think it's going to get even more. Like I bought Intel. I was looking at the account. I'm up 11% right here, and we just bought this name. And it's like 11% not even that much because I didn't get the best price. But all the way up here, $22 flat on the day. Like what happens if a story gets solidified over here about a buyout or some sort of a deal now? I don't know. Like we didn't expect 10% from Oracle. This thing could go 20, 30, 40% if there's any sort of a announcement. Like look at ARM today as well, right? I mean, I really like what ARM's doing today, up to 165. And we were talking about this name down at 120. Yeah. I was going to say, wasn't it just weeks ago that we were down here in the 120s? Like, that's not an insignificant move.
It's just another case of that old DCA, dollar cost average.
Yeah, every month you can buy shares.
I've been saying, like for ARM, I have no clue how to, valuating that stock from a PE basis. You just got to be like, you just want to be in it. So I was just like, who cares? Just going to buy that thing every single quarter until I have what I consider to be a full position. But the other one is you mentioned, like Deere and Caterpillar, like that's what's so great about the market right now is you can get, you don't have to be all in tech. You take a shot in an NVIDIA, you're taking a shot in, I don't know, like maybe you're in some quantum name, maybe you're in like a VST. Whatever that's running that you think is a little bit frothy. No, but you can be in a more stable stock. Like, it was just last week on Caterpillar when it was at the 200-period moving average. This just happened. NVIDIA was just at the 50-period moving average yesterday. And these stocks are going back into their highs. So if it's a good stock, buy it on that 50. I think it gives you a little bit more confidence. And then another one 2 days ago was at the 50-period moving average, or 3 days ago, depending on how you want to count it here, was Amazon, and now that's right back at the high. But the 200-period moving average on most of these things, like that's where you want to be. That's where you want to be buying. And I'm looking back. Amazon in particular, I'm looking back. It's great off the 200-period moving average, but I feel like there was an obvious buy when it started holding the 50-period as well, back at like 185. So, it's a good time to be in the market. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, there was one stock that looked like it could be a possible short today, and for me, anyways, and it's Mara, because if Bitcoin pulls off any highs and there's resistance on Bitcoin, then usually there's a short in the mining companies. But outside of that, everything looks pretty strong.
Microsoft, another one here, just taking out day highs, up 2% here now. Also, I mean, we mentioned off the top there, the deal with OpenAI going to change a little bit. They do retain the rights to offer the API exclusively for ChatGPT and from OpenAI. But big move after the close here for Microsoft. We get all the way up to 440. That did trade. Here we go, 437 coming into play already.
This is really interesting what's happening here between OpenAI and Microsoft. So Microsoft's gotten this new individual, their head of AI, goes by the name of Mustafa Suleyman. And him and Sam Altman don't like each other. And they've made that very clear. And now you can kind of see the relationship changing a little bit between Microsoft and OpenAI. Specifically, it was a podcast that Satya Nadella won on in the summer where he called OpenAI a competitor. And that's exactly how he's been treating them since that time. So they still retain, I'm talking about Microsoft, they still retain a right of first refusal for OpenAI and any cloud service that they require for their services. But they are obviously looking to diversify with that new move with Oracle yesterday. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Initially, obviously, Microsoft invested $1 billion in OpenAI back in 2019, really helping propel them forward.
Yeah, good to see. I mean, Microsoft's kind of been chopping around here for a period of time. And oh yeah, NVIDIA benefiting from this as well, going to supply the chips for this entire ordeal. $500 billion investment into AI. Here comes day highs right now, guys. They're on the way for NVIDIA.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm still looking at ARM. I have ARM on the sticky note here as a trade opportunity, and I also do have NVIDIA. I mean, I just think, I said also, I was like, NVIDIA is going to be a $200 stock after earnings. That's what I'm looking at right now. I think if you break this high, and then, whoa, yeah, that's right. Our charts still have that split issue. But there it is. If you break this high, when you break this high next week, maybe tomorrow, who knows? Then what's next for them? And then they put out the quarter, that might surprise people. I mean, that would be a shock because of how highly the expectations are on NVIDIA. But, it probably is the next one to go here. We talked about Amazon being at highs. ARMS looks like it wants to go. ARMS is like 180. But this is gathering some steam. And, just like Caterpillar was down and out a little bit there, NVIDIA had bounced nicely off this 125, 130 area. And now you get 3% just on it just catching basically shrapnel of stories. Anything that's going to be AI related, there's going to be something here. And it's just, you can look at AMD, SMH. There's going to be so many things to trade. But for me, I just wrote down again, that this 200-period moving average on the 1-minute chart is what I want to look at. Forget, I'm going to edit all these. These wicks don't mean anything. It's down into here, 143. I wrote down 143.50, figuring that's probably where we'll be in and around once we open up. But that's a level that I like. So we'll see if we get some dip buy opportunities. Yesterday, we told you the worst stock of the day was buying that Tesla dip at the open, and eventually it caught that bid. So let's just see if NVIDIA dips at all. The market's up 1% right now. I'm not sure NVIDIA is going to dip whatsoever. But if it does, I want to be there to try to pick it up. So let's try to follow that trend. It might eventually be 144. I'm not playing the pre-market breakdown or up just because of where the market's just a little hot right now. Let's just wind up waiting to figure out what happens. We'll wait to see those imbalances. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for NVIDIA. For ARM, and again, we'll be talking about all these because they're all on the watch list as well. But ARM's the same story for me. if we dip down into this 160 to 162 area, that's a spot that I think we can start to like here with ARM, as we'll try to see about some support from a key 160 level. So I like ARM long 160. I like NVIDIA long in that 143 area if we're lucky enough to get something down there. So those are the two plays that I'm looking at, and I'm not sure. Again, yesterday was a good day, but we still had a huge opportunity to buy. Here's our coffee from Randy. Huge opportunity to buy some of those dips.
Did you do this?
So it was a bear. When I started, it was a bear before. So
Usually I have the other guy on mine because this, like, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But I actually like Oracle. I mean, I like NVIDIA. NVIDIA was good. NVIDIA was a great day yesterday. Obviously Oracle and ARM are up more than NVIDIA, but I think you still go back into the well. I was going to mention something about Microsoft because now all of a sudden, it's only Apple. You know, like every other Mag 7 name has now gotten off the schneid, reclaimed the 50-period moving average, and now trending back up toward the highs, with the exception of Apple, because Microsoft was in that group of, well, it was in a two-man group of essentially lagging. Google got back up to the top and tested a 200 high. Amazon's right there right now. Everybody's already seen NVIDIA. Okay, obviously Tesla's kind of doing its own thing, but Tesla had an early run to the high, and sometimes you don't necessarily group it the same. But yeah, Microsoft's starting to look a little bit better. I don't know that it's the trade today. I don't know. I mean, what have we done? 2.5 million shares over on Oracle, which is 10 times the volume of Microsoft. So I just sort of feel like if you're playing these AI-related names, like you got to know what moved the most and what's doing the most volume, relative volume. Oracle, ARM, obviously NVIDIA is always going to be a play in there. I don't think you can't go wrong looking at maybe like a Dell, but these data center names, these cloud names, they should all be in play today. It's like you want something on your watch list that's adjacent to them at least. I mean, even Micron is moving on this as well. Ooh, we just got a super chat in here. So thank you very much, Mar K. If people take Netflix profit early, should I put? So you're thinking, oh, you just want to sell if people take profit? That's always a tricky game. Like, you have to have a reason to do so. You know, like maybe sometimes people will look at a gap up trade and say, if it breaks the pre-market low, like where would how much of a move does it have to like prior support? Well, I mean, the issue over here is the prior high is like $940. So, I mean, if it loses the bid at the open and goes into one of those like Tesla tanks, I'd be sitting around there, waiting for a 940 or a 950 myself. But oh yeah, getting some dark pool wicks like you just said there. But for myself on Netflix, I don't think I'll be trading Netflix today unless it does a hold of the pre-market low and then try a continuation play. I think on earnings today, almost like UAL actually almost looks a little more intriguing to me as a strict earnings setup. Just it has some more room to the top instead of being very far gone over it. And it's just a better price to trade.
All right, a few other names moving around here on earnings as well, worth a note. Halliburton, one of those downside this morning. Not a lot of volume behind this, but they reported. J&J, another one that came through with earnings. The forecast was an issue here. So 150 gets rejected. We're right back to the levels from the beginning of last week here. 144 coming into play for Johnson & Johnson. I saw we're going to get PG as well coming up later in the week. GM had a recall. So there was a bit of a down move there for GM in the pre-market. 2,890 Chevy Equinox EVs being recalled. Nowhere near the hundreds of thousands of Teslas that typically get recalled for a software update. But GM had a pretty good day yesterday.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Bouncing off that 51, Breno, coming into that area of technical resistance that we've been experiencing here, Fabian, for a while, since basically in the end of December, that 54, 55 really hasn't been broken. Ford, I should mention today, caught another downgrade. I'm sure Darryl will talk about it at the green screen shortly. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on these automakers as well. The EV tax credit are not really going to affect GM and Ford all that much because they don't sell too many EVs, but we'll definitely keep an eye out on Tesla and some of these other automakers as well because it could move the needle for them, Breno. $7,500, not a small amount to add on to the price of a car.
Definitely. Here's PG, as I mentioned, to the upside. So one down, J&J, PG higher here, 3%. Again, not a lot of volume behind either of these, but worth a note. A few other earnings names today.
Yeah, man, Ford stock looks real bad.
Ford, oh, come on.
I was going to say it looks really bad here because, look, you just pulled. Remember we were talking about the 50 period on the daily here? Like Ford just pulled into it and then rejected, and then you got this going on. On any other day, this might slip in. Like this would usually slip in. Oh, rejection of the 50 period. Just look for a continuation short, maybe back into prior support. Like that's. It seems like it would make some sense on Ford. I just don't know if that's going to be the thing to watch today. Too much volatility, too much action elsewhere. Look, I have nothing against Procter whatsoever, and it is a good-sized move up. But if you kind of look at what's been going on here with PG, it looks to me like you're running right into some overhead resistance. Like I said, UAL is it's like a blue sky setup. Right, like you're breaking into new price areas. You're above all the prior highs. You're doing the same thing with Netflix. With Procter, you're essentially running into where this trend came back to the downside, like 168 to 170. The 200 and the 50 period, both those moving averages are right here overhead on Procter. And it's not usually the kind of stock that's going to put in a 5 to 10% day. Not impossible, but that's an earnings name that I don't know if I would want to chase. I said I was very much more likely to have traded Procter today if it had been very bad. And that's because you would have had a chance to break down under a major support level at 158. Instead, you're kind of sitting in a price level that's not as enticing to trade for a day trader.
I like all those stocks. I think that there's a spot to try to get a little bit of yield in everybody's portfolio. I mean, we talked about some of the energy names that are a great look as well. We can always go over to some different ETFs that are around. I'm still looking at the levels for ARM, but J&J. We're going to go through some upgrades and downgrades again. I mean, some of these names, it's like, what's the next, right? There's a lot of these healthcare names that have gotten really beat up recently. And again, part of the struggles goes with, what's going to be happening with China. What are some of these tariffs going to look like? A lot of these products are being sold. Obviously, they're in China and made in China. It's just, there's still a lot to come from all this. I just wonder, again, to start some positions, like the reason why I call up J&J is because, been looking at this. This is November of 23. And then you based out there in the summertime, and then right now you had that move up to the 50 period, and now the fail back. So, I mean, we never like to be back into these levels, but just for a name, if you're, AbbVie, there's going to be a bunch. We've been talking about XBI in my own portfolio, which is, we're still down on this name. And this is another one here that's just been getting hit. IBB. We had a little bit of a recovery, but, as some of these names get more and more beat up, I just wonder if there's going to be some kind of rotation back in. Palantir's trying to move. Intel's trying to move. So, a lot of these tech names are going. NVIDIA's at 146. So, all right, lots of stuff happening. No positions yet for us. I don't know if we're going over to Adara or what story. Yes.
Netflix here. We have a Rosenblatt upgrade, just one of many for this stock, which had that really great move after earnings here. So Netflix, tons of analysts bullish, though it is worth noting they actually did miss estimates across the board with their Q1 2025 guidance. Charles Schwab here after the earnings yesterday getting an upgrade from Wells Fargo. Same deal with 3M, which also reported yesterday morning. Darden here getting an upgrade from Bernstein. Darden Restaurants here, DRI actually getting the second upgrade I've seen in this one in the last few days. So keep an eye on DRI here. On the downgrade side of things, Ford has been discussed with this Barclays downgrade, $11 price target. Yum Brands getting a downgrade from Bernstein. Roth MKM here, downgrading Reddit, but massively hiking its price target here from 116 to 195. And last but not least, Rogers getting downgraded by Barclays. No price target, guys. Back to you.
How does that one work? See, this is where you need to read what that analyst is thinking with Reddit.
But still,
okay, like you're going to massively downgrade that, and then the price target goes up. That was 70% because 116 to that's a huge target increase. That being said, it's also at that price already. So I think
those are irrelevant.
Like I get what they're saying. Reddit has been an absolute rocket ship, and It's going to get really interesting because at Davos, you're hearing Goldman saying deal making's coming back and IPOs are coming back, and we're going to get Discord this year. It'll be interesting to see. Like you'll want to know what's been going on with Reddit when Discord comes out. Obviously, I think that goes without saying. So it's kind of at an important inflection point here. Wish the volume was better on a daily basis here for Reddit, because a lot of times you might see something like this where you get like a failed high break. I mean, the downgrade is what it is. Like it doesn't necessarily move things much, but it's the kind of trade where if it tries to push and fails the high at the open as well, that's usually a pretty good scalp into the low. But volume's pretty low on Reddit. I think this is going to be probably the kind of stock that you can start to look at those major moving. I mean, the 200 period is going to be pretty irrelevant because it's gone up so much. But the 50 period on pullbacks on Reddit, I think you're going to want to look at in the coming days and weeks.
So I saw Rogers on there. Rogers is RCI. This is just a telecommunications company here in Canada. You could see this is getting We had Raheem on here talking about TELUS, which is TU, I think. And that's been getting killed as well. I mean, look at how bad some of these telecoms are here. TELUS, we'll talk to maybe Raheem next time he's on here about this. But there it is, TELUS as well. That 14. This is the problem when you start to chase yield, because you get trapped. You look at it and you say, oh, well, up here, the dividend is 5% or 6%. It looks pretty good. Then the next thing you know, it's you lose 30% on the equity. But anyways, some issues there. So it's nice to see not nice to see, but RCI on the downside and finally downgraded. I have to zoom out to find some levels there, but that's kind of sucky. Just a lot of people into Rogers. I probably have some Rogers shares. I know I do. I don't even look at them. $31. This is like news to me that this is going down this much. $31, well underneath everything, man. So, Canada, it seems to be a little bit in problem spot there with the telecoms, and we can check out some Canadian banks at some point as well. All right, so that's it. Rogers going.
Our banks are good.
Yeah, most of the banks are starting to go back up to the upside, which is pretty good there. All right, so let's go back over to the desk and figure out, no guests today, but we have our watches to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Just side note, Raheem may join a little bit later on this morning. Raheem's out in Vancouver this week, so he may join via Zoom coming up a little bit later on. Because it's 5:30 in the morning, or I guess almost 6 o'clock. Here's Palantir as well, 2.25% here for PLTR, 74.75 coming into play. Another one that moved after the close on this AI news last night. So obviously a fan favorite, worth keeping an eye on here. Not a heck of a lot of volume this morning, though.
Yeah, not a bad look at all, Brando. That good $65 defend when we dipped down a few days ago, I believe, in the middle part of the month. Coming back into that $75 area, obviously with the all-time highs at around 85. Good move up. We'll have to see what kind of tailwind this one's can catch. A lot of good new contracts with the incoming administration for new technologies, specifically with the military. What I was showing you off camera yesterday, a bunch of new types of drones that are making their way, sadly, into the war in Eastern Europe, and I think that they're well positioned, as well as with some others, to take advantage of some countermeasures for that.
That's Anduril.
Anduril, exactly.
Company coming along too. Another one that
Palmer Luckey.
Yeah, there's a lot of people hinting at the fact that they might actually take that public this year at some point. So one to look forward to. Rigetti up this morning 3%. So Quantum getting a nice boost. Huge day yesterday for Rigetti. Got back to $14. We're back above that this morning, trying to hold on a bit of a pullback right now. Just going through a list of a few other things moving around here in the pre-market. BLBX is one of those. RGTI, as we saw, QBTS, another one. So a lot of things to keep an eye on here that are running around.
Absolutely. The quantum names were very strong yesterday. We traded them on the How to Trade show during the midday. We'll keep an eye on them. Rigetti and as well as some others, QBTS, QUBT, really got hit hard after Jensen Huang basically said 15, 30 years, maybe quantum becomes viable. Then Mark Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan, kind of echoed that 15, 20 years. Recovering a little bit, still not at the highs though.
Oh, Mark.
That was funny.
Good, good old Zuck.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here this morning. Sharif will have a look at the market.
60.84, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract, well above that level already taking out 6,100 handily here. We're at the high right now, 61.18. So we're going to use 6,100 as support. If we continue moving up, we're looking at that 50 point as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free every single day. If you haven't done so, go grab that. Why not? Has everything you need to know in the pre-market on it, what's moving around and why. And then you come join us at 8:30 and we'll give you some ideas here. Netflix, the top of the list here this morning. Yeah, huge numbers. The subscriber number just blew my mind when that came out last night. Almost a double on that. 850 was the brief low down here. We're at 1,000 this morning.
I mean, I don't know where to start here. The 19 million new subs that they added, Brenda, or the 302 million that they have globally now. Oh, maybe they're raising prices in jurisdictions. Yes, they are. Canada, US, Portugal, Argentina, all going to see price increases. So adding to gross margins there. In terms of how they did on the quarter, it was a beat all around. Q4, they beat $4.27 per share for earnings. For EPS. Revenue, a big beat, $10.2 billion. That's a 16% year-over-year increase, driven by hit shows like Squid Games, Wednesday, Stranger Things. They also got live events. Obviously, we know about that with the Tyson, Jake Paul, and the NFL now. They've thrown their hat in the ring there with the Christmas game, getting about 30 million viewers.
That's going to be the big one, I think, going forward, with the subscriber number. I checked this morning, it was $7.99. So the ad-supported tier here in Canada goes from $6.99 to $7.99 just to watch commercials. So they're double dipping right across the board from that standpoint. What do we do here, guys? 1,000, definitely the thing here.
Raising prices is great when people will just pay more. But the other thing that around here, we also appreciate the super chat. So before we get into this, and we'll get right into Netflix, I want to thank Mark again. Any plays on SoftBank with the mega deal. So for us, we can, it's available on the OTC markets. So you can look at it as SFTYB, but the volume probably not that great. It just seems like this is a pretty standard gap and go, but on the OTC, I don't know how much volume it does. I've never looked at it on the OTC. That's the only avenue for us to trade it, so I won't be trading it, but it's kind of in the middle of a no man's land on the daily chart for SoftBank. There's plenty of other names adjacent to these deals that I think look a little bit better. And then the second super chat, Phobius, we're going to get to Oracle next. So Phobius revealed. We'll get to Oracle. That's the next topic for sure. As far as Netflix goes, I think the anchor at this 100. Hopefully, it'll be 100 soon because they'd actually do a split, and then we can actually talk about $100 instead of $1,000. But whatever, you shift to zero, and it is what it is. You essentially got there 4:30, right after things came out. You got to $9.90, right? So now you've got this as your pre-market sort of support level if we're going to lose the $1,000 level. I just fear if you lose this bid, the prior high is $940. That's only 5%, from here, which is pretty reasonable. So if it loses this bid, I think you're really, really waiting for a big mean reversion. Ideally, on any gap up like this, you want I just hold the low and then try to go. So it's the only thing I would look for. Unfortunately, I just think UAL it's just a more reasonable trade, price-wise, in terms of where it's trading. Much more likely for me to actually trade UAL than Netflix here. But I love the stock. I'm not selling any. I think you got to hold it. I love the fact that they can raise prices, and I just keep buying without even not buying. I keep paying without even looking.
Yeah, no, we talked about this yesterday. I mean, we said when people asked, the opinion of where I thought this was going to go. Yeah, I mean, $1,000 is huge. I think you can even split 20 to 1, get to $50, and get right back to 100 in a couple of months after that again. So I think, like I was saying, I think this name could double from here. It's just people will continue to pay. The content that it's still probably the best deal, entertainment-wise. There's just There's so much content. I mean, even as Sharif had mentioned there, a lot of people like to binge watch things. It's just like, it gets out of control. They'll drop a series and boom. I was reading yesterday, they had, I think it was something like 700,000 subscribers or something in the days leading up to the Jake Paul fight, where they like average between like 60 to 70,000. It was just, NFL is going to be a huge thing for them. I just really don't see any reason why Netflix fails moving forward, other than the fact that, I mean, if people stop support, I mean, the ad-supported tier is well, like, it's not a new story, and they doubled their subscribers. So I just, I really like the potential here. And I think once you're in the system, it's like Apple. Once you're in the ecosystem, you're hooked there. And I just don't know many people that are canceling Netflix subscriptions. I don't know anybody that's adding them either, because everyone already has it. But that's the only risk, is you get a slowdown in subscriber growth, just because of how huge it's been. But I don't think it, like I said, I mean, not third world, but I guess emerging worlds, economies like that are going to adopt this technology. And with the internet growing and Starlink and everything just getting bigger and badder, I just really think that Netflix has a huge opportunity as well, globally positioned to succeed. So yeah, I think there's more. My charts just did a little funny thing there. I think there's more of a ramp here for Netflix. And yeah, man, I mean, I really like the stock. I would say, again, if you're trading it, pullbacks into the 200, like, it's an earnings play, and it's a gap higher. The gap was 8%, was supposed to be an implied move, was about 8.5%. So you're almost getting double that. And on 1,000 break, you probably will get double that. It'll probably go like 1,020 or something like that. So we've already hit the 1,009, 1,005. So, we always like to play VWAP and things like that. But right now you're at VWAP, and it's been pretty choppy here this morning. So for me, it's like a no trade until we get maybe to 10 o'clock and we have a developed volume-weighted average price. If I want to play off volume-weighted average price, I want to play above it as long as we're above it. And then below it, I want to stay away. So we'll try to be greater than the volume-weighted average price around 10 o'clock. I think that's going to be the trade. So I'm going to have to leave it for now and go over and see what's going on with Oracle.
All right, let's touch on this AI Stargate story coming late yesterday. $500 billion investment from the U.S. government going into infrastructure. Oracle involved, as the guys were just mentioning, SoftBank involved, OpenAI specifically. Here's Oracle right now, 10% after what happened all day yesterday, basically.
What a move. What a move, and a big gap up here. If I can show it on the chart, guys. We were at 180 or so, and then we gapped up aggressively into that 187.5, so good look there. Here's the deal. So it's going to start out with $100 billion. With the promise, obviously, of adding another $400 billion as within 4 years. So keep an eye out on that. What it's going to be spent on is 20 data centers, 20 AI data centers. There's one already under construction in Texas. Each one is going to be about 500,000 square feet. So it gives you the idea of the size and the magnitude about this. We'll have to obviously wait and see. Masayoshi-san was letting Donald Trump know that, he came in with $100 billion initially. Donald told him, how about 2? And now he's coming with 5, Brendo. Well, obviously not on his own, but yeah.
Can't one up him.
There. Why not?
Can't one up him. Yep. Oh, by the way, not related, but kind of, I guess, Anthropic raising at $60 billion valuation yesterday. So the AI race continues.
Yeah, the race is on. The Canadian economy would love to have some of that kind of investment in it. That would be pretty nice. That be whatever. It is what it is. Those are fantastic numbers, and apparently more to come along those lines. So the Oracle's gapped up 10 points here. The super chat we had in question was, do we think you can get to 186, I should say, which is the pre-market low as we speak, and that's actually the area that I'm looking for on a dip. It's a standard gap up play. You have room to the high, which is 198. So I think you have room to get there, and it's already done double digits. Great, but you've got 186. The last time we tested the high, 186 was the prior support and resistance. So that's also the pre-market lows. That's where I'm looking. You hold that price, I'm only looking continuation long. So like a dip and go off the open. If it never retests 186 and we just trend off of VWAP, that would be the other way to get in before any potential breakouts. Oracle, great looking stock. what can you say about it? It's just another one of these names headed towards its fresh highs, all-time high. About $10 away right now, $10 away. I think it has a good chance of getting there, but it's just about that 186. A couple of levels of confluence there with that price.
So we're going to look, I probably won't be looking at Oracle because I'm going to be looking at ARM. And if I'm in one, then, we'll leave the other for now. I don't know which one's going to be better or not, but right here, 160 to 162 long, buy dips on this AI strength in the news that we have right there. It's on this sticky note. It's a trade that I like, and I'm going to support. That's Netflix. I was just looking. Netflix just broke $1,000, by the way. Okay, so 163 is where we're at right now. So there it is. So it's a 200-period moving average. It's between 160 and 162. I like that sort of a level there. It's not going to be like one of those levels that we really hold on to. If we break through 160, then it's flush city, I think. But I don't want to say flush city, but then the next decision you're going to have to make is going to be yesterday, in and around yesterday's close, which is 156, 157. So I'm not holding this $5 against me. That is. We talked about what happened yesterday on Tesla. Same thing could give back today. Tesla yesterday was up in the open, and then we wound up being down a couple percentage points, only to rip back to 420 and change. So I would say this could also see some profit coming out. I mean, this Stargate, everything is just like it's investment into AI. What's going on, Neil? It's investment into AI and things like that. So I'm not sure everything is completely as specific. It's $500 billion over the next few years. So let's just wait to see how this accrues and hit some of these names come the next quarter or whenever they're going to start to book some of these revenues. I'm not even sure when they're coming through. But ARM up 5%, dip downs into 160 is a level that I like. So I'm playing ARM holdings long 160 to 162. If we're going to open up at 163, I'm going to wait for 160. So let's get our bids in around 160 half, and then we'll figure out what's going on. So right now I like ARM holdings out of the group. Let's go find out what UAL is up to.
Impressive here. We've been talking about these airlines for the past couple of months here. So strong. Here's UAL up 5.5 this morning on a beat. Forecast increase as well. Demand is just nonstop for flights still.
Ridiculous. We always used to joke, how do you convert a billionaire into a millionaire? You invested in an airline company. Well, you wouldn't have been in the wrong part of the trade if you were in UAL. So let's talk about how they did. First quarter 2025 earnings forecast. That's what's moving the needle here. They guided up, so they're looking about 75 cents to about $1.25 per share for EPS going forward. Full year earnings looking good as well. Needless to say, their fourth quarter 2024 results, they beat handily on the top and bottom line. Some of the key revenue drivers, though, their loyalty program, as well as both international and domestic flights, and they report, Brendo, continued strong demand for premium seating for both business and domestic.
Have you seen these?
International,
they're kind of memes, I guess, that are floating around, but I think Air Canada had one on its social media a couple weeks ago that I saw where they're testing, quote unquote testing, removing seats from planes and just having the handles like on a bus.
Yes.
Maybe the next thing to come.
I want to tell you something. Ryanair, the owner of Ryanair back in the day, he was trying to advocate for a standing room only area. So like it wasn't already packed enough in Ryanair flights. Anybody who's ever taken one knows. Yeah. Needless to say,
those are essentially buses.
Yeah.
You don't get an assigned seat.
No.
It's just first come, first serve kind of thing on a bench for Ryanair.
You try to stand on a flight,
I don't think you're allowed to stand.
Like, are you crazy?
Are you allowed?
What are we talking? What
turbulence? What's going on, man?
Okay. That's
turbulence up in here.
That's a little weird. I can't see that happening. But look, UAL is now, what is this? 20% above its pre-pandemic high, which, it just sounds weird to say because it's not. I don't think it's what anybody expected, but. Look, it's in the midst of a pretty big breakout. Now, it's only 6% short float. Its days to cover is like 3. So relative to the volume it usually does, it is a pretty decently shorted stock relative to its actual volume. But wow, it's been on an absolute tear. It's a bit of a blue sky setup. Prior high here was like 102.70-ish or so. And now all of a sudden, you've opened up and 112.70, not 102. Whether or not you can do any kind of a gap fill to there is seemingly a little bit unrealistic. That said, look at where this settled down in the afternoon or in the aftermarket. 114.5. Opens up, just chilling there, and is trended off of this 114.5. I think that gives you VWAP. I think that gives you the 114.5 level to work off of for UAL. $100 stock, but it's only done a couple 100,000 in volume. Pretty light. This is definitely a wait until that open volume comes in situation for UAL. But that, it's showing you 114.5 and working the trend, blue sky setup. I think room to that pulse market high here as well. So yeah, a little bit of a dip and rip scenario here for UAL.
All right, so yeah, those airlines have been crazy good. We talked about the Jets ETF. I think that's the best way to invest in them. You get a little bit of all of them. All right, couple fan funding here. Get Results Fitness Trainer wants to know about LEDs and their possible patent there. What's up? First super chat, I think that means. So thank you for that. And then we're going to talk about that right now. And I'm also going to tell you that, just really quickly, phobias. Yeah, you shorted an Oracle 190, 186 too hopeful. No, 186 likely is what I'm going to say for that one, especially off the open for Oracle. All right, so it's where the 50-period moving average is. I think you're going to hit it. So, all right. LEDs. The only thing I want to say about this one is it's only a 3 million share float. So it's LEDs, right? Semi-LEDs Corporation. So you just talked about a possible patent coming through or whatever that fan funded was. The short float is non-existent, but that's not going to be real. 3 million shares on this. So thank you for the super chat and bringing it to everyone's attention. It's down a little bit here, but as you can see, does have that option or that the availability to rip up on the low float. So yeah, this is a good name to look at. Do your own research on it, but you super chatted, so I want to go over the float. And then Oracle, again, on another super chat, we really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, down into here, sorry, it's the 50 period. I thought it was the 50 period on the 5-minute chart, but maybe it's not. Okay, so here it is. The 200 period right now is 183, 184. I think if you snap through right now, 186 is just right here. Like, it's not out of the realm that you get this. My problem is, look at what the market's doing right now. And I don't know how many shares you have. I mean, I always think a stop order at day's high is probably reasonable. If you said you're short at 190, see, my screen just flickered again. If you're short at 190, that high is 192. So I think $2 worth of risk, if that's going to be where your stop is, to get 4, I think it's worth it. You get a 2-to-1. I like how you're talking there. That makes a lot of sense to me. So I think Oracle's okay there. The only thing I was going to say, market pulling back, not that much, but pulling back about almost 10% of what it was at 1.1 or so. So pulling back a little bit there. Oracle doing nothing. So that would be my only thing. If the market rips, obviously Oracle will sort of lead the way here. So yeah, thanks for all the super chats there as we start to get going. Look, we're going to talk about more tech here with some of the two biggest names. I think these two stocks have minted the most millionaires, would be my guess, especially over the last couple of decades. It's Tesla and NVIDIA.
Still looking pretty good here in the pre-market is NVIDIA, 3.25, trying to get back to session highs here. Oh yeah, they're going to supply the chips for this Stargate deal. So benefiting as well from what was announced yesterday.
Yeah, fantastic move already here to start the day. 3 1/3 here for NVIDIA as it comes into that 146 level. We'll have to watch that 150 level that it rejected back in early January. Other names that are running, obviously, on the back of this news: ARM, Dell, Microsoft, Oracle, all benefiting directly or indirectly from the Stargate news, Brendo. So tech in focus yet again.
Some of the other ones, though, I noticed. Not so much, not as much as NVIDIA, Oracle, but we'll keep an eye on all of these. I was just hearing ASST also popping up in front of me here. Coming back in a little bit, but took out $1.50 there on a headline, but decent volume behind this, to say the least, already for ASST. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Hive Digital Technologies, HIVE, the ticker on the NASDAQ. They're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com. Sign up for their Hive newsletter for updates.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much there, Brendo. And shout out to Hive. And that's stocks that are not doing as well in the chip space that you might have been referring to. I would posit that AMD, which is still underneath yesterday's high. Meanwhile, NVIDIA doing NVIDIA-like things. Yesterday, it did that whole make you go through the gauntlet sort of thing in the open. And then obviously once we got that news in the afternoon, that's where you had the ramp up. Daily's got lots of room to get you to that high. I mean, I'm talking about room in a day to get you back into the 150, which is the local top. So you're at 145. I think that's a reasonable place to think we hold the strength today. That's where we want to be heading. I threw up to 15 just to go all the way back to, hey, there's the day we lost $150. And the next 2 days, 143.5 was resistance. And well, that same day and then the next day. As long as it's above that level, looking long. Looking long in NVIDIA. I got a bunch of dark pool wicks. That sets up the pre-market lows here at 144.5 and then 143.5 on some dip buys. As I said, AMD is just distinctly different right now. It's up a percent. Like, don't get me wrong. It's gapped up just like everything else is, but the resistance at yesterday's high is in play. If this market doesn't maintain its strength, I feel like this one, it's starting to do that thing where you get a few days worth of a rally in AMD, and then all it does is, oh, of course, as it try to draw the trend line for you, which usually I already have them in there. It does a few days rally in AMD, kind of gets up to like a prior resistance on the trend, and then reverts a little bit here. And if you kind of connect the dots, it's getting to that spot again here on Advanced Micro Device. So I like the long in NVIDIA, and yeah, we're going to buy it off that 143.5 as long as it's higher, and then the pre-market lows. Those are the 2 levels I'll be looking. But AMD, if we fail the top right away at the open, I might weasel into some shorts if no longs are setting up.
Yeah, we'll be weaseling into some NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA is going to be our number one. We have Amazon as our number one trade idea, but you know, I really like NVIDIA here. The only problem now, it's kind of like what we've been saying is the market right here is coming back a little bit. So we can always talk about all these stocks, but at the end of the day, you know, this is where the market is right now. We're looking to try to break back down below this 21,900 on the NASDAQ. We did not get to 22,000, which is a little bit of, like, I wish we at least gotten here, and then we could have possibly shorted somewhere in around here to bring it back into the 50 period and then maybe gap up on some more earnings over the next couple of days. But yeah, this gap could get faded, and it wouldn't surprise me if we at least come back to 21.8, which is 100 handles lower, and then 21.7 to see what happens in and around 21,750. So for me, like I'm someone in the chat there said, you know, go short everything off the open. I don't know about going short everything, but I'm definitely not going long immediately here. But with that being said, as I say that, I do have a bid at 144 on NVIDIA, waiting to see about this. But like, you know, we saw that yesterday. We had some banger trades, man, on the Qs. We had great trades. We had one loss yesterday. We were four positive names, one losing name for myself. And it's like yesterday, this didn't, look how choppy NVIDIA was early. We had a move upside into like $2, then we fell back $2, and then we bounced off the 50, and then it was like game on until we didn't do much at the end, right? So that's a couple days. And then yesterday, nice move up, same kind of a move, 139, 140, back down to 137, rip back to 140, then the move down to 130, like, so there's a lot of action, right? And then there's the close, like we were saying, pretty choppy. So this move could happen back into 144 easily. And then you could even, 141, is that where we're going to be wind up going long? End of the day, I wrote down 143.50 and explained that it was the 200 period moving average. So right now, I don't really want to be holding on to too much more than where this is going to go. So I look at the 5-minute chart and say 143 is probably the line in the sand for me on NVIDIA. So we'll start the buying at 144 quarters because I like the level there and I like the stock. But ultimately, if this market fades out, there's no economic numbers or anything coming through today. So I'm going to hold off on really layering into this until we get down into 143, which will be sort of the kill zone for me. So that's going to be a level that we look at, and it could be a very, very big trade opportunity down there in and around that 143 level. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. Let's see if it holds there on NVIDIA.
All right, Tesla continuing its downside move here to wrap things up. Huge sell-off yesterday. We did get most of it back above 420 by the end of the session. It's leaking, though, here this morning, already 2%. This is just an opinion. Gary Black, that runs the Future Fund Managing Partner, saying the 7,500 EV tax credit a quote-unquote huge negative for Tesla.
Yeah, so that's the bear case. So we'll go into his look in a second over here. He's basically basing it off the European decline in sales once they remove the EV tax credit. And this is the chart he uses to kind of make his case over here. So you had France and Germany remove, or all of Europe remove the EV tax credit, and then you saw substantial decline in sales, about 22,000 per quarter in France, about 26,000 per quarter in Germany. You had some, Netherlands was a bit of an outlier there, but that's what he's basing it on. So the bull case here comes from our very good friend, Danny Ives at Wedbush.
Shocking.
And he's raising the price target to a hearty $550. Previously, he had it about $515, maintaining that outperform rating. Should mention his bull case far higher than that $550. He's talking about $650 as his bull case, driven by a demand outlook with new models possibly coming in this year, as well as autonomous driving and the positive interactions with political figures. Can't be understated here, Brendo.
Definitely. Just quickly on GME, there was a note. They're closing a bunch of stores in Connecticut. It did move down initially on that, but right back up right now for GameStop.
Positive interaction with political individuals. That's one way to put it, or whatever. Ear of the president, whatever you want to call it. I love the wording of that. Just quickly here, 1.1 million in balance. Whoops. Oh, okay. QBTS still has a balance of 1.3 million to the buy side. Oracle had one of 1.1 million, and now I don't see it anymore. Nvidia with a buying balance of 400,000. Those just all. A couple of those just dropped. Was that ARM? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we made $1 on it.
Yeah, Oracle just dropped like $3, but it didn't get to 146 or 186. Tesla was a dump zone yesterday. Obviously, it got to $406 before it finally reverted. The levels of interest, I think, are just going to be the higher low, which was the original level we liked at 412. That did not hold up. The first go through, and then 406. It does seem like this has a reasonable chance of getting back to that 50 on the daily. But when you look at this, it's very much diddling in the middle, 420 resistance, 12s and 6s on the downside here for a couple of mean revert levels. That was the only way to play the long yesterday off the bottom, was to try to look for an actual trend reversal on Tesla. So it looks weak again today. I think that's what you have to wait around for and see if it can do a little bit of a trend reverse there on Tesla.
Yeah, so we're already, we already said it, man. We took $1 right there on ARM, but it's coming back in right now. The spread is huge. The spread is $1 right now on ARM alone. Now it's starting to come back in. So we actually, Neil just looked at it, but there it is. We only got out of about 40% of that trade. We just sat back down and was like, oh my God, we're long. So there's my bid. We talked about right here on the trade that we liked ARM going long at 160. So we took that 160.50. We know it's very, very dangerous, as we said, to sit here and play names that spike back and forth like this. So you got to watch out on just not on earnings, but like on stories, right? And ARM could go. And we said that there could be a pullback here, as there's still a lot of uncertainty about what this, I feel like, all this investment, when it's coming in and what's exactly going down with it all. But we're not going to hold this one past 158 or so. Like, our target was 160 to 162. So if we violate that too much, then we're going to be out. We've already taken profit on it, so it will be a loss if it breaks through 158. But we're in this way too early. Apple. There it is. A little bit of a nice move upside there. We just got filled at a good level there. We got some at... we got some at 161. I was actually waiting as well. Ooh, I thought we got that. We're actually waiting at 162. It goes up as 161 and change, but we're just hearing now Apple coming back in. Apple just
dropped big.
Yeah, so nice move on Apple if you're short. Wow, that's a big move in.
Amazon also.
What's up with this volume right now coming in? I think whoever mentioned that may be possible, not a rug pull, but maybe something going on here off the open. You may be correct, my friend. So I'm going to still think about keeping this NVIDIA trade in here at 144 to get that long, just because we're a wild man like that. So we're going to hold on and see what winds up happening here. But yeah, as you mentioned, a couple names moving.
Amazon ran to its right to its all-time high, that 233. Actually got to 232.98 or something like that, and then just pull back $1 as well. So, I mean, Amazon, we're talking about which one would get to their all-time high for a breakout yesterday, Amazon or Google. The answer was, it kind of is Amazon, I suppose, but a little bit of a pullback here into prior day close. If you're going to fail, and I wrote this on my note, like if you're going to fail a high break, you need to hold the prior high, or gap fill risk is going to be big there on Amazon. So right now, prior high is 20 cents away. Where did Oracle get to? Oracle dipped as well, but it actually held on to VWAP. So Oracle does not get down to that 186 level, manages to hold on to VWAP. And then very quickly, we didn't mention too much about the quantum names, Rigetti, which had a good 13 to 14 run in the afternoon to top off the fact that it went from 10 to 14 in a single day. Yeah, that 14 prior high is under test. It is trending down going into it. I said if Rigetti loses the bid, the one that I would try to trade short would be QBTS. And it's free locates for us. And if we lose VWAP there, I would look for a short. But Oracle off the open, NVIDIA off the open. We'll be looking to see if we can hold that bid. Is Adara, hump day, get it started in 2 and 1.
All right, so let's see if stocks go on sale or not here to start the day. We're only in ARM. I'm going to take, okay, there's NVIDIA. So there goes
frozen.
ARM. Yes, sir. There it is,
frozen.
man. Let's go. A little bit of a move there to start the day off. We'll go bang, bang, bang as ARM now ripping, Neil. It's a big one. It's $2 in the money now for ARM as that's going even higher. Let's go, baby. This is a whole day maker, honestly, right now for me on ARM. Let's get some more out there. Punch some out there at the 50 level. Big win to start the day there. $3 on ARM Holdings. We do take the long on NVIDIA as well as it dip dives a little bit into 144. We said we'd stick our neck out a little bit and take that trade, so we do it. And ARM as well. Congratulations, anybody that had that. Not only did we get our 162, we get our 163.50. You just see me punch into that one as well. So we'll watch out for NVIDIA now as the market's just kind of chilling out. We'll get maybe a little more long around 144. And then we do want to look at Amazon. I thought this was going to break as well, up to 233.
No break.
So yeah, no break yet. But if that does happen, we want to be there. All right, here goes ARM. Another move higher, man, into 165. ARM is your trade so far, guys. Nice move upside there for ARM. Hopefully you guys follow the sticky note. If you get it, it's at Trader TV Sean right now. 2 for 2 and big ones, Neil. Almost $1 now in NVIDIA.
Great look over there in NVIDIA and ARM as we're getting...
Wow.
You're way too strong over there in Oracle. Just picked up some Oracle, and Rigetti just regained the $14 level, so over-under on RGTI going to be quickly set up. We got the 14 long. We'll play it back off of the low there as we're going higher and higher. I have my orders set for Amazon, which is now creeping above 232. Want the breakout on Amazon. That, again, like yourself, that was my top. Yeah. I love that Amazon breakout trade if we're able to get it. Oracle coming into that 186 as we speak. And QBTS, we'll get to that one in a quick second, but absolutely screaming. Where did NVIDIA get to? I missed it by...
Yeah, it got to the sticky note level of 144. Guys, NVIDIA
143
right now,
half.
Oh, man, too bad. Yeah, I was at 143 halves as well. Right there, yeah, 143 half is what we wrote down. But we had talked about where we were bidding and actually the fact that we wanted to get more down there. That spidey sense going on NVIDIA. Boom, right into the 200 period moving average again. Like, I didn't think we'd have the trade of the day with ARM, but we do. It is $8 now, Sharif, in the money off the jump with ARM. We always talk about being at our day's goal. We are now at 130% of the day's goal as it starts to go even higher and higher and higher right now. Neil, we're $10 in the money, and it's 3 minutes in so far here today. Let's see what we can do on this play as there goes NVIDIA. I sat down, I looked over to Sharif, and I go, NVIDIA is the one. This is the one that's going to be going. So we'll wait to see what happens now. It's ARM, $8, NVIDIA, $2. Today, as Ice Cube said, is another good day.
What the heck, Tesla? Okay. Well, we don't get the 186 on Oracle Holdings, so unfortunately that one is going to have to come out, but only temporarily. I don't mind getting back into it. We're only about 20 cents underneath as we speak. Going to need a bit of a rounded bottom to come on through for Tesla. I'm going to go ahead and cancel Amazon. Amazon just broke the pre-market low, so that's a bit of a rule for myself. It just broke the pre-market low. I'm just going to cancel the bid. If we get back above 232, I'll still have the breakout set up on Amazon. We like that all-time high break, but guess what? It's not actually happening here on AMZ. And it's going to be the one that missed for me is NVIDIA. I was sitting at 60-something, which I can go ahead and cancel now. 143.5 was the level I liked on NVIDIA. It did come in there. I was on the bid, missed it by about 2 or 3 cents. But it's already starting to pull back in. So as long as we get back in a chance to get this long again, maybe step up a little bit higher in front of the 144 level to try to get that play. But remember, this could also be a failed break of the high. And if you fail break the high, I said I wanted to be looking at advanced micro devices short. And that can't be real. Actually did the same thing, fail break of the high, but that looks like it went down $2 and bounced. That's a bullish candle. I no longer want that trade. That can't be real.
What's up, pro day trader? The $10 club has opened. It's funny because like Neil chose Oracle there and I chose ARM, and like I have no idea like what's going to happen there. But you guys, you know, when we put that story up, I was like, I'm only trading ARM today right there. And as you could see, maybe the biggest winner in a long time. I mean, we had some monsters yesterday, but there's ARM 160 to 162. Neil, it's now a clean 10 pack right now on ARM as it's just Rip City right there to the upside. So yeah, let's just get something out at 170.50. I mean, there it is, man. Good trade there. You're getting your wish now, Neil, for NVIDIA as it's coming right back in right now. We don't have, you know what? I was gonna buy more at 144. I'm gonna cancel that right now. We've been getting out, obviously. We have about 20% left of this trade. I'm gonna get another piece out right now in the 40s if we can, as NVIDIA's been pretty weak. Wow, this ARM trade is now $11 in the money and going a little bit higher right now. So, yeah, we'll go 2 for 2 on this side. I know you were a little bit in Rigetti there in Oracle. So what's going on over there for you? Because I'm just going to be sitting down watching sort of this go. Like ARM is an absolute monster right there. It's too bad that took $2 and $3, but right now almost 11 here on ARM.
Yeah, great look over there on ARM. Like I said, I picked Oracle, and Oracle didn't hold a bid. Now UAL did make a bit of a dip, so there's still the same stocks I'm looking at. Both of the quantum names, UAL, Oracle's still up, and then of course looking for NVIDIA to give you that higher low play. I have Amazon on the watch, but Amazon kind of looks like this, and it's languishing a little bit. Like the market is pressing back to the highs. Amazon just continues to go lower, so you can't take a breakout on a stock that only wants to go down. Rigetti tried to hold the 14. It opened up, made the break. I had the long. It actually went in the money a little bit in there, but giving it to that prior low, that's always the rule. If it wants to do a rounded bottom, I don't mind jumping into it again, kind of take that first pot shot. If it can do the rounded bottom, great. If we fail 14, I didn't pay for locates on Rigetti. It's QBTS that I want to be involved in. So looking at that over under, it's $7. Rigetti fails, QBTS is free shorts. So that's what I'm going to go to. And then Tesla, we're for out there. Art thou Tesla? Right through the highs. There was no dip into 12. It's at 28s, trying to hold on to VWAP, but probably going to get a test of 143.5 on NVIDIA before we get any significant pullback in Tesla is my guess. Adara, what's up?
Actually, quite a few earnings names during rounds. We'll do a quick temperature check on some of these day one earnings moves. PG here, Procter & Gamble up about 3.5%. Nothing too crazy happening here. Some wicks to the upside, holding up fairly well. We also have UAL. This is our airline earnings name. So it actually took quite the drop at the open. Now trying to recover here, still about 4%. Last but not least, Netflix here to keep an eye on. NFLX actually going from a nice range above that 1,000 level to looking like a bit of a bear flag with a sharp push into 960s off the open. So NFLX trying to hold on here. UAL and we also have PG holding up relatively well there, guys. Back to you.
Load.
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, load. Thank you, everybody, for watching, man. I mean, we just got ARM out at 172. We're holding now just over 10% left of ARM. So, again, like $12 right there as we go. We're almost now, now we're 150% of our goal. And I think it's important to talk like that just because, you want to make sure that if there's profit, like we had that question about like, hey, if they sell Netflix at the open, what am I going to do with it? And it's like, you have to have a plan of action, right? And it's like when certain levels are hit, like I don't know where ARM is going to go. Like ARM is now $14 in the money off of our level. So like this is going, and we're, like I said, we're now out of like have about 12, 13% left of that. But it's like when we hit certain levels, I'm taking the profit and then letting the rest ride. And I think that's important to do, because that way you can level up your game even more. And then you're not making like, you're not saying, oh, I just won just because I let this go. It has to be part of your plan. So like right there, we got nervous about NVIDIA. I said I was not reloading that over there, but we should have. It came right into the 200 period. It basically followed our rules, and then there it goes, straight back there to the upside. So again, two very, very simple trades for me today, and two absolute monster trades. And I just hope that you guys were able to get some of that. There's going to be other names out there, like Neil was mentioning, Oracle and Rigetti and anything else. It's just these are the ones I'm looking at. So those are the ones we're doing. Amazon was a 230 dip buy opportunity I wrote down. It didn't get to that yet. And we also wrote down a 233 break. So when and if these plays start to come in, then fine. But we can go back and document, like if I follow the rules, then it's good to go. And I mean, we almost have 50,000 followers. Go check it out. Follow us all on socials, at Trader TV Sean, Trader TV Neil, everybody here at Dara, and go hit our main account because we're posting up stuff. And it's been working, that is for sure. All right, I think if that breaks 170, maybe we'll get out of one more piece and then let the rest ride. My stop on this trade was 158. So we actually talked about that at 8:30 or 8:50, whenever we talked about ARM. And it was going to be, if you had the $2 to the upside, it was that same example on Oracle there. How much do you give it? So we were only giving this one to 158 because we didn't want to get into, remember, I was like, we don't want to get to 156, 157 and hold $4 against us. Who knew that we'd have a $14 winner, Neil?
Who knew?
There it goes. Yeah.
I love that ARM trade.
You could never predict it.
I never have enough of that silly stock. And it's looking like that's going to continue. Oh, QBTS just absolutely flushed. So we liked it in front of $7 on QBTS. It's absolutely dying right now. I flipped on over to it when Rigetti lost the bid, and looks like this one's going to continue to go down. AMD is going to, we go flip back over to AMD. It just did a hefty pullback. So as NVIDIA gets back to the high, NVIDIA did not get the 144 on the pullback. NVIDIA actually bouncing back into its high. Failed high break, short AMD. If you break the high, buy next available dip on NVIDIA. We're trying to play the patience game here because the first dip by one, Oracle did not hold on. So we got to look for the next play. Always got to be patient looking for what something sets up. Right? Like I don't want to get like FOMO'd into something. Amazon has gone the wayside, unfortunately. We thought this was going to be a top breaker and it's trending down. So, it's not really giving you any sign of a long. I'd look for some kind of higher low. It's got room till it gets to support. Any kind of a higher low comes in on Amazon, and I don't mind buying that dip. So the first look is going to be NVIDIA at this high. If it breaks out the top, I look for a break, fail pullback into VWAP. If it fails this high break, I have AMD up. It's AMD that I would short off of its high. As NVIDIA looks like it's a bit of a rocket ship here. I mean, the market is now back to the top and breaking it back out. So it's like all systems go on just about everything with the exception of Amazon and Apple, from what I can see.
Randy, we're $18 in the money now in total positions. So, yeah. I mean, Randy, it just can't happen every day, my guy. But yeah, we'll figure it. Neil's buying lunch today. We'll figure that out. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Why not? Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, so right now, look.
Nice.
Yeah, man. And we wrote it down. We wrote down 160 long. So when it comes in, it's even sweeter than that. But thank you, Randy. But yeah, there it goes, man. And then we also have NVIDIA, Randy, which might even look a little bit better down there at 144 and change. Now trying to take out the highs as well. So yeah, we're into this, man. And again, thank you so much for everything. To everybody in the chat, all the kind words, really nice. So yeah, we're just gonna sit back and just continue to do this. We're in a much more relaxed state than I think this is the way trading's supposed to be. You have your plan, you put it on, Randy, and everybody sees us every day trading here, so they can see that some days. We talked about it yesterday being red yesterday, and today obviously will be a little bit of a different morning than yesterday. I know yesterday was a tough day across the board, and hopefully today is a much better one. So there we go.
Not much.
SPUX. Let me have a look quickly at Starbucks. I like Starbucks down here in and around this level, but it's been hovering around the $100 mark for a minute. Yeah. So, anyways, nice little. Come up to the chart here. Who's over there? I mean, nice little move up there right now on Starbucks from that bottom. I think you got to break that 102 though to get going a little bit there. Yeah, so 176 now for ARM coming in play. $2. We can check out your Tesla after a minute, but we got to go over to Adara.
I just wanted to point out nano nuclear energy, which I was seeing pop up here on my volume scanner. Not a ton of volume on this, under 2 million shares traded so far today. But why nano nuclear is interesting is because it's up about 7% when the other nuclear names are a little bit more tepid today. Couldn't find any news on NNE, but you do have a 17% short float. So keep an eye on nano nuclear, guys. Back to you.
Nuclear power in play for sure. So you just broke out that high on NVDA and ARM continuing to go. DATS, I see it, everybody. DATS is in a halt. TAP is flat for anyone interested. DATS 584 with a 585 tap. So essentially it's indicating an open of flat. Probably could have halted a little bit sooner because that's already up 30 points as we look at it here. Amazon now starting to put in a bit of a higher low. So it's starting to look a little bit better for Amazon. You know, it doesn't make the breakout, doesn't get to $230, but if it can do this hold, get above this 232, creep above VWAP, then that would be the next look to said upside. We didn't mention Palantir, but just very quickly, Palantir did a lit grab like yesterday underneath the low. Last time it did this, once it got back above VWAP, it was a bit of a long. So, you know, it looks like a continuation play to me on Palantir. If you can get above VWAP and break out 75, that's reasonable, so long as Amazon doesn't set up, because I kind of want to be in Amazon today. And if that sets up a long, then I got to make sure I can grab that one. So Amazon starting to creep back higher here. I don't want to wait for a 233 break if it can finally hold on to VWAP, which it hasn't been able to do at any point this morning. QBTS is still trying to come to the upside along with Rigetti. So you're looking at Rigetti here, still underneath $14. So I will still short the 7 level on QBTS, as these are both trending down. Didn't pay for locates on Rigetti, or I'd probably just do it on Rigetti.
Man, what a, we talk about like, you know, being involved in these markets and how this is such a great time to trade. And you're getting a lot of these follow-up moves now. So we were just talking about it. I was like, wow, man, we're $10 in the money. No, we're $20 now. Like this ARM extension in NVIDIA, we just took out another piece there of NVIDIA. So we have less than 10% of both of these positions now. So, you know, we're getting lighter and lighter in them, but, you know, the moves are still happening. So we're pretty excited to see the continuation plays right there. DATS has halted. Again, so we can see there, yeah, so just halted, yeah, still halted. The last print on this one, of course, 9:44. So this halts about 2 minutes ago, and we'll open up in 3 or so off of that move. So a nice little move up there, halting, obviously, I guess, on a volatility halt as we move up that 10% easily right there. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with there. The DATS chat continuously moving higher there. I mean, again, looks like it has a lot of room to go for this name. It's only right now halted at 584. The high up there is 9 and change. Looking at some of these highs, $6 to $7 right now as we go. Okay, like this is starting to get just a little bit silly right now as ARM is taking this whole thing a little personally, I guess. Nice move to the upside, coming right back into these levels for ARM. I mean, $17 now. Like, I mean, just to have, like, we got that fill off the open. It's actually, you know, we could have, it was an all-you-can-eat sort of smorgasbord down there at 160. So, again, option available for anyone down there on ARM. We took it. We probably should have took some more shares, obviously, as you look at this. But look at the extension now. This is $18 in ARM. This is $3.250 on NVIDIA right now, as we are now at 160% as we continue to go higher and higher. But we only have 2% left of these names. So it's not, you know, it's not like one of those things where we'll just sit here and, you know, rest on them. But again, they're moving upside. I was going to put a target to get out of something here, and it was going to be about a 146 or so on NVIDIA. But honestly, I mean, I get out too much too early sometimes. So I'm just going to wait to see about Amazon. If Amazon breaks the high, I think it's not now. No, not even close. But that's going to be a trade that I'm going to look for down there at 233. Or we'll just go back with what we said in the beginning, buy a 230 dip and just stick with what's been honestly working like crazy, is sticking to your plan. Whether or not you have winners or losers on, you get out when your plan hits. And, that's been something, again, that has really, really worked out for us. And that's what sort of spurned the show and everything. Like, look, ARM is now at 180 right now and going higher. So, ARM really, really going up right now as long as...
It's squeezing some curls off right now this morning to get a session in.
This is paying for gym memberships for quite a long time here on ARM today. That is for damn sure. A huge move up there for ARM. I might get a piece out here near that 180 because why not? And then we can hold the rest and see what winds up happening. And there it is, man. We get a 179.40 there on ARM. Boom. $20 there, Adara. What's going on over up with you?
Worksport here on Watch, WKSP up about 5% right now, basically announcing that one of their subsidiaries here, Terravis Energy, developing a heat pump solution that's apparently very groundbreaking. They believe that this could actually fulfill the future possibility here of home heating and cooling. So R&D related announcement here for WKSP. Check them out in the NASDAQ, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, shout out to Worksport. DAT just opened up. I'll get to that in a quick little second. Amazon above VWAP, now starting to go. QBDS starting to roll back over. Rigetti had already gone. So obviously, the quantum names, Rigetti's at the low of the day right now as it broke down. We got into QBTS instead. Amazon just took 232 and VWAP for the first time in a hot minute as it broke out the local high. It just needs to hold on to 231.5 where you have that support. And then DATS did just open. So DATS opens up and immediately head to the downside. Broke 6 and now pulling back in here. So DATS, what goes up must come down. Let's see if it can hold VWAP if this is a fail breakout for DATS. Probably not really looking at many small caps that aren't quantum related here today. So QBTS, and again, free locates for us here at Real Trading as opposed to Rigetti, although they're dirt cheap on Rigetti. Just felt like QBTS holding on to VWAP. Let's see if we can get a break at the low of the day. Ultimate target, outside of obviously like $5.96 here, prior close. If it fills in the gap, I think a push back into the prior close makes a lot of sense into the 620 level here for QBTS. I almost said Rigetti.
Yeah, Rigetti. Okay, so I paid for shorts for Rigetti. They're basically free. I think it was 50 cents for 1,000 shares or something there. So we, you guys that are trading ARM, many people, I saw someone say, actually not many people, I feel like Trump, many people are talking about shorting ARM. I don't, boy, oh boy. We just took a piece out there for $20 and we only have now 5% left. So 5% left of NVIDIA, 5% left of ARM. We took another piece out of NVIDIA right here at 147. So, I don't know. I'm just going to hold the rest. I don't have any targets. If they continue to go up, good. All right, let's check out what DAT's probably going to halt again. No, up to 6. So that could have been there. Comes back into VWAP, holds $5.40. Now trying to go back upside DATs. But having a problem, remember, you could flush again. A nice volume. Sell candle volumes off the halt as we open back up near 580. And now we're going to the upside here on DATs, possibly off of VWAP. All right, so we really like Coinbase. The picks that we made for you last Thursday, Coinbase, Palantir, Dow Jones. Coinbase pulling back a little bit. The crypto space not having the greatest day today, down to 104 right now.
Apple near the high.
Yeah, I just heard that. Apple right now taking off. You get that flush there early and then a huge buy up. I might just go in and start buying some Apple shares, honestly, in my own account now.
Remember, it bounced off the 50 on the daily.
I feel like this is going to be something that goes upside here. And it just got taken out a little bit there to the downside, only to, I think, eventually get back. I mean, Apple, as we mentioned, is, names like Oracle and all these things that continue to blast higher. Again, Oracle had its day as well. Huge move to the downside, now that move higher. So I feel like there is something here with Apple and potential earnings play where you could get, I don't think we go back to the highs like Oracle did. Isn't it funny that it's $9.53 right now? This is like the first look of Netflix.
Amazon,
go ahead. Amazon's trying to break? Okay, good.
Yeah, Amazon's back above VWAP. Amazon's back toward the 233 high break. So, I mean, the high is like 97s in here, so it's pretty much a clean, even dollar break if it gets there. I'm going to simultaneously, if it breaks the top, go long. If it gets back into VWAP, reload. So we'll play it in either direction. Well, not in either direction. We're going to go long. It's just a matter of whether we get the high break first or we get an actual pullback in. The shares that we have here off of VWAP, like I'll take them out at like 90s or something like that, and then the next trade is going to be a rush. Oh, I have to cancel. Yeah, I just realized. Yeah, of course, I have to cancel that and use a different type of stop order and still have a take profit in. We get up there to 90s, we'll get out and I'll use a different stop to go along the 33s. Otherwise, we're buying that VWAP dip. Got to watch out for QBTS here because, I mean, it's a quantum name. The market's flying, right? And it doesn't have to follow the market. But with us now 1 1/3% and the NASDAQ continuing to break higher, if we come back into VWAP, I don't need this thing all of a sudden holding the same low and then breaking back up this top. So it needs to fail VWAP for us to get another reload here on QBTS. Tesla's not really doing anything. I feel like it's going to be Amazon breaking this top or pulling into VWAP. That is the next available opportunity. So let's go Amazon, all-time high before Google, unless something happened in the last few minutes that I didn't see on Google.
Yeah, let's go Amazon. Yeah, look, guys, I mean, I think that we've talked about some of these levels. Neil and I both really like it. I think that breaking all these all-time highs, pretty important levels, obviously, here. So, yeah, stay with what's been working is like my only advice, and I think that that's exactly what we're trying to do right now with Amazon. Again, just seeing... playing the momentum. I mean, we talked about how huge this market is and what's been going on. We try to, again, pick the hot plays, pick the names with some sort of, and there it goes. So I didn't even get long right there, my order. I only crossed to 15s, but there goes Amazon. Nice little break. It's not even really that huge, but it's starting to go a little bit there. AMZN trying to make that move to the high side. So there's that break, guys. I'll buy a little bit here, but we are waiting for a little bit lower. It doesn't really matter, but down in here, we could get a little bit of a fail break. Ooh, we took the 26s there. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to be punching out anytime soon, but I do have an order just for principle's sake there at 15s. If we get it, we get it. If not, we're in a piece right now of Amazon. Let's see what winds up happening here.
Principle is priceless, as a good friend of ours used to always say. Which it is. So Amazon, look, obviously Amazon's broken. It's all-time highs here on a closing basis. The actual high, you go back in the pre-market of, I forget what day it was, but it was like 233.35. So the fact that it broke 230 and then got into that prior high, scalp into that level, and then hold for the next dollar, at that point, it's a blue sky setup on Amazon. And what I mean by that is you don't have levels anymore. You know, I like to use trend lines up there. Some people like to use Fibonacci. Some people like to use every even dollar or every 50 cents. I don't think it necessarily matters, but Amazon is on one to said upside and not stopping anytime soon. The other thing that's happening right now is the bid on Apple. It just got green. Watch out for Apple because it just failed its high break, but that just might provide an opportunity to get VWAP on Apple as that's starting to look like a good one as well. So go Amazon. It just got to 90s. Did we get filled up there?
Let's go.
Yeah, we did. We just got filled up at 90 on Amazon. Now we'll just sort of see where it can go. If it gets back to VWAP, that's well underneath the 33, so we're not at the point that I'm holding through the high break. If we lose 233, I'm out and waiting for VWAP. If we bounce off 33, then I'm looking for a reload on AMZ to the N. Let's get going. What else is going on? Just let me know what else is moving in here. I did go back over to Palantir briefly, and it's only now getting to that 75 level. And just like Apple, bit of a failed break at 75, which puts VWAP into play. So the continuation play here on Palantir, not there until it holds on to VWAP as we speak. So strong day. I mean, the NASDAQ is absolutely booming right here. I don't think you want to look for anything other than finding places to buy a dip on a strong stock. So this is setting up here on Palantir. Lamb.
So there it goes again, guys. I mean, it's your number one idea. It's a 233 long break there on Amazon. So we'll put that right in our pocket, take it again. So we'll go 1, 2, 3 for 3, and we'll look at Rigetti in just a minute. But there it goes. I mean, good trading. Our best outs are 233.90. Did it get that high? 233.92. We actually got a decent percentage out there, about 20% out at 233.90. So we'll wait to see if that's the key here to hold into the rest of the day here for Amazon and see if there are indeed some clear sales ahead there. We have very, very light positions in both ARM and on NVIDIA, but it's always nice when you have that 3 for 3 day. And I mean, good trade over there by Neil to get that back from Oracle and Rigetti there. So let's see what winds up happening now with Amazon. And again, stick to your plans. This was the plan we had both talked about, right? So you want to make money when things start to work. So I'm going to, I'll take out another piece here at 65s. We're only in at 37s right now as an average price. We were buying it up a little bit there. We didn't get the 15s when it broke. So we're going to have to wait to see what winds up happening now. Hopefully higher. I'm waiting now at 234.30s. to see if we get that move. Let's have a quick check on Tesla, see what's going on. I mean, this market is...
Tesla is not good.
No, that's the one thing I was going to try to find out here. This market's absolutely booming, and right now Tesla goes for a run early, like a monster run up to 428, like yesterday's sort of closing areas, and then boom, straight to the downside for Tesla. Maybe story, maybe not, but that's a big move. ARM, well traded there. If this breaks 176, I think we get out of ARM. So we'll put that stop in and go find out what's up with Adara.
We're going to take a look here at what the market's done so far today, and the NASDAQ is massively outperforming the S&P 500. It is up by about 1.33%. S&P 500 here up about, I guess, 0.6%, but it is worth noting both of these names looking very bullish here in terms of patterns. They're both pretty strong to start a very exciting day. The top catalyst of the day by far is going to be that up to $500 billion investment here backed by this Project Stargate, of course, run by Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI and those companies' respective CEOs. There's a lot of other tickers, though, to watch out for in that space. We're going to get to that in a second here. Netflix, though, is another name on watch. Bit of a tepid start to the day. Drops pretty aggressively below that 1,000 level, trying to hold up right now around 980s. But this report was generally pretty strong here. They did beat on earnings per share and sales for Q4. 16% year-over-year increase in their global paid streaming memberships, getting upgrades from analysts like Rosenblatt. But their guidance for Q1 2025 was a miss across the board, so be aware of that weak guidance for NFLX. Dell here, this one actually one of the many sympathy plays here in that Project Stargate related announcement. Of course, Oracle, ARM, Microsoft are some of these plays. Microsoft up about 3% here I'm seeing as well. But DELL, Dell, and a lot of these data center server related plays also certainly on watch here. VST was another one that actually ran yesterday in this announcement. Vistra, because they are a utilities space based in Texas where their first investment's going to be. But alas, they've given up a bit of the ghost. Dell really strong, though. And then Tesla, here's the last name to talk about here, TSLA. This one, pretty weak today. They were basically flat in the day yesterday. We know that there's been some EV tax credits on watch. Gary Black, a future funds opining on that. Right now, though, Tesla's still holding that key technical support at 417. So lots to look out for today, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, double bottom on Tesla at 416, but it's so distinctly different from the rest of the market, everybody. Like, I mean, the NASDAQ's so strong. You can see what's going on with Tesla. Christmas tree, green one side, red the other, if that's what you're into. But it doesn't look very good for Tesla. It's got to get back above 420, or I think we're headed for a return date with yesterday's lows on that one. So, like, I mean, there goes, QETS just lost VWAP again. This stock just cannot hold down here. So, going to look for a reloaded VWAP. We tried to get it on the way back through, was unable to. It was a pretty hefty drop through. It went to like 698 or 99 and then dropped on through. I didn't chase it through 90. I just kind of offered it at 94. It didn't get filled and then had to walk away. Amazon's starting to revert the trend a little bit, and NVIDIA is now testing VWAP. So for the first time since the open, NVIDIA is trying to bounce off of VWAP. It just went to the 3/4 mark and then back up above 146. So in over VWAP, out local bottom, and see where it can go. And as I said, for Amazon, that's a bit of a topping tail wick here on AMZN. So when you do that, all right, it's going to probably close in here around the 234. if you lose this bid, you're kind of losing a bit of trend support here. It's a very, very steep trend. I just get another piece out, not all of it, because you're still out and about in front of VWAP. But if we close this bar underneath trend, I'll just simply jump out of one more piece and then wait for a VWAP retrace on Amazon. Still super strong as far as I'm concerned. Like, it hasn't lost the trend line, but it's at the point where I want to start taking profit on a break of trend.
Yeah, our best out there, we talked about 234.30 there on Amazon. So I have another offer at 234.80. I don't, we are still in about, sure. We are in still about 20 or 25% or so of the trade. So we still have some bullets to fire off right now on Amazon. So let's just let it go. I mean, 1.4% is not even that much. We had a fade out there on the NASDAQ, and then Amazon kind of held. I mean, that's one candle of 50 cents, but the NASDAQ like whooshed a little bit there. Was expecting a little bit more on that one. Okay, man, I mean, all good things must come to an end. We now have under that 5% of ARM, and if it breaks, I'm not even going to wait for VWAP. I'm going to break 170. The trade that I have on there is a break of 175.50 into there. So if we break that's 176. We break 175.50. We're going to get out. NVIDIA, I'm not getting out of. We have less than 5% left of NVIDIA as well. If anything, it's a reload right here at 145 and change. But like, I'm already just really in chill mode right now. That Amazon trade really put us through the moon as well. So in what's going to be, a good day here today, we'll just look back and say, what's up to Adara?
Teladoc on watch here, TDOC. This name was formerly Cathie Wood name. As of right now, though, about 7%, no catalyst for this name. Does have a 14% short float. So Teladoc here, past that $10 level, getting some volume. Keep an eye on this name. And we are brought to you today by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader that's looking for capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K. And you can start with as little as $20, but with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to trading platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. So just scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today to find the perfect prop firm for you. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Darren. I just took another piece out of Amazon, like right here at 90s, just because like happy with the way the performance has been so far. And just like, Neil was talking about Palantir a little bit, like some of these names. And it was funny that Adara brought that up to our attention that, the NASDAQ is severely outperforming everything else right now, almost double what the ES is. The ES is only up 0.63. We could check in on banks and energy. Obviously those things don't exist in the NASDAQ, but some of these other names just getting a little bit, top heavy potentially. And if that's the case, then we got to watch out now, because the NASDAQ, and we brought this to your attention earlier.
I'm worried about.
Yeah, it's Palantir, Coinbase. I mean, I was just sort of looking at the crypto space. I really like to see crypto going to help this market, but we're at that level that we already talked about, that 22,000 mark. So like we're right into here right now. So I could see a little bit, I don't think where there's going to be a wall necessarily. We're over 22,000, but like if there's any sort of a sell spot right now in the NASDAQ, maybe we're here right now. It doesn't look like it though, Neil, but you never know. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with this. But so far so good, I guess, with the NASDAQ and everything else going higher. As I say that about Amazon, and then it just rips up again. So, hey man, we're still at 234.80. Let's see if we can go on Amazon. I like this stock, but for now, let's just see where we go on AMZN.
Yeah, so
I don't know what else to do.
Remember Palantir at VWAP? Yeah, well, I guess we're not buying Palantir at VWAP.
No.
That's that one's puzzling to me. So, it kind of is what it is. It's a tired saying, but ball don't lie. And Palantir 75, it looked like it was textbook. 75, look for a failed break and then hold a higher low. this breaks down, I'd be a little bit worried here. If the market's breaking out and you're breaking down, that is a generally bad sign when literally everything adjacent to Palantir is flying right now. So you go, anyone that wants to make sense of that one, that's what analysts are for. So I don't have to bid it if it's not looking good. NVIDIA's holding on to VWAP. Like, there's nothing wrong with NVIDIA here. I mean, even AMD, and I say even AMD because the daily chart doesn't look good. AMD breaking out those highs, so looking very strong as well. I actually put the whole thing out on the trend of Amazon. Thought I would get slick. Only meant to take a little bit out, but I actually hit the 100% instead of the 25, which does happen. If I get a reprieve and it comes back in, I will grab the bid one more time. I'm still sitting thinking VWAP will come in here again, but it might not. You might not get VWAP. You might not get 233. You just have to work into the higher low here on AMZN. So Apple was the other. There was two names I was looking for trend continuations at VWAP. Three of them. One of them was NVIDIA. That happened. Palantir obviously did not, as it's going lower. And Apple now pulling back. So there's your bottom, there's your higher low, another higher low bounce off VWAP, and Apple, I think, can add to this party to the upside. QBTS, sort of the same thing as before. Like, it did give you another shot through VWAP if you could have been more aggressive on the way down, but now I think you're going into that gap fill. So the prior day close was $6.29. That is the target here on D-Wave. See, I didn't call it qubits for once.
Nice. Okay, good trade there. Yeah, D-Wave, Rigetti. I mean, I have to start looking at some Rigetti, actually. Okay, so there it goes. We're still in Amazon. I put an offer at 40 now to get something out right there. We'll get out another piece of Amazon. As we said, we were still in about 20%. Oh, it just stopped on us at 40 there. We just saw it. There it is. Okay, no stopping this time. As it takes out 40 right there for, again, it's another Dollar Club winner. We're sitting on 23 of them right now. And most of it coming from ARM. I mean, ARM just had that dip. Instead of, I said I would try to change. I mean, I have changed. And, you know, for me, for the better. It's like, instead of, and I said this, like, I was like, I'm going to get out of ARM at 175.50, but you know what we should have done? We should have reloaded it in and around that level and given ourselves a little bit more room to the downside. This was already a 10-to-1 sort of risk to reward trade. We really liked ARM this morning. It was on the sticky note, and we really liked NVIDIA as well down here at these levels at the 200 period moving average. So all of these had come in, but now we're starting to get lighter and lighter on it. So let's go check out what's going on with IBIT as it's ripping now. Bitcoin, we just talked about, remember I was like, yeah, you know, I don't know about these futures because, oh my gosh, right now, it is a hot dog cannon for Amazon. Amazon right now, it is Moon City. And as Neil had mentioned, as I mentioned, you can go find us both. We can go look over. I mean, you can ask us what our situation is here, but this is what my situation is today. Amazon long, NVIDIA long, right back to the 200 period, ARM at those levels. So that's clean, right? 233 long. That happened. That was easy. We all had it. Neil, it's now $2 in the money on Amazon Plus. There goes NVIDIA too, back to the 200. That's exactly as it was written. And then only to have gotten more down there on ARM. 12.50 for Rigetti. Be patient. So we're being that, and we're going to have to go over and look at that one right there. But there goes AMZN. It went to 235.50 on that upside. So I'm going to put an offer at 40s. See if we can get it right there. As, oh boy, we shut out our guy Obi. As right now we are $25 in the money on all of these trades. Just wishing that we had the full boat. But, you know, if you're here for trades, great. If you're here for personality, great. Hopefully we have a good combination of both of those. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. This is all real trading. And again, it's kind of like watching, you know, a video game or watching a sporting event or anything like that. So if you have any sort of questions or comments about anything, man, drop them in there, tag us. We'll let you know how our day's going, anything like that. Let us know how your day's going there in the chat. I'm going to go over to Adara. Adara, how's your day going?
My day's going great, thank you, Sean. I'm assuming anyone who's long Meta, their day is going fantastically as well here. META up about 2% with about 2.5 million shares of volume so far, though they're still struggling with 630. CNBC reporting that Meta has invested here in Databricks, which is an AI-related company. There is a lot of speculation they're going to be IPOing this year, and previous investors in Databricks include the venture arm of Salesforce CRM, as well as Amazon Web Services. So META reportedly investing here in Databricks. Guys, make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. You know, I mean, we've shown a lot of the Mag 7 names, but two of them that we haven't looked at, actually three of them, Meta being one of them, Microsoft, I haven't even glanced at Microsoft, Alphabet. And I feel like, you know, had Alphabet made the same break and been stronger on the chart, probably might have even had that over or in addition to Amazon. But just up here, guys, I see the questions, a lot of people asking about Rigetti in the chat, so want to respect that and get back over to that. But there's been a few people asking about Rigetti, but QBTS did bounce off the prior day close. So it goes right in there, and then a little bit of a bounce happening in QBTS. So that was the target out. If it pulls back into VWAP, I'd look for a re-entry on that trade. Again, just the stair step to the downside, market stair stepping up by the dips, something stair stepping down, sell the rips, or short the pops, as it was said to me on the floor a long time ago. RGTI, which did the turnaround, we initially went long over 14. That was part of the plan. Give it to the prior day, prior low at that point. But it is also at the low. It's red on the day. It's underneath the close. But usually I like a candle like this when you get a reversal on the low of the day. But you've got to close. We're trying to revert the trend here in Rigetti. So it's still in the falling phase, and there is a lot of room to get you can say 1230, 1240 in here. In the afternoon, there was a 13 level that we had the long off of in the afternoon. So I think that's the next spot for me, would be that even dollar at 13. And then one more, just going back over to NVIDIA. It's trying to hold VWAP. It's already bounced once off VWAP and then able to get back into 146.8. So about a 50-cent move after these wicks underneath VWAP. Just going to continue to play off VWAP as long as it wants to hold. What I don't like about this, though, it's not perfect. You'd be putting in some lower highs. So I don't, at this point, if you don't make a fresh high, you kind of have this going on. You have the little top there at 147 change, then you have this lower high. If we don't actually break this trend first, then I only want to be long on an up move. So let it get down in through VWAP or just slightly break it, hold this level here, and then get long on the way back up, as opposed to sitting on the bid when suddenly you just put in a lower high. So just a bit of a change in the plan of action, how we'd get filled on NVIDIA. So yeah, that's going to be the next one we look at here, I think, NVIDIA off of VWAP.
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to adjust the arm stop, I think, now. I mean, what about 178.50 maybe there on ARM? I mean, you're now taking out the day's high. I mean, the NASDAQ's also at the day's high. It's very foolish to sit here and not adjust sometimes some of the stops because, again, even though we only have a smaller piece left, it still doesn't mean that you make incorrect plays, right? And so this is still fine. I'm going to actually use the 50-period moving average right now. So that's at 175.70. So I'm going to cancel now my 175.50 break. And I'm actually just going to put this at 170. I mean, it's probably, I don't want to say it's going to get there, but that's still 175. All right, you know what? 175.50 is probably still fine. Well, I don't know why I just canceled that. 175.48. We'll get out of everything if it does break there. I was just going to adjust it to the 50-period moving average. I thought if it was going to keep climbing, we'd have maybe a little bit of a more dramatic spot there. I was going to switch it to 176, but still okay. I still think you still need to be focused on the right levels at all times, right? I mean, no matter how many shares you have left. I mean, even if NVIDIA breaks VWAP right here, it might actually be a complete turnaround. So this stop on NVIDIA has never existed for me because we got in and it just blew up once we got into this at 144. We don't have the biggest position for ourselves because, again, it was literally taken in the first 20 seconds of the trade. And the same thing with ARM. But at the end of the day, the position's in there, and it's a good one. So we're going to take advantage of it, even if this market falls back in here. I see NVIDIA's long, Neil's long NVIDIA and Palantir. So 146.30, Neil's price. I'm going to get out here if we break this 145.80. So I'm going to put that in right now, 145. 79. If it breaks below that, we'll get out. We just have a very, very small piece left. It could be a reload there for sure. The NASDAQ has held that 22,000. So, hey, man, if we get out and it's the wrong call, then it's the wrong call. And we've only taken then $2 on the trade. So we'll ho-hum that one as we go on NVDA. So we'll wait to see what that does. I'm really impressed, though, Neil, with IBIT. I mean, I don't know if you've seen.
Bitcoin is doing a job here at 105.
Yeah, so there it is, right? Yeah.
It's putting in work.
Almost $60 right here.
Yeah, well, hey, I don't know exactly what 105 works out to on. It is what it is.
Calculator. Yeah, does someone have a website for that?
I keep
that would
saying
be
that I
cool,
should.
wouldn't it? There must be a website.
100%. And every time I think about it again, I always forget to look, because doing a conversion just makes it a little more simple for us to communicate with you guys there. And again, it doesn't really matter. The charts look absolutely identical. So in what is a shocking turn of events, which I'm sure anybody that looked at Palantir like 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, well, Palantir was at the low of the day. I kind of felt, and usually when this happens, I'm thinking it's relatively weak, so let it get to your price. Instead, it does decide to break away from 75 bucks. So it just took 75 a second time here, not playing the dip into VWAP. The initial failed break, I like dips into VWAP if they can hold, but there was never a bid here on Palantir at VWAP. It just never materialized. And then it came back above. You had to be really quick to grab that. But now the double top break on Palantir. This is not a blue sky setup. Palantir has already been here before. Let me give you a 15-minute chart. So this was 75 last time. The day before, 76.50 was lower high resistance. So I think that's a reasonable target. Scalp the first look into the $0.50, then 76, and then 76.5 here on PLTR. Apple is also at VWAP. That bears watching. And then a name that's been left for dead here, Tesla's back through 420. So Tesla is absolutely joining the party now above VWAP, holding on to that 420 level. This looks like it's on a bit of a charge. Let's see if we can put in a higher low as well. QBTS, we're still waiting for it to get to VWAP. It's about 25 cents away and a $6 stock. It can get there a lot faster than you think. So, like, I have this one up. If it does another push, there we go. It does another push into VWAP like it did before. Just going to continuously look for that curl on QBTS. As long as it holds that pattern of lower lows and lower highs, I still think it can be shorted up there. Adara, let's go to the small cap recap.
Yeah.
IWM, which had a great morning and generally a pretty great day yesterday, is kind of struggling right now. We do have a bit of a rounded top on that 15-minute chart for the Russell 2000, which is actually down on the day when S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are sharply green. We're going to start by looking at AAPL, ABCL. This one up sharply, but actually now falling a little bit. Could not find any news on this other than the fact that after the close yesterday, they announced they're going to be reporting their earnings on February 27th. So earnings date announcement for ABCL seems to be its catalyst to the upside with about a 7% short float. Then we have MCRB. This company's name is actually Ceres Therapeutics. It has nothing to do with the ticker. It is a penny stock. They've definitely rallied in the past. This is not its first rodeo, if you will. And it is also worth noting here for MCRB, a 20% short float. Last but not least here, we do have this MGX, Metagenomics. This one is super volatile. Keep an eye on MGX here, guys. About 11% short float for Metagenomics. No catalyst that I could find. Back to you.
There's a lot of names moving around a little bit.
Careful when there's no catalyst on
Yeah.
these things.
All right, just noticing here as we start tighten up, it's 10:21 right now. We'll start tighten up some of the trades. All right, so as I said here on Amazon, still $1.50 in the money, but at the end of the day, we're still bouncing here, and it doesn't look like it wants to take too much higher than this 235 area. So I'll give it a little bit of runway. I'm going to get out 235 teens. If it does come back up, we'll take our second last piece out. I might even take it out right now, but still, nice little move there for Amazon. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin again, back downside. So let's just have a quick look at Bitcoin itself, and then maybe we can even look at some of the coins, the altcoins, because like this is just on a 1 minute chart here on BTC. It's a nice move up there, then boom, it just like crashed right there, like $800. I mean, I know that doesn't seem like that much, but still a decent move right back into the 50-period moving average again. 103.6, 103.5 seems to be the bottom. So if you're going to wait for that level there, then again, we talked about it. Joe, do you know a website that converts the IBIT price, Bitcoin price to IBIT price? Like, Is there a website or no? No, okay, oh, yeah, there isn't. Okay, well, we'll find them. They're probably, so if anybody knows one, let us know. But, okay, so we're getting close to getting out of Amazon there. I just want to call up IBIT just to find that price. So it would be right down in here, $59 or so for IBIT will be that 103.5 level. So I think that would be something to look forward to, that trade coming up. I'm at 235.16, believe it or not. Like, I just saw 15 on the ask. So we just need one little more pump up to get that fill. You know, I'm not going to wait for that, though. I'll get something. See, like, we just missed it. This is what I'm saying about how crazy this time is to be a trader. So many great opportunities to scalp and to hold. Like, this has been absolutely fantastic. I can't get the smile off my face. Today's been a great day. What's up, Adara?
I did look into this. So, yes, as Joe said here, it looks like from what I'm seeing here, the conversion is roughly one share of IBIT is equal to 0.00056827 Bitcoin. I'm going to see if I can find a clear way to convert this. But the other thing, too, is it's not exactly going to be exact because funds, like IBIT in this case, are actually able to trade at a premium or a discount to the actual net asset value, in this case, Bitcoin. So it's not going to be exact because they're allowed to trade a little bit differently than the asset that they're supposed to represent. I think that's of note. But either way, that is kind of the story here for IBIT. Basically a fraction there of Bitcoin's price, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Adara. At the end of the day, important point. They don't have to trade exactly. So Palantir is continuing to go to the upside. I'm going to hit this, the Anthony Santander. And if you're wondering who he is the overpaid slugger for the Toronto Blue Jays, who I'm pinning all of my hopes on this year, that they can take us from potentially last place in the division to a respectable 500 on the season, because that's where my hopes and dreams are for that team. If we can get back in, look, 76 and 76.5, we pointed out on a 15-minute chart, is going to be the target. I'm just going to do this where I draw a line right at that level, and then I can hit save. One of my favorite things about the platform is, you go from the 15, and then it should mark it. No, it didn't. Well, when we get there, if we get to 76.5, that's going to be the target zone. It's a very steep upward trend here on Palantir. So let's see it respect that trend. Unfortunately for Apple, it's not holding on to VWAP. But I'm just reminded what Palantir did, which was drop through VWAP, reclaim it with vigor, and then break out the top. It's not like Apple can't do it, but until you see something, like does it do no green candles, no support here at that VWAP, there's no reason to be joining in on that. So just in Palantir, NVIDIA does hold VWAP, so it's a little bit different. Gets back into this 146.5, which it already, what am I talking about? It's at 146.60 as we speak, so it broke 146.5. Gets them out, will continue to play off VWAP, but it still hasn't broken the lower high. So until you break the lower high, NVIDIA is only up 4% and not as strong as some other names. Like I look over, okay, actually AMD's back off the high. So AMD, when I checked it last, it was making some fresh highs. So it's not distinctly different from AMD, but I mean, compared to like ARM, would be the example. NVIDIA is strong, but until you break that high of the day, the NASDAQ's above 22,000, almost 1.5% up, and NVIDIA, this bounce is giving you 60, 70 pennies, which is fine, but you want NVIDIA to be strong in that. So VWAP looking good, at least for now. And Daniel T says, look at SoFi, gladly. See, it's so much better looking at SoFi when it's in an uptrend than when you have to watch it at $7. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
So
down today, no? I think
SoFi is.
It is? Okay.
Ooh, this doesn't, is this, how many days gapping up is this? Oh no, this was.
Oh no, what?
No, this is a really good, this is actually a really good open short setup. So, okay, so here's your breakout on, just to go over SoFi, there's your breakout on SoFi, day 1, break day 2, gap day 3, and then what happens, it's holding, gapping above the prior high on your 3rd continuation day or 4th, depending on how you want to look at it. And then it fails that high in the pre-market. I'm going to go to the 3-minute now. Fails that high in the pre-market, right there, a couple of times, and then right off the open, it dumps on through. So usually when you're taking a setup like that, you'd be short 17.99 or 98, and look at SoFi trending down. It's just when a stock runs multiple days, does a gap, cannot hold above that gap. Sometimes you look for a reversion play. It's only down 1%. That's not too bad at all for SoFi. It's a respectable pullback here for SoFi. And the good thing about that, you want this, in a long-term sense, you want that to happen because that means it's just not going parabolic up and then it'll dump 10, 15% in a day. If it can do this, hold on to like 17.5 here, or even $17. Either one of those two levels close above, and they look just fine to me. But yeah, SoFi down 1%. You can't go up every day. I don't care what you are.
No, I mean, that's a good, 5 or 6 days in a row right
exactly.
there for SoFi. So a good little level there to come into. We keep talking about crypto, but it keeps going one way. All right, there it is, man. We do take out that Amazon for that $1.70 as it comes up to 235.10. We said we had switched up our offer there on this name. We were at 235 teens. We just saw it bounce a couple times off of that level. So we said, okay, let's just get out there. And now we'll just hold on to very small pieces of both NVIDIA, ARM, all three of them. The three trades that we were targeting from the jump. So far, so good on all of that. And now let's just look forward to see if there's anything else. Uber was a name that, we had bought this name into the 60s there again. It had some great support. We really liked Uber, and we still do. I keep saying we, but I still do. I've been liking Uber for a while. The thing is, it's not really acting that great. It's flat on the day right now for Uber. So I actually just got alert that we are underneath VWAP there. I don't really want to trade anything to the short side yet. I mean, I think breaking through this 22,000 would be a trade. So I'm going to look at the TQQs right now because, again, we had this banger of a trade on yesterday. Doesn't mean we can easily... we had 200 or 300 handles yesterday at that bottom. That was that move. And it's too bad because I'd put there, and I'd said that earlier, that I was looking long. And I was actually, now that I see where this play is, I was actually going to break that pre-market high on the TQs. And that would have been a heck of a trade there. And it came right back into that level as well. So I just got sort of taken back from the short from the long for some reason because we did have a little bit of an early dump there on the NASDAQ, so I wasn't sure. And then the market opened up and we absolutely blew up there. So play back to VWAP I really like, 87.50. So some of you were wondering about any futures plays. This is a good one right there. I mean, it's the breakout level. We tested it. We bounced back off VWAP. Then there was the breakout of it. We haven't retested, and now you have support of the over-under. So I like that level. 87.50 there for the TQQ. So if we ever get down to that, I think there could be a trade there. You're welcome, Trading by Ryan. That's what I would do. Or you know what? I mean, the real hero trade, like if you want the bigger winners, it's this reversion right now because we had already talked about where we had gotten up to here of 22,000. We had put this trade on before you guys in the past where I called it up and I said, this is the area here where maybe we would consider a short back into the 50 period moving average. And I don't think we get that far down, but this would be an interesting spot for us today. The only problem is like Amazon, yes, NVIDIA, yes, ARM, yes, but Netflix, right here, not a huge component. It's still up 11%, right? But it's not like a huge component of the NASDAQ or of the S&P 500. So you're always running into that, like, the NASDAQ can do its own thing here with Meta, as Adara brought to our attention before, like 630 for Meta. What is even the all-time high for Meta?
636 maybe?
Yeah, 638.50, so 638.40. So you're not even too far away from that either right now. So there's a lot of names helping bring this market up. It doesn't necessarily have to be the ones that had reported, but you get that early bump, and it looks like the NASDAQ wants to try to hold fort right now upside. So yeah, I like that dip buy opportunity, but realistically, if you want a big trade, you can go short against that high. Give yourselves 15 handles to try to bring that rate back to the downside. I'm going to hold off, man. We still have that, that magical number in our blotter right now where we're long ARM, and we're long NVIDIA. So far, so good here. Remember where our ARM is? We're underneath that level now. We should have stopped out at 178.50. I'm still going to keep this in here for 170. Let's adjust this now. 176 break, we're out of ARM, okay? Remember we were going to use the 50 period. I was lazy there and we didn't see it. So I'm thinking right now maybe we should be getting even out of ARM soon as we've breached that 50 period moving average. So yeah, let's be careful with it and go up to the desk with the Adara.
Crypto on watch here. We still have Bitcoin hanging out near all-time highs. So making some higher lows from that base we had just below that $100,000. Even the day that we made those new all-time highs on the 20th, we actually did have a low of around 99,000. So that 99,000 area and above still holding us support with, as mentioned, slightly higher lows. We have some comments coming out of some of these bank CEOs at the World Economic Forum in Davos. CEO here of Goldman Sachs, David Solomon, saying that he actually does not think that Bitcoin is a threat to the US dollar, saying that he actually views it as a speculative asset in comparison to the US dollar. Interesting comments, though, because yesterday, as mentioned here on this segment, we did have the CEO of Bank of America here, Brian Moynihan, saying that he's of the opinion that actually he thinks that U.S. bank CEOs would have no problem here accepting crypto as a form of payment should regulators approve. So it seems like there's a little bit of a discrepancy here in some of the takes on some of these different bank CEOs on the role of crypto in the industry. Interesting stuff. Keep an eye on that. Also here, keep an eye on some of these other crypto names. Ethereum down about 0.5%, Bitcoin up about 0.5%, and XRP up about 1%. Other than that, though, some of these other crypto-related names actually making a bit stronger moves. Solana up 7.5%, Tron up 6.5%, Dogecoin down 3.5%. A little bit of discrepancy here between the different movements in these names, guys. Back to you.
I mean, I don't know about all you, but I'm
Look
trying
at
to
me,
get, like,
America.
that Tron coin. I'm trying to get that Trump coin. I'm trying to get everything.
Tron.
Right now. I don't know what's up with
For those who don't know, Tron is the world's richest man.
Yes.
And he won it at a hot hand at a dice game.
Yeah. And then he went to go buy a Cadillac or something, right?
That was
after
great, clackety,
so,
clackety, clack. No, but then everybody was buying Fubu stock that day.
Yeah, well,
That was
but I wasn't.
Give you an idea how old that skid is.
Fubo stock.
I haven't looked at Fubo in a while, but actually, that should be interesting to look at, because if it's not getting a relief rally, that might be a bit of a value play. Like, everyone leaves it for dead. But Oracle, which I've left for dead because it can't get above 186. Like, that was the level.
That was that magic.
Like, did I even like anything else on Oracle? Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me, Neil. For some reason, I have to look back, and every now and then, like, I got fixated with the pre-market low, but I wrote on my iPad 181 deep dip, but I'd have to look at a different chart as to why I even thought that. Yeah, like, why would I have liked 181? I can't even look at the daily chart. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I know why. Okay, that makes sense. That made sense. So gap fill on the high on this high, all-time high fail. 181 was the high there. So that actually made sense for a bit of a bottom. Well, that was a fail. But it's trying to get back into 186 in VWAP. And if it can do that, then I think very similar to Palantir's move, maybe look for a continuation bounce play. So I liked it over under that price. It's the same way. I mean, it feel kind of similar with Rigetti. Like, I don't want any part of Rigetti when it's making lower highs and underneath 14. If it can hold the bottom and then do the roundy face to the upside and break 14 even, then we can go into the long. But as I look up, it just, like, I didn't know Rigetti was going to do that at VWAP, and QBTS doesn't get to VWAP. So obviously, I might just need to just pay for Rigetti. All of a sudden, QBTS doesn't want to give you that VWAP trade anymore. So I'll probably just pay for Rigetti shares. Shortable side in a second. Palantir now in threat of losing the trend, which is PLTR, not PTLR. Palantir could be losing the trend line. I'm just going to show you on the black chart because I've already got it right up for you guys. If we lose this trend since the bottom at 74, I'm trailing out. So if it breaks this prior bar candle, which is, I don't know, like pennies away right now, maybe like 10 cents away and change, then we're going to jump out of Palantir. Whether it gets to VWAP or not on a retrace or back into 75 doesn't necessarily matter. So Palantir, NVIDIA, both of them starting to pull back. As the market, when it gets to 1.5%, you're doing a bit of a bull flag. We lose the trend, you want to get back in where you can. So I'm going to go pay for locates on Rigetti because that looks pretty structurally good. Not to say you have to short it, but if it keeps on making lower highs at VWAP, at some point there's a trade set up there. And if you don't pay for the shares to borrow, well, then you can't go short here at Real Trading.
Yeah, no, we said to be patient with Rigetti. I think that's going to be the right play there. So yeah, you have lots of time. 1350 right there for the spaghettied one, and we'll just wait to figure that out. ARM is making that move back again, so I feel like now we could almost use the 50 period as 178 as our outs. So we'll see if something develops from that as we go. So that would be a trade definitely for us to have a quick look at there. Some people in the chat talking a little bit about Intel, so let's go have a quick look at that. All right, so that got up to 22.15, huh? Okay, Intel, okay, I see you. Wow, all right, Amazon starting to extend out as well as this market continues to go higher, man. Amazon, What a great trade that was. I know Neil and I both had that one. Now $2 in the money. We are now $25 in the money. Like, this market, as it continues to go higher, we have the right names on board. Like NVIDIA, I know you had Palantir there, Amazon, ARM, NVIDIA, like all names that have these catalysts that continue to work out for us. Intel could be another play down there. If you say this is get that garbage out of here at 21.75, then you do have a VWAP hold at 21.80. And again, your style is all that matters. If you're going to take 1 or 2 pennies, good on you. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of opportunities here to hold on to names like an Intel for a bigger move. And I was going to say, like, right there, if you go long at 85 and you use like 73 or 74, it's only 12 pennies. If you like the movement here to the upside, I think you can get a much bigger winner than what that is. For me, I'm going to wait off on Intel, though. I just saw some people talking about it there in the chat, so I wanted to have a quick look at that one. All right, Coinbase, SMR yesterday. Look, I like the space. We're in a good winner here. I don't necessarily want to get out of this, but it was giving us a little bit of a scare. We're only long at like 12.25 or something like that down there because we did miss that $10 bid. I can't believe we missed that. The next day I look over and like it was crazy. But anyways, we were able to buy some there, and then it really held that $17 mark, but now it's up to $25, $26. So we'll have to wait to see here. But $28 to $30 for SMR. If we ever get anything up there, I mean, it might be a trimming spot. I mean, I'm really glad that we didn't get anything out basically in this whole run up of Palantir. Nice to see it back to like 75, 76 bucks. Maybe we can trim some of that one, but I still think Palantir has a huge runway as well for the rest of the year. So, I mean, you're getting all these things just randomly pop up about Oracle, about OpenAI, about C3AI, not C3AI, but, you know, ARM, Oracle, OpenAI. You know, something could come with Palantir easily. And when that happens,
defense spending.
Then, yeah, defense spending. Like, all Trump needs to do is, you know, a picture of him and Alex Karp having lunch together there, and I think the stock absolutely rips. And I just, you know, I really like it. 76 bucks. I mean, great long that you had there. And again, the space seems to work right now for Palantir. So I would, this is going to be a name to dip by anything for PLTR. I think that VWAP trade was a great one there. We didn't get anything out down here. In fact, we didn't buy anymore, but we had talked about it as one of our plays there just a couple days ago. That, you know, I think we're long like 64, 65 on that spreadsheet. So it's a nice move back up to the upside, almost 20% in like a week and a half for PLTR. So again, what was beat up ain't no more as Palantir is starting to head back to the upside there. Tesla, Baba, DraftKings.
The thing about defense spending and cutting defense spending is lots of people talk about cutting defense spending in the U.S., but it doesn't actually happen. And that's to any real extent. And so I think you get buying opportunity. Anytime people start talking about cost cutting and defense spending, you get buying opportunity in all of those stocks, to which Palantir now belongs to that group, whether we're talking in whatever. You guys know what's up. But let's go. What's interesting about today is the NASDAQ is so incredibly strong, but there's a lot of other names out there that are booming. Like you mentioned some of the nuclear names. You've got some utilities that are doing pretty well.
Nuclear names are booming. I see what you did there.
Well, I tried.
Nice.
Hopefully you never want those actual to go boom, boom. But let's go to Adara and go for Sector Watch. Go oil?
Go oil, yeah, why not?
We do have here, as Neil mentioned, it's pretty clear why that NASDAQ is outperforming the S&P 500. And that's because pretty much all the strength that we have is in tech, more specifically in this tech services sector. Microsoft, Meta, Google, Netflix, Oracle, all sharply to the upside, with the exception of Netflix. All of these names mostly have AI-related catalysts as well. We know Meta reportedly investing in Databricks, according to CNBC, and then Oracle, Microsoft here, both embroiled in that Project Stargate-related catalyst. Satya Nadella here, I'm also currently seeing comments coming through from his CNBC interview here at Davos, so keep an eye on that as well. But basically, Oracle and Microsoft certainly both in play to the upside with that catalyst in mind. The $500 billion investment over 4 years into AI infrastructure in the U.S. Electronic technology, in contrast, is not as strong. NVIDIA, which was also implicated in that story, is doing pretty well, but Apple kind of holding back a little bit, guys. Amazon bringing up retail trade, but other than that, the sector's pretty red. Finance is red. Energy minerals, pretty red. Utilities, bright red here. There is a little bit of outperformance here. CEG trying to hold up, but the rest of these names pretty weak, despite the fact that Vistra, VST, was actually implicated in the Oracle and Project Stargate catalyst because they're going to start investment in Texas, where Vistra is based. We do have health services weak, industrial services weak, health technology a little bit mixed, J&J to the downside on earnings, bringing this group down. But generally, if you're not a tech name, the chances of you being strong on the day are a little bit lower, guys.
Certainly true. And to go from Vistra right into a super chat, actually, because too much sauce, not sure that's even possible as long as it's a really good sauce, especially a hot sauce. Thank you for the super chat in here. It's very timely. You mentioned, can you please look at Constellation Energy? Well, in the list of stocks that are breaking out 52-week or all-time highs today, add Constellation to it. I'll get into a bit of a reason why. Vistra clearly getting a move here, as mentioned, because of that Stargate deal, whatever. 500. That's just a massive number. No, but obviously that's getting a bounce, and then it's bringing a couple of names up with it. One of them is going to be Constellation. It's still in a bit of a chop zone, only now breaking out the high. It's been in a slow stair step to the upside. The other name in this group of sort of like nuclear utility type names where you get that exposure, and in general utility energy names, is GE Verona, which I like. So this is what happened on GE Verona today. It dumped on earnings, and anytime you dump on earnings and this is the response when the market opens up, that's generally strong. So Vistra upside because the deal yesterday. I think you're getting GEV, a bit of a pull up here, GEV and Constellation, along with Vistra, and then the market still indicating that they like to buy up the stock. Even not a great report all around in GEV. Like there were some, you could poke some holes in it if you really wanted to. But still a strong day for that entire group. Gotta love them there. And yeah, I love it. Apple is, Stoic Sobriety. Love the name in the chat, by the way. Yeah, Apple is, for now, a bit of a dog. It's not completely dead to me yet. I still think it has a bit of an opportunity. Remember what Palantir kind of did here, where it made the bottom, broke through VWAP upside, kind of challenged the top break, didn't do it, then broke under VWAP. Was able to regain it, looked weak, was able to regain it, and then trended to the upside. Well, what's to say Apple is done with that yet? Just give it a chance maybe to set up. It's got the higher low going. You can still press through VWAP and find some higher lows into the high of the day here. That's $120, from there to the top. So I think that's capturable. As long as this low doesn't break and the market's still going, Apple's got an opportunity. I'm going to continue to have it up, but it's got to set up. You're going to run out of time at some point. That will continue to go there on Apple. I don't know if we'll get NVIDIA down here at VWAP one more time, but it's giving you a range here, 145, 75. So maybe look at VWAP here, which is 146 even, into the 147 on NVIDIA. That's the last one that I am in and looking for some kind of a reload. Oracle is doing a similar move where it's trying to hold. You get some higher lows in Oracle, can't really hold above VWAP either, but it's getting there. I think the chance for the relief rally to fill in some of the gap is starting to come in there on Oracle, but I don't want to jump the gun yet. You're seeing it resist VWAP. So that's good in that it's bouncing toward VWAP, but it's still sellers at and underneath. That's a sign of weakness currently for Oracle. Needed to break out this local top, put in a lower high, or a higher low, and then you can work back into the long for Oracle, but not yet. And I think not yet on Apple either.
Yeah, good call there on some of these names. Like I was saying, I might just put on, it's a little bit of a risk here, but I think the TQs in and around this area, it just came up to that level. I just, to try to put something on. We have some of these longs. We don't want to give up on the long either. The high of the day right now is 88.30. We just bounced off here a little bit. I don't know. Netflix broke the low of the day. There is a possibility here to get something in and then be able to sort of wait for it. So let's just try to see if we get something here, 13s, 14s against that high. This is going to be a really, really quick stop out, man. 88.30s or so for this. we've already identified it. We called out a little bit of a longer time frame for this trade. And yeah, so far so good. So let's just put in a stop. We'll get a little bit more, a little bit higher, but 88, 41s or so. Give ourselves about. And what I'm looking at is that's the high. So we don't want to just come up there and then test it and get stopped out immediately. Well, let it make a new high, really. It's not even that high if it gets up to 88.41. And then the reason why we sort of try to, and again, I think this is the most important thing to talk about, again, is where your stops are in relationship to the amount of shares that you have. And like, I'm not going to put on like 1,000 shares here and then lose like whatever, the 200 or whatever bucks on the upside just because I think it's going to be a trade. You know, you don't want to do all that work this morning with NVIDIA, ARM, all these trades that actually make sense to you only to go over here and put away something that maybe doesn't. So we'll take one more average in there. And then what I'm looking for is like outs in this area here. So right where we sort of consolidated, maybe something at 87. But again, we're not trading this like a stock where key levels, like individual prices will mean something, because this is going to trade with the NASDAQ. So as this looks like it wants to take out the highs here, we're pretty comfortable with it. I mean, we're short now at 20s, 19s, and you know, 20 cents worth of risk to get us into where I think we could go. I think probably worth it now. We have a little bit of a hedge as we're long everything else, but at the end of the day, you know, you want your last trade to work out. So that one would be really nice. ARM at not all-time highs, at days high right now. I am adjusting this stop. I mean, this ARM trade with $2 worth of risk is now $22 in the money. So we've been taking it out, obviously. That's 179.50. All right, that's the break, man. 179.50. If it breaks there, I've canceled my other offer, my other request to get out, and that's going to be my new one. So stop order initiated there on ARM. Stop order initiated on the Qs, which hopefully will come back in for us. We'll put some bids down here around $88. I said $87, but $88. And then if we do dip into 87, 80, or 90, that would be sort of the target. So yeah, man, it's very, very possible that we could be breaking the high of the day pretty soon. So
All-time high isn't far.
Of what? No, of all markets. I know.
No. On ARM. ARM is 189. Yeah, 189.
Yeah.
So like it's actually, I mean, Freudian slip, whatever, but the number of stocks breaking the all-time high today, or 52-week highs, is rather numerous. So there's this, I might have missed the story on BLBX because the only small caps I've been looking at today were the quantum names. But BLBX is somehow, like, I just pulled it up and was like, yo, it's about to halt. Like, it just broke $4, broke the high of the day. I swear it looked like it was about to halt up here at about 480. So it might have just pressed to the halt band and pulled back a little bit. But how this hasn't halted once today, from 280 double bottom to holding VWAP, and a couple of very aggressive 15, 20% moves here on BLBX, 170% to the upside. This is now looking a little bit different than before, so just load. Going back, this $4 breakaway is a very key one. Just watch out. Right, it keeps on zooming out. $5. $5 is just as significant a level as 4 was. So 425 makes a lot of sense why it would have possibly checked up here at the 5 level. If it can hold on to 4, maybe regroup for another run at that high. At this time of day, I never want to buy it. You never want a top break. Well, I don't like a top break at 11 o'clock on any kind of a small capper. Let everyone else do it, and then you just try to buy the dip when it runs back into the high. Let's go to Adara. Time to see how strong that Canadian dollar is.
We do have the DXY up here, as we mentioned yesterday, breaking below the lower end here of this uptrend. As of right now, trying to hold a little bit of support here around that previous support level of 107.80s, but this looks a little bit like either head or shoulders, a bit of a rounded top here. There's clearly some resistance around that 110 level for the DXY. Now, in terms of some news here, we have Larry Fink of BlackRock forecasting a possibility for prolonged, quote, elevated inflation. So basically the idea that it is going to take a little bit longer than expected to get rates to the downside. We know yesterday we talked about the fact that the CME FedWatch tool is pricing in a 99.5% chance that we will not have a rate cut or a hike, that rates will remain the same at the next meeting. So only 0.5% of participants expecting a cut. Not a great look here. That does basically suggest here that we are going to have, at least what people are expecting here, rates for a little bit longer. Also here, we do have comments from Donald Trump coming out with regards to tariffs that I think are of note here, saying that taxes, tariffs, and sanctions will be targeting anything being sold by Russia to various other participating countries. And then also keep an eye here on some of these energy names and oil names, because Trump is saying, if we don't make a Ukraine deal soon, the U.S. will put high levels of tariffs, taxes, and sanctions on anything sold by Russia. Just keep an eye on some of these plays here, guys, as the DXY tries to hold support. We can take a look at this CAD as well, because it was mentioned. Yeah, this is the Canadian dollar, the USD on the daily chart. I would call that a bear flag. We're kind of continuing to consolidate, though slightly higher lows are being made here for the Canadian dollar against the DXY. Make sure to like and subscribe.
All right. Neil, man, we're showing the versatility one more time of the show. There goes the TQQs. So we have 3 trades all early, and now we put on another one right now. Let me get some more out here at O's. There it is. O1s we just got there, actually. Nice drip in. It's a 1-to-1 trade right now. So we're starting to get a little bit out here as we got to go get our little swim game on there. If we can get some more fills in and around here, then we'll just do that, and then we'll let the rest ride. That way we're playing with house money at the end of the day. There it is. And if the market goes back to the downside, then so be it right now. So far, so good, man. I hope you guys got that trade on right there on the futures. So some of you wait around for the futures plays, and there's one of them right now. Good couple levels there. We are out of 40% right now. We got that low 90 fill. We got a 92 fill. So that was a really good one there. A 94, sorry. So that was a good fill for us on the triple Qs. So now we'll just wait to see if we're going to be able to get anything else. Hopefully to the downside. We talked about where we were looking to get out, so that's exactly what we did. And now we'll wait for a little bit lower, man. I mean, we can get another fill down here in the low 80s would be pretty nice, and then we'll wait for 87, 60 or so, putting this one right in the pocket, right where we need it to be. So you just saw Neil with Mara, so we've been trading some crypto, some equities, and so on and so forth. But right now, it's the futures trade rifling up the board here is the TQQs.
UAL, just some news here. I think the conference call for UAL is this morning, or he's talking somewhere. But NVIDIA broke trend, so very simple. There is a trend off VWAP. It broke this lower high support, so I jump out of the trade. Looking for, I said money fills underneath VWAP because that's what happened before. I'm kind of thinking we can get something underneath 146 with the same support at 145.75. Going to leave the stop in there. Just went for a VWAP short on Mara. I think, I like Mara to the short side. Bitcoin's underneath the 105, so I went VWAP short. The other place is right up at this top here at 19.5. So I want 2 looks here on Mara. Either we're going to short it underneath VWAP, and I'll do it again if it comes back under, or we wait for that 19.5. It's relatively weak compared to Bitcoin, which we're still going to be looking at IBIT here. But as we get back above VWAP, do not want to hold it through that level. If you're trading off VWAP, I want to respect it and get back in if it wants to push back under. Dara has news.
I do here, and it's on Himax Technologies, HIMX. This company being mentioned here by Ming-Chi Kuo, who is a supply chain analyst, opining mostly here about Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA, saying that Himax is, according to his analysis, emerging as key AI upstream winner, linking it to TSM's COOP, which is basically Silicon Photonics. So they're seeing some growth visibility here for 2026 to 2028. Great note here from Ming-Chi Kuo, pushing this one slightly to the upside, at least getting that volume spike. There's also the BLBX. It's interesting. This one had a pre-market catalyst, but nothing to explain this most recent surge that I could see. I didn't see this coming up on any of my scanners as well for news. But basically here, when I looked into it, 8:30 this morning. So I guess around this kind of action. Again, not a huge reaction when it was announced. They did say that basically they're securing a $250,000 purchase agreement, and they are, I guess, anticipating a potential merger. So they do have a float here, 1.85 million shares. 10% of that is going to be sold short. But it's worth noting this 250,000 securities purchase is not super significant here when you think of the market cap of $14.6 million. Worth noting that they only have about 61,000 in cash currently. So BLBX, guys, again, 10% short float.
All right, thank you, Adara. Hit the sirens up over here. It's continuously happening, and we're liking everything about trading these days. There goes the futures, man. Another banger for you to go cuatros today, and it's just been a big day. I keep saying that. I don't. How your day's fine, obviously, as we go. And RGTI people. Okay, so Rigetti coming into my level. Rigetti is. I don't know if you're on this name or not, but it's coming into 1250 right now. We had wrote down that we like Rigetti there at 1250. So watch out now. Here comes Rigetti down to 1250 again.
Well, it's the other stock is QBTS. Its support is at 590. It's like $6. It's just. Support's at like $5.90 something, but $6 will just round down to it. The other thing that's happening is you're getting a pullback into VWAP on NVIDIA and Amazon. We got 2 minutes to go here, so let's just line a few things up. Amazon, It broke out VWAP, then it broke out 233. Now VWAP would be 233.5. So I think if it gets any lower, I got to take a shot at it. And then NVIDIA is at VWAP as we speak. So trail out of it. Get rid of that wick a little bit later. That's not real. Trail out of it, but now it's starting to hold on to VWAP here on NVDA. Oracle, for the first time, it just crept above VWAP. Oh, it's battling underneath. Damn you, Oracle. So there we go. Like, it was finally, it closed above, trying to break out. What's with that wick too? Trying to break back above. And then, yeah, the red's starting to come back in. So Oracle looked like it was going to hold on to VWAP. Maybe needs to break back above 185.5, reclaim the 186. Still a little bit early to try to get back into Oracle, unfortunately. So we're looking at NVIDIA right now as it's on the other side of holding on to its VWAP bounce. Market's still looking good. You're 22,000 to 2205. Like, to me, if you lose 22,000, I don't want to be on the bid of these VWAP stocks, with maybe the exception of Amazon, because Amazon's kind of built different today. Like, it's whatever. You guys can see the chart, right? Like, it's so far away from VWAP that you could hold well above it on that 22,000 could break, and Amazon could still be well above that VWAP target. As I said on Mara, if it wicked out and goes back underneath VWAP, I'd just jump back in. So it came to VWAP, broke, came back under, got 18s, and we'll play it into the local bottom of 19 even. Just a bit of a refresher from yesterday on Mara. The lows, 1870. On the 15-minute, you get to 19. If it breaks the low, targeting 1860 is an out. Oh, we got a super chat that we missed. Sorry, Nessa, for missing your super chat. Appreciate you for the 20. We appreciate all our viewers. All you got to do, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share with your friends. Neil Adair and Sean Katina, thank you for always keeping the morning show entertaining and full of great knowledge. Love you guys and gals. We love you too, Nessa. You repeat that saying, it's okay to be wrong, not to stay wrong. It's a true one. You know, and it works. The best thing about it is it works on multiple time frames. You know, it's true when you're day trading. It's true when you're swing trading. It's true when you're investing. You know, usually price is not going to be wrong. Ball don't lie when it comes to price action. If a stock is trending down, you don't need to be fighting it forever. You know, take your shots at it. But eventually, just look at the TAN ETF if you need to be reminded of something like that. You know, it's okay to take a shot, but when the election goes the other way, it doesn't work out for those solar names.
By the way, guys, I mean, what happened? Yeah. Man, what happened? She's like, what happened? Okay, so right now, it's 50 handles. We have the short of, let's see. We just put that short on. We tweeted it out as well. And as Neil said, man, thank God it's okay to be wrong, because trading is a very, very tough game. And most traders will obviously fail. We talked about that, so that's why risk management is of utmost importante. So there it goes, man. What a great day it's been here today. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. Yeah, not much else to talk about right now. It's 4 for 4. They're all on here, and we discussed that. And I want to thank everybody for all the kind words, man. We did also discuss, obviously, this short in the futures. We based it out for you. We gave you a 20-cent. If you come over here, just come to the chart just real quickly here. We gave you a 20-cent stop out right there. So we gave that to you, and now it's 55 cents now in the money, almost a 3-to-1 right there. So real sees real, and we see you, and we'll see you guys at 2 o'clock over the big guys. Ciao.
Peace.
We did it.
Yes, yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade or during the midday. I always get caught there. That is your boy Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And I don't have the window open, Joseph. So you're gonna have to do the roll.
Oh yeah, hey man,
I'm so prepared.
The pleasure is mine, my friend. What's going on, Kahlua? We'll let some people start to weasel in here while my boy to the right of me gets everything he needs together, because he was busy, man. The schedule is jam packed. So there you go. It totally justifiable. All right, guys, let's see who we got in here. Billy Bezos, what's going on? Cairo, wrap up. Caesar Sandoval, what's going on? Sam L. Paul Goodston, hey, what's going on? Day Trader Cut, good seeing you in here. Yeah. Crypto FOMO, a regular like that. Dave B, the hobo trader. Okay, I see you. Kalua, good seeing you in the chat as always. Day Trader Cut, I already called your name out. Duck, what's going on? Tim Snyder, let's go is right. Nephew with a capital P. DJ Marshall, Lazy Rocks. Ronaldo, what's going on? Mr. Out the Box, what up, fellas? Digital Gravity, I like that one. Am I on here or what? Okay, all right, we're live. We're just getting Fabian to work on some stuff. Here we go. Hans Bear, what's going on? RK, AK, my new favorite guys. Ooh, okay, I like that, AK. I remember your comment from yesterday, so much appreciated there, guys. And then let's see what else we got in here. ADL, our guy across the pond. What's going on? Phelps Boyd, Dexter, the Corleone family, as Sharif said. We got to shout them out, as Sharif would say, because we don't want any issues on that front. Mr. Love Shack,
the Katina man, he gave you immunity, brother. Yeah, see, he's a talent.
The Corleone family. Yeah. Okay, so the Katina family said it's okay. We don't need to worry about the Corleone family because he's got us covered. So that's good to hear.
All right, man. It has been a morning, Morgan, on these markets. Lots moving, whether it's the large caps to the high side or these small cap gappers. We got BX up a light, not that high. 138%. We'll be talking about these small cap gappers in a minute. We've also got a great lesson. We're going to revisit Elliott wave theory. It's been a hot minute since we talked about that. I think it was like early summer. Yeah, it was like sometime in July. So we're going to get back into that. Get it, Adara. So man's getting pumped up over there. He's pumped up. I'm sure you guys can hear him vis-a-vis my mic. But Joseph, I need like 1 or 2 more seconds to set up the lesson. Amen. So I wanted to say hello to everybody, and then we'll weasel into the lesson very shortly.
You got to make sure you say hello, guys. So before we get into this lesson, you know what we're gonna do? Adair goes through it multiple times throughout the day. But let's see what we got from some of the top performing sectors. And leading the way is the tech sector, up about 1.9%, so just under 2% on the session, guys. Then the comms being led by Netflix, it seems to be here. Monster report. We're going to talk a lot about Netflix today because we could probably talk all day this whole session about Netflix. So yeah, we had it when we were doing the Jimmy Carter Day. We were talking about it, a great debate on that one. So that is the second place one, and then consumer discretionary in third place, negative 0.01%. So just down about 0.1% there, guys. And then let's see what we got going. In third last, we have the energy sector down about 0.8, and then we have the utilities down about 1.3%, and real estate down about 1.4%. So seems to be a risk-on type of day.
It does. It feels really good right now. So we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. But first, we're going to talk about the 5 waves of Elliott wave theory. Have you kind of ever felt the market moves in a predictable yet dynamic way? Don't answer that. Elliott wave theory proposes that these movements follow a specific pattern. We call them the 5 waves. Now, this is by no means a comprehensive review or summary or lesson of Elliott wave theory. We're going to have a multi-part lesson, obviously, on Elliott waves, touching upon different aspects of it every time. But just to suffice it to say, these lessons are kind of basic, okay? So if you really want to get nuanced with it, you're going to have to buy yourself a book on Elliott wave theory or, do some deeper diving online. We'll give you the basis for that research, though, with these lessons. So let's get right to it. The trends engine, the book says, these are known as waves 1, 3, and 5 in Elliott wave theory. Okay, the first 3 waves, as I mentioned, 1, 3, and 5, are called the impulse waves. These are the driving force behind the trend, pushing the prices in the desired direction. Let's talk about wave 1. Wave 1, that's that initial move, that big boy initial move. It establishes the trend's direction. It can be volatile, more volatile than waves 3 and 5, setting the stage for the bigger moves. Wave 3, the strongest, the biggest, the baddest of all the waves, okay? Often the most significant for trading opportunities due to its length and power. And then wave 5, the final thrust, so to speak, extending the trend before a period of consolidation. So these are the bullish waves or the bearish waves. They're the trend going waves, okay? Waves 2 and 4, which we'll talk about momentarily, these are the consolidative or the corrective waves. So let's have a look is essentially how it looks like in an infographic. You have a wave 1, a corrective wave 2, and the trough of wave 2 should not drop down to the level where the initiation of wave 1 took place. And then wave 3, you'll be able to make the comparison here to wave 2 and 1, the biggest, the baddest of the waves. And then wave 4, again, a corrective or consolidative wave. Then we have a big boy wave 5 ending the trend before we pull back a little bit. And this is kind of what it looks like IRL. This is obviously extracted from TradingView, as you'll be able to recognize by said candles. The impulse waves, again, waves 1, 3, and 5. And what this picture shows is there are many subwaves. We're not going to get into those during the lessons, but there is many subwaves within the larger waves, okay? And, you know, you can kind of almost break it down to even smaller than that. And I'll explain what I mean in a second. It kind of feels a little bit choppy at the moment, but you'll know what I mean in a sec once we get through this whole thing. So the consolidative and the corrective waves, those are waves 2 and 4. Waves 2 and 4, as I mentioned, are the corrective waves. These are periods of price retracement that move against the trend. They provide breathing room before the trend resumes on its merry way. Wave 2 is a pullback, obviously, after a wave 1, typically not retracing all of wave 1's move. So what you should be looking for there is a higher low, based upon the area low that you earmarked as the initiation of wave 1. Wave 4 is a smaller retracement after a powerful wave 3. Again, wave 3, the strongest of the 5 waves. Wave 4 usually ends near the starting point of wave 3. Not a hard and fast rule, but one to keep in mind. So again, wave 4 typically ends near the starting of wave 3. Remember, this is a simplified view, guys. Waves can vary in size and time, and there are additional rules and complexities within Elliott wave theory that we're not going to touch on here. And here we go. We get the big move up. There's your initial initiation, wave 1. There you get wave 3, the biggest of the waves, a corrective wave 4, and then you go wave 5. And then this is the pullback here, the more extended pullback, which we term A, B, and C waves, before we continue on our merry way and restart the Elliott waves anew, starting with wave 1. And this is typically seen in prolonged bull markets. Hey, just look into 2023, 4, and then we'll see if 5 ends up being a bull market, Joseph. So we'll have to wait. But you've had 2 years of bull market. All right, so let's get started. Now that you know the basic structure, here's how to practice. Number 1, find yourself a chart, okay? Look at the historical price movements of an asset. 2, identify the trend. Is it bullish? Is it up? Where, are we putting in higher highs and higher lows, or is it down? Are we putting in lower highs and lower lows? And then 3, look for the 5 waves. Practice. A lot easier said than done, being able to identify Elliott waves IRL. A lot easier to see in a textbook, and when I can extract it for you off TradingView, a lot different doing it in real life and doing it for swings or intraday or whatever you are doing it for. And so we're going to conclude the lesson here. Obviously, we've got 4 more of Elliott waves in the coming days, but just a little bit of a bonus tip. The 5-wave pattern applies to different time frames. Okay, from daily charts to intraday ones. However, shorter time frames can be more volatile, making wave identification more challenging. And like I always say with technical analysis, most of it, if not all of it, is fractal. However, the lower down on the time frame you go, I mean like going down from the daily to the 10-minute, the 5-minute, the higher the failure rate for TA is. Just keep that in mind when using these. I hope everybody prints up several. Storms. Thank you, Adara. But I didn't have my stream deck loaded, Joseph, so it was a little bit anticlimactic.
I got you.
But the boy comes in for the assist there. I appreciate you.
Always assist. Andrew Brown, come on, my guy.
What happened?
No, come on. You know, he knows what's up. So
Do we need to block somebody?
No. Just come on. But we're gonna send it off to Adara real quick,
Get
and then
it,
we're gonna
Adara.
talk some Netflix.
In light of earnings season now officially being in swing, we actually do have a new graphic you can check out here in TTV Research, looking at how each of the S&P 500 sectors fared during the Q3 2024 earnings season. So basically, this visualizes here the percentage of companies in each sector that beat EPS estimates in Q3 2024. This data coming from S&P 500 Global Research itself, so right from the source. 87% of the tickers here in the XLK actually beat estimates. So great look there for XLK during the last earnings season. However, only 48%, so less than half of the XLB or home building names actually, or materials names, sorry, actually were able to beat estimates. So watch out for this materials sector. Pretty weak Q3 2024. Of course, it's always a little bit hard when you look at things sector by sector because seasonality can always play a role. But regardless, keep an eye on all of these sectors here. Worth noting, I guess, performance in the last quarter, and make sure to check out this graph and all our other graphics on TTV Research and X, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, Joseph, what are you looking at over there, brother?
Let's get the ball rolling here, my guys. So we hopped in some NVDA here. We all kind of have a general idea. If you don't, there's going to be about 500 billion going into AI infrastructure. NVDA is going to be one of the primary beneficiaries of this. So looking for that continuation in strength. As of right now, we're not getting it. The market is starting to pull back, but I think at some point we are going to continue higher and higher. All right, so that's one thing why I'm keeping my eye on NVDA. We also have about 81 million shares traded as of 6:30 this morning, so that that relative volume is in play. So that is something that I want to keep my eye on. Now, you may ask, why aren't you trading Netflix, Joseph? Well, because it's $1,000 stock. I know it's just numbers, but the spread can get a little hefty, and you have to minimize your share size. But one thing that I really, really like about this NVDA play is that there are multiple sympathy plays around it. I mean, NVDA is technically one of them because we know Oracle and Masayoshi and Sam Altman are all, get it, Sam, are all going to be beneficiaries of this. So here we are. NVDA has to supply the chips. Let's see if we can continue in strength in this underlying asset. I really like this. I was thinking of an all-time high break today, but that's about 5 or 6% from now. So we would need to put in a hefty day here, Sharif, about an 8% session to go and push those all-time highs. Sean mentioned this not too long ago as well during the early morning session. He thinks that it's only a couple of days away. I think so as well, too, by the end of the week, by next week. Especially when that earnings report comes out. We know what happened last week. Our last report dumps, but I think it's going to be the polar opposite on this report. So looking forward to that. Going to continue to try and take some stabs here on NVDA. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We stuck to the thesis. We had a game plan, and we have a high-level catalyst here. So looking forward to trading some NVDA, and especially just keeping our eye on Netflix and then watching the overall market, and most importantly, talking about Netflix, because I think there's a lot of key things we can bring up as well, too.
All right, Joseph, we weaseled in over here into BLBX. Very, very simple reason, Joseph. It's the strongest one on the day, and now it's worked its way down into the volume-weighted average price. Also, another area of technical support, this 3 2/3 to 3.5 VWAP being, I believe, right at 350. We had this kind of doji candle over here, a candle of indecision. I'm giving it to below the $0.50. I'm going to have to pack my patience on this one. BLBX in retracement mode, looking for it to bounce, though, off the volume-weighted average price. Going to have to risk around 20 pennies. But as I was telling Tisha Perkins in the chat, I don't see news or catalyst either, Tisha. But look at this. I mean, how can you argue with this chart, Tisha? Higher highs, higher lows, so strong is Santa that it can't breach the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart. Wick or close or otherwise, it only wicked through it over here, and then it was quickly bought up. It's at the $0.50 right now. It's up 19.2%, 19.5% now. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Definitely looking at weaseling my way into this one, Tisha. I don't know how you feel about this one, but as I told you as well, STAI, look at this one. Take out the high of the day. Big boy move off that 175, and this is kind of what you were looking for here. This higher low into VWAP. Look at it squeeze. 227 now HOD. It's up 53% and change. As we zoom out, though, we know we were likely to encounter resistance at $2 given the consolidation that we had at 2 for a hot minute, and we did actually reject near 2. Look at that 9:40 a.m. pop into about $1.97, and then we rejected. And look at us take out those levels now, 2 1/3 off that 2 1/4 pop. So this one, STAI, really going over here. Let me give you the details on this one. It's $44.33 million market cap with 2 1/3 million shares traded on the day, about 2.5 million share float. Oh, I just noticed that I didn't even log into Unity. Ram is probably talking smack. I couldn't hear it. And then let me just find out what the short float is on STAI. STAI. The short float is none. Well, Trade Ideas doesn't have it, so we don't have anything for it right now. Topping tail, ugly into 233 over here. Let's pack our patience and see what we can get there. But as I see it, it looks like BLBX is on the way up, and we have already taken 3 outs. I'm still waiting at 92s for another out over here on BLBX. It's up 125%, maybe more, by the time we defend VWAP, possibly move back into 496. That is the high of the day. 496, essentially a $5 HOD. Back into 85s we go, Joseph. I should probably layer some more orders ahead of that $4 area, knowing, full well that the whole dollar area does act as support and resistance sometimes. So it behooves you to be prudent and to extract some profits ahead of that whole dollar, especially if you're going to trade these small cap gappers. I mean, again, I always say this, I'm going to say it again. They hang out at the level for not that long, and they're around for a good time. Not really, though, a long time. Joseph.
Yeah. So I'm just talking to Jordan in the chat, and he mentioned, I want to talk about it as well, too. He's like, yeah, I like how Joe is like, I'm not trading NVDA again, and then he ends up trading it, and you're not wrong. But today, like you just mentioned, Jordan, there's an exception. Ooh. But I want to point this out on the daily here. Let's take a look here. Sorry, like that. So he has a valid point. And I want to point out like where I wasn't trading it well, and it was within this range here. So at some point I'm like, okay, this underlying is not trading how I want it to be. I'm not in sync with the stock, so I had to stop. All right, I'm losing more on it than I am winning. So it's just at some point you're like, okay, stop trying to milk this stone that isn't necessarily working for you. Go back to the basics, get back to the original idea and to things that are working. And within this range, Jordan, it wasn't working for me, and you're not wrong. I was like fed up. I'm like, okay, this thing is supposed to be the king of all kings, and it's just chewing me up left, right, and center day after day. So I did have to take a break from it, and then you are right. Today is a total exception of what's going on with NVDA. We talked about it, and we will touch on it more and more throughout the session. But you're not wrong, but again, here we are trading it, and fortunate enough, we're getting things to work out for us, so I like that. But let's take a look at Netflix and talk a little bit about Netflix as well, and we'll talk some UAL not too long, shortly after, guys. But here, let's take a look at Netflix. We all know that these guys had an absolute monster report, doubling estimates in new subs, in newly paid subs, just under 19 million, beat on rev, beat on EPS. Again, these guys are just an absolute streaming giant, 300 million subscribers around the world. So that's pretty much every household in America has Netflix. And sure enough, one thing that I really like about Netflix, Sharif, is that these guys are staying, even though that you've seen that they had the live events, right? They had the live events and they're streaming some NFL games. But one thing that I really like about Netflix is that they're staying away from these bidding wars with basketball, right? And some of these other sports. They're not they're avoiding that. They're like, okay, you guys can have these bidding wars with basketball. You can pay $80 billion or whatever it may be to stream these basketball games. We're going to focus on something else, and we're going to get better at that. They're also increasing the cost of your monthly subscription as well, too. So that is just strictly margins. This thing is an absolute beast. We talked about it a lot on Jimmy Carter Day. Now they have WWE on Monday and Fridays, one of the largest sporting events in America, and now you're getting these big NFL games as well, too, as well as I'm assuming that they have more of these live sporting events like Paul versus Tyson in the pipeline that we don't necessarily know about just yet. But this company is phenomenal, and I think it's going to continue to grow. I'm just waiting for this split here, Sharif, because up here, not going to chase it up here, but if we get that split, I think a lot more hands are going to get involved in it.
You and I have been talking about that for a minute. You remember we were kind of throwing it out there, like which one is due for a split? I think, and I failed to mention Netflix, and you mentioned it.
Yeah, it's like Netflix and Costco. It's like, okay, we're waiting for those splits. But yeah, I don't know what you think about Netflix, Sharif, but I think they're just going to continue to grow, and especially with these live sporting events coming down the pipeline.
And it makes more sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm off base here, but it makes more sense to me for customer-facing stocks to split more often, so a B2C, a business to customer, than a B2B, because a lot more people are gonna know about it, and retail is the one that cares about price per share. Institutional doesn't care about price per share, and they're more likely going to know about B2B. So if you're a B2C, I don't know. I just feel like you should be more split.
I really like that, what you just said. I like what you just said there as well too, Sheep, because Katina Man made a really good point when IBKR reported earnings last night. He says if you're not happy with the fees, buy the stock.
Well said.
Right?
Well
so that makes so much sense. So you have the ability to, that you're paying out the rear end for iPhones and all the Apple ecosystem. Buy the stock. Buy the stock. You can own Netflix, right? And now with this and IBKR, you can own the IBKR.
How'd they do, by the way?
They did fantastic again.
Taking all my dang money,
taking all the money. Everything's up over year and year. He said there is a large increase in margin accounts that he finds slightly alarming, and he's not the most bullish on crypto. Yeah. He's not the most bullish on crypto. He says it's essentially hot air.
I don't want to hear what
it's interesting. So there you go. If you're not happy with it, buy the stock, and sure enough, you'll be able to make some money off it.
All right, a storm of prints is coming here, baby, because we're breaking through 4 now. Now I'm waiting at 4:15, and I ain't talking about the time, baby. All right, here we go. We took out 4. We took out 410. Now I'm waiting at 15s. Let's go. We're long 69s, and that was not by design, I promise. That was completely accidental. Bang! There we take out 15s. I appreciate you, Adair. Appreciate you, Joseph. Now we're going to set up at 25s. So I have, I'm kind of habitual in the levels that I like to set up at. I'm superstitious in that way, come what may. Now we're waiting at the $0.25. But my plan doesn't change here. It is the volume-weighted average price that got me into the stock, and it will be the volume-weighted average price that gets me out if I haven't exhausted all my outs to the upside. So we're going to keep an eye out on BLBX. Beautiful hold of VWAP and a doji candle to boot. You got everything you wanted there if you were looking for a reversal pattern. You got VWAP, a key area of technical support. You got the doji candle, a candle of indecision, showing you that, the tug of war between buyers and sellers was coming into play. In addition to all that, if that wasn't enough, you got a price action area support at 3 2/3. I'm talking about this area crest. I'm talking about that area crest, and I'm talking about this one over here. So good look right now for BLBX, the number 1 gapper in the whole world. No, I have no idea if that's true, but it is the number 1 gapper on my scanner, up 145%. Let's see if this one can take out the $0.25, showing 20s now. All right, let's go. All right, here we go. $0.25 incoming. We're at 25s and bang. We take it out again at the $0.25. Now we're going to set up in front of the $0.50. I'm going to sit at 42s, come what may. Let's see if we can get something up there. Good look right now for BLBX as it tries to work its way back into the high. Just to give you some information, we had a topping tail candle into 496 right at 10:45, so 15 minutes before the show started. But I don't know how you feel about this, Tisha. I'm throwing this out there to you because I know you're always trading these small cap gappers. Would you base your level of resistance on the wick on something like that, like into a 5? Or do you look at the closing prints on these two bad boys? Like look at the closing prints on the candle at 10:45 and 10:50. They're both at 460. So I kind of feel like I'm not really sure exactly whether to base it off 496 or that 460 based on the print or the wick. So we're going to keep an eye out certainly on BLBX. A couple of other ones that I didn't mention right at the get-go, VATE. This is one that we were looking at yesterday. Not a big percentage-wise, but very consistent pattern over here. Let's throw in the ticker just so that you guys can follow along. Here we go, VATE, it's a second day play. We are still, though, south of that high that we put in yesterday at $11. So I think that if we get into 11, either we reject or we squeeze. VATE up 11 3/4. And then I already mentioned Sana and STAI, but I didn't mention REKR and RR, Rich Tech Robotics. Let's start with REKR. I know.
Is RR moving today?
It is, my man. It's up nicely and change up here. But REKR, Joseph's been very respectful of the 10 exponential, and that's an aggressive looking angle there. Now, it's not giving you much in the way of notional, having closed, I believe, at that $1.57. But we're at $2. $2 is an obvious area of resistance. We couldn't break through it decisively over here. We got into 204, dropped, but then reclaimed the 10 exponential quite quickly. I'd like to see if this one can close decisively above that $2 area, and then we can look to weasel in. And then Rich Tech Robotics, as Joseph was talking about, RR up a cool 23.5%. It's about 5 pennies off the high. It seems to have a bit of resistance over here at 390. This one also looks interesting here. Like now as I'm looking at this one looks like it's wicking off the 20 exponential. It's done that twice on the retracements. One at 10.05, doji, a bottoming tail candle, essentially a hammer candle, off the 20, and then it did it again at 10.55. Both prints, both wicks were off the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So possibly base something off that. Not really sure. We'll have to watch this for a little bit more. So we're going to keep an eye here, Joseph, on RR. What's going on over there?
Oh, man. I'm looking at the daily on RR. And then like that 204 dip buy, now trading higher, so almost like 100% in a couple of days. But we have a great question here from Daddy Gator. How will a split affect a long call in Netflix? Does it get cheaper? That's a fantastic question. No, it doesn't get cheaper. So just imagine you had your contract of Netflix. So that is the rights to 100 shares. If Netflix does a 10-to-1 split at $1,000, you now have 10 contracts, right? So it's the same as a split ratio. The value of the contract doesn't get any cheaper. So that's a great question. I had to fact check myself as well too on that one. But yeah, so whatever it may be, whatever the split factor is, because you own 100 shares or you have the right to 100 shares, you will get that same split factor. All right. So 10-to-1 is when you will get 10 contracts. But we have some other good questions by Dipish. Can we see all-time highs today for NVDA? Looks like it's consolidating at 146. Yes, and that's, I think, exactly what it's doing. Are we going to go all-time highs today? I mentioned earlier in the session that's still about 4 or 5% away. So that's going to be a hefty move here for NVDA. I mean, the catalyst is extremely heavily weighted, so anything can happen at this point. The market can start pricing in all these possible gains for the future. So forward looking there. But as of right now, the SPY is absolutely ripping. So probably being led by XLF. But as of right now, kind of laggard here in the Qs, holding it back. If it decides that it wants to pick up some steam and get moving, we can start to test those. But as for today, I don't think necessarily today it's going to happen, but it can happen within the next week or two, all right? So just keep that in mind. Joe W, only Raw is on Netflix. International, in some countries, it has both, but then it isn't a lot right now with all the previous contracts. I'm pretty sure they have Friday Night SmackDown as well, too. I've seen it on there, and whatever the other segment that they opened up there. So no problem, Daddy Gator, Day Trader Cut. The premiums are cheaper, but to buy after split for at the money or whatever. Yeah, sorry, not too sure what you mean about that, but here we are, guys, in NVDA. Let's see if we can break through the volume-weighted average price. One thing that we do need to keep an eye out on here is this double top formed on NVDA. So when we held VWAP here and we didn't breach that high day, that's slightly alarming because that can maybe signal that there's a little more weakness, or we just need to do a little bit more of a liquidity grab. Need more liquidity to follow the path of least resistance. All right, so grab some liquidity and then go higher for the higher day. But as of right now, it's a tough look, chopping around. If we decide to take another leg down, maybe we can go and test that 145 price target and then go higher. But I think for the next coming couple days or the weeks or so, I think NVDA is going to be sitting in a pretty place. But one thing I really want to look at here before we send it up to Sharif is XLF, because I'm really curious on what is dragging the SPY higher, significantly higher than the Qs. And I'll have to dive a little bit more into that and look at the sector watches, the sectors, and see what they got going on. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I was having a look to see exactly why that was the case, because that's a really good point well, you got the likes of Meta up 2 1/3, the monster Microsoft up 3 1/4. What the hell? And then you got Amazon up almost 1 3/4. Yeah, and then Nvidia obviously is up 3.5. I think that's basically it. The Mix 7 are just really outperforming today. That's probably the look. I'm gonna get to Meta in a second, Mark, because Mark asked nicely for me to look at Meta, and I absolutely will. But REKR is going, guys. And now it's decisively taken 2. So I perceive this. This is the 5-minute chart on REKR. Okay, so we're looking at the 5. Usually on the white charts, it's always the 1 for me. But this, I wanted to narrow it down, show you the bull flag. This is clearly to me a bull flag. Okay, you get the big move up, almost a straight up move from that 1 2/3 all the way up into 2. We whiffle, we waffle between $1.90 and $2. Unsurprising, obviously that whole dollar level typically acts as resistance initially. So that's what I'm looking to gauge off. I'm looking at, I'm basically looking for a retest of $2. Now, I may not get it, because when these small cap gappers are in their full strong mode, they have back-to-back bull flags. And if you're going to have back-to-back bull flags, then the flag or the pennant component of the whole pattern can't come all the way down to the breakout area. That's where the pole starts. So here's what I mean. The pole starts for the initial bull flag over here at $1.70. It goes all the way up to 204. We whiffle waffle between 190 and 2. And then we get the breakout through 2. So currently, this candle right here, we got the bull flag from 2 all the way up, well, probably 220, 225, and then we'll consolidate. So this is bull flag number 2 right now in formation on REKR, and look at it, it's going into 220. This is a nice breakout here on REKR. I suck for not having it. I should have had the break, or at least something in the mid-90s, if not above 2 by a skosh. It doesn't look like my dip trade into 203, 204 will fill. And if it does, it might not be the right trade. So I think I'm going to cancel that trade right now for a dip into there. And I'm going to look to take the consolidation component of the second bull flag, or what I perceive to be the formation of the second bull flag here on REKR. Good breakout, good strength on that one right now. We're going to keep an eye on it. I've moved up my stop, by the way, from on BLBX, because it's rejected that 440 area. I missed getting printed by 1 penny. That's so frustrating. But I've moved up my stop from below the $0.50, and now I'm putting it below the area trough. So that, by definition, gives me a mid-50s out. So we're going to have to move up the stop over here on BLBX. But now, let's look at Meta for our friend Mark. So Meta looks real good today. Let's zoom out a little bit over here. We're going to go to the daily, just figure out where we're at. I'm going to have to remove these pivot points because they pollute the chart when we're doing a daily analysis. I do apologize. There we go. So we're in a consolidative area for Meta. We haven't broken out through that 640 area. That is the top, I'll submit to you. But what we do have is awful respect for the 50 exponential moving average on the daily. You have a lot of respect for that level with Meta once, twice, and OB dang thrice. So that's number 1. Number 2, I feel like it's a bit of an ascending wedge. It looks more consolidative than an ascending wedge, but let me make my case. We have higher lows on each successive trough with that 640 flat top waiting to be broken out here on META. So I see this from the daily to be bullish, looks range bound, but I think we're putting in higher lows. Now, let's zoom out into the 5, or zoom in, excuse me, to the 5. And this one looks like it's really respecting the higher low, higher high situation. I would look to get it off 629.5 to 630 mark. I don't know how you feel about that. Look at this area consolidation over here, Joseph. That's at 629. We couldn't break through 629 on META. You attempted it at 1010. You had another attempt at 1015. A few more attempts over here between 1030 and 1045. And then you got the big boy breakout at a quarter after the hour, 11:15, and we haven't looked back since. So personally, I would look for that 629 to possibly 629.5 2.5 area resistance to act as support. Adara is at the big desk.
Sharif, I'm pleased to announce I might have another smaller cap name for you to watch here at your watch list today, and it is called Schrodinger. It's worth noting, market cap not tiny and price point not really tiny either, about $1.6 billion market cap, around a $25 name, but what a bull flag here on the 15-minute chart for Schrodinger, announcing this morning here that they have basically have these inducement grants under their NASDAQ listing rules. So some inducement grants for SDGR, 15% short float. Then this most recent volume candle comes in on the 15-minute after 100 Brook Research actually issues a long report. So 100 Brook Research long SDGR. I guess that cat is out of the bag. Great look for Schrodinger. Back to you, Bash Brothers.
Adara, I need to know immediately. Do you know about Schrodinger's cat? Get it, Adara. Yes, I missed that part of the pun. Yes, Adara. All right, Schrodinger's cat. Again, full disclosure, I ain't no science guy. I only know this because of the Big Bang Theory. Like, they talk a lot about Schrodinger's cat for whatever reason in the Big Bang Theory. If you don't know what it is, it's basically this, it's a hypothetical scenario where unless you open the box where the cat is, you don't know if it's alive, dead. So until you open it up, it's alive, dead, or both. And it's supposed to be some scientific principle that helps explain a lot of the more vague concepts. In any event, did you read about it?
Yeah, I read about it. Yeah, interesting.
All right, I like this Schrodinger already. It looks, hopefully we'll be able to trade something on it if it sets up the right way. There you go, Jay Lee. Jay Lee knows what it's all about. It's both dead and alive. Superposition.
Superposition.
That's quantum.
Yeah, is it?
The quantum, because like quantum, you can be either in a positive or negative state, because that's how these, transistors work. But the qubit can be in a positive and negative state simultaneously.
Okay.
I don't know how it works, Joseph.
Right.
I ain't no science guy.
That's the quantum stuff.
But that's the quantum stuff. We got to weasel back to Adara, though.
All right.
We actually have United Airlines here, UAL. This one touching down near low of days here for United Airlines, which again, it's worth noting, gapped up initially on earnings. We have some comments coming through here from the company's CEO. They said they do expect here some strong international demand, and supply constraints. So they're expecting some constraints over the next decade. So long-term constraints here for UAL, and they do mention here our friends at Boeing, basically saying that they are having, or their CFO here mentioning that there's going to be some production delays impacting their deliveries and labor agreement cost pressures. They do have some optimism here on Boeing and their 737 MAX 10, but they basically hear UAL struggling with both supply and demand, apparently, guys. Back to you.
How did I not get the fill? Oh, Joseph.
No,
Suck.
It's all good. I mean, just to touch back on Meta a little bit here, we're only about 1%, a little over 1% off the all-time highs here, but we have Amazon all-time highs as well here, guys, and Google approaching those all-time highs. So a lot of these big names are moving today throughout the session. So I'm just waiting for NVDA to kind of pick up some steam. We are starting to form this consolidation phase here. Which way are we going to break? I want to see that momentum step into the top side and that volume start to come in, and then we can continue and possibly go and test that high of day. The longer we consolidate here, I think a little more confidence I have in this positive catalyst and in this setup. So especially with the market, the SPY is just absolutely roaring to the top side. So here we are. We don't want it to continue too much without us. It is lagging for a reason, and we got to determine and figure out that reason. If we decide that we want to pick up some steam, then I think it's going to continue to drag the market higher and higher. But at some point, it has to catch up, and some party has to win, whether it be the Bears or the Bulls. So the higher we go and the longer that NVDA stays within this range, that is not good for this long, because once we start to break down, then those sellers can step in and really take advantage and the initiative of what direction we are going to possibly head in. So LRCX, Nick W asked us to look, I don't know why I can't speak today. LRCX, let's see. Oh, okay, wow, yeah, Lamb Research trading extremely well. Good find, Nick W. I know you always have really hot picks. That thing is continuing to trade higher, breaking through some key resistance zones on the daily. Really, really good price action here from an intraday standpoint, running into some key resistance levels. We're going to need that momentum, and that momentum seems to have stepped in for today's session to punch through some of these levels. So that's a really good look on Lamb Research there. Nick W. But let's talk a little bit about King Crypto. All right, we'll take a quick look at the King Crypto themselves, and now we're just kind of forming this pattern here, consolidation. Let's see if we can get this next couple of days, these candles to open alongside or at the top of this range to kind of form that ABC-like pattern, and then we can continue with that momentum and then test these highs, all-time highs, So there that is. Lam Research looking really good. Bitcoin kind of in a choppy mess. When I looked at my cam structure this morning, I kind of determined, hey, this isn't necessarily looking like too good of a long. And I want you guys to look at the NVDA cam structure. We went over the Camarilla pivots yesterday, sitting on top of R4 in the pre-market hours. And sure enough, we get that break higher. But let's see what Adair is up to.
We have here NFLX. I was just carefully examining this chart here because it's actually, I was trying to figure out how long we've been consolidating near this 965 level. It's been upwards of an hour now. So NFLX really stuck in, I would say, no more than a $10, $15 consolidation range here for this stock after their earnings. They did beat here on earnings per share and sales, but I really think it's important to emphasize their guidance for Q1 was a miss across the board. Lower than expected Q1 EPS guidance by quite a large amount here, $5.58 versus $5.98 expected. Their revenue guidance also a miss, $10.416 billion versus $10.489 billion expected, and their gross margin guidance apparently also missed for Q1. However, they did raise their revenue guidance for fiscal 2025 by $500 billion. They announced here a $15 billion buyback program, where they've added an additional $15 billion to their their already existing buybacks. So now they've got about $17.1 billion approved worth of buybacks. The other thing for Netflix here is, of course, their excellent subscriber numbers here. They added almost double the expected amount of ads. And then they also here basically said they have about 16% year-over-year increase there in their global membership. So great look there for NFLX. PG here, Procter & Gamble. There's a couple other earnings names. We just talked about UAL, so I wanted to mention this one here for a bit. Procter & Gamble, they did beat here on EPS and they beat on sales. They did maintain their guidance here for their core EPS. So $6.91 to $7.05. The lower end of that is slightly below estimates of $6.93. They maintain that they're expecting 2 to 4% sales growth. But what was interesting to me in their call was the stuff they said about their skincare sales. So apparently one of their beauty brands had an increase of 5% sales for fiscal Q2 2025, which is the quarter they're in. However, apparently in North America, their entire skincare sales are down a staggering double digits. So apparently, other than this one brand, skincare sales are pretty rough here for Procter & Gamble in North America. Not a ton of earnings tonight. We have Kinder Morgan tonight. We have Alcoa tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we'll have American Airlines. Thursday afternoon, though, I'm pretty excited to get Texas Instruments. Will get there. I believe Intuitive Surgical as well. So there should be some exciting names there coming up later in the week. Back to you.
Appreciate that, Adira. Yeah. Now we're in the heart of earnings season. It's going to get real crazy, real busy. I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys manage earnings season. I like to mark the calendar. I like to know when the big boys are going to report. You get, you do your homework the night before. You chart out those levels. You see what the analysts are predicting, this, that, and the other. You just got to do your homework, Joseph. It's earnings season now.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, earnings season, I think, is one of the most genuine aspects of the market. Is when you get those definitive moves, the street is very decisive on where they want to send the stock, in which direction. And that's why I really enjoy earnings season. As Sharif mentioned, you do your research, you're getting ready for the next day to see who's reporting in the morning, who's reporting after market close. And then you just wait for the next day and let these reports come out. And I really like the decisiveness within the market during earnings season, especially with these, even with NVDA today, Sharif, just really decisive price action out of the gate. And the street has an idea, okay, you get that forward outlook, those strong forward outlooks like in UAL and Netflix as well too, great reports. And then sure enough, look at the stock's price action on those reports. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic stuff, and I really like that. But I want to say thank you to, sorry if I butcher your name, Alisar Adir. Sorry if that's a long one. So thank you very much. And Jerry Garcia, thank you guys for those kind words. But here we are, guys, sitting in some NVDA, continuing to trade higher. We added to this position, looking for that break, nice consolidation phase, and that volume is starting to pick up on the lower time frames as well too. So that is extremely positive. But getting back into earnings, Sharif, I always take a look at the calendar as well too, and I like to see what we have coming up because I do like to play these tickers, especially if their price action is according to my setups for the following session. So today we know we had Procter & Gamble in the morning, and then J&J as well too. But let's see what we have in the morning tomorrow. So we got GE in the morning, Union Pacific, and INTC. I think that's going to be a good one, and UMP as well. So nothing like crazy, but let's see what we have after the close. And that's what Adara mentioned this, that we have TXN and CSX coming up after the close. But I believe next Wednesday is where those big boys are going to start to report.
Apple and Amazon on the same day.
Yeah, exactly. They usually report on the same day, and it gets a little hectic. So on that Wednesday, we have Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, ASML, and TMUS on that Wednesday.
ASML's on Wednesday?
ASML's on Wednesday before market open. And then on the Thursday, we have Apple and Visa after market close. So there we go. A lot of stuff coming, and I like how they kind of all are compressed together. Makes it really easy. It's like almost throw a dart at the board and select what stock that you want to trade on that session.
Adara's at the big desk with breaking news.
KSS breaking to the downside. Kohl's, I'm seeing here on X, people are saying that there's a report of bankruptcy. I have not seen this report of bankruptcy. I have not seen any specific source saying that there's some bankruptcy reported. Literally, I've only seen about 3 tweets about this, and all of them are just people saying, hey, did someone say there's bankruptcy? So I want to clarify, there is absolutely zero, I guess, clarification, your confirmation, what have you, but KSS dropping to the downside and what it seems like extremely unsubstantiated rumors of bankruptcy. Speaking of unsubstantiated rumors, I want to comment too. I know some people are mentioning Intel, whether or not it's going to be taken over by Elon Musk. I've seen 0 reports here, not even very much chatter about this being the case, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, there it is. She's absolutely accurate. I got it at the same time. KSS. Traders circulating unconfirmed rumor from research blogs suggesting the company may file for bankruptcy. No more news other than that. I'm getting it from Benzinga as well over here. Shout out to Adara for bringing us really important news. We're going to keep an eye out on KSS. It is on the way down. The low of day right now, 1284. It's trading at 1289. Keep your eye out on this one, down 2 1/3. Okay. But BTCT, somebody asked me to review this for them, and I absolutely will. I looked at this one yesterday, and my opinion still hasn't changed. These ones are, and I'm talking about the miners, I'm not a big fan of in terms of a proxy play for crypto. They don't trade the same way. There's a whole plethora of reasons why that is the case. We're not going to get into the fundamentals, but look at the technicals. All I see is lower highs. We did, for whatever reason, defend that $4 area quite well all through December, and then we got a big boy pop-up on the 17th. And then we've got a topping tail candle and another lower high today. So continuity is quite hard to come by on BTCT. In fact, today it's about 21% in the hole. Now, that's the daily chart that we were looking at right now. Let's flip to the 5, down and to the right. Adara would call this the hockey stick pattern, where you're basically hanging out near the close of yesterday, which was around 783. Down we go and then move sideways. You could also call this a bear flag. Obviously, kind of looks the same way. If you are looking for a bounce here, my friend, using $6 as support, well, okay, absolutely, you could do that. 601 is the day low. You could put your stop at 595, 598, whatever pleases you, and then look for a possible move back into VWAP, which is currently at 655. That is not my style of trade. I don't like to trade these guys south of VWAP. But yeah, you could have at it if you want. That's a gnarly noise.
Oh, it sounds like a dying cat.
Gnarly noise going on over there, Joseph. In any event, yeah, BTCT, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the miners in general. That could change, though. Let them break out technically. Has anybody looked at the chart on Mara? It's the most insanely range-bound chart ever. So, well, maybe not ever, but you guys get my drift over here. I'm just not a fan, and I'm going to steer clear of these guys and go either straight to the spot ETF or the coin itself. Now, REKR, we're involved in this one. 3 out so far. We just took out the high of the day. We printed a new high at 20s. I wet my beak at 19s. Now I'm going to wait at 222s. I don't know, because it's a cool number. So we're going to wait at 222 on REKR. And I did exactly what I wanted.
And BDA.
And VDA's printing to the north side. Take it, bro. That's more important.
Let's go. Yeah. Sorry there. We'll send it back here real quick. But yeah, here we go, guys. Starting to climb higher on NVDA. We're gonna hold the majority of this position until we get to that high a day. But as you can see, we are slowly starting to climb higher and breaking out, dragging the overall market with it. So this is, and you know what, Alex Davis pointed out a good ticker as well too, which I wasn't really familiar with. And he says, Joe, can you look at TSSI 1 month RSI at 98.5, wondering if a correction is ahead. I know nothing about this company, but within the first couple sentences here, Sharif, I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be the case if a correction is coming. So TSSI, are you familiar with the company?
TSSI, looking right now.
I have it up here. I was just curious.
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah, not a clue.
No.
Now, I'm going to read the first sentence.
Okay.
Is a data center service company that integrates high-performance computing infrastructure and software. Are you going to sell that company, especially after what you heard 500 at all, right? So that's what I was getting at here. I didn't even know anything about this company. I read the first two sentences of what this company actually does, and as of right now, $500 billion. I am not looking for any form of correction in this company. We'll pull up the technicals here and see what we got going on. And look, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. From March 24. We're up over 1,800%. Correction, I don't know, especially after yesterday's news. Can you get somewhat of a pullback? Absolutely, but this is a company, Alex Davis, if you've been in this since mid last year, congratulations to you. What an absolute beautiful pick here. And this thing is continuing to climb higher. Obviously going to be a sympathy play on yesterday's news, so good luck there. The market cap isn't crazy, only about 347 million. I'd say only, but I mean, hey, we deal with trillion-dollar companies these days, but there it is, good find there on TSSI. But
we got to send it up.
I didn't hear. Okay, I didn't get that one, so we'll send it off to Adair there, guys.
Here, KSS, I think I've seen the source of this rumor, and it looks like it is basically a post from Hedge Eye called "Is Kohl's Going Bankrupt?" And that seems to be the entirety of what happened here. Kohl's here. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing anyway as of right now. KSS, it is worth noting, January 10th, so that would have been a couple weeks ago now, they basically did announce they're going to be closing some stores, but that was really all they've said. The company's actually said. It seems like this Hedge Eye headline saying, "Is Kohl's going bankrupt?" from what I can tell is the start of all of this. Also seeing some headlines. Apparently, Netflix is launching Netflix Bites, a restaurant residency here at MGM Grand. Apparently, I'm seeing this report, so I can read more about the Netflix Bites residency, but lots of exciting, interesting headlines today, guys.
Just see that right now. Great call out, Adara. Netflix to open restaurant in Las Vegas next month at Live Experiences Business Expands, says a Hollywood Reporter. Las Vegas' newest residency isn't a musical act. It's an opportunity to taste everything Netflix has to offer. I didn't know Netflix offered food, bro.
Yeah, I didn't know.
What is going on? Talk about expanding your moat.
They should get into like shorts. Right? Netflix shorts. That's a good idea.
What do you think they serve here? Like finger foods that you watch during a movie and stuff like that?
I would hope so.
Pierogies. I don't know what else.
Pierogies. I don't know if pierogies would be the first thing. Or like, all right, I'm watching a movie
Imagine
tonight.
going to Vegas for pierogies.
That's definitely not the first thing on my mind there is pierogies. But we got one more question. And then, that's crazy. Tell me what you're really thinking there. Nessa has a great question. Morning, Joe. When you get options contracts, how far do you usually go?
Yeah, Ram.
So that's a good question. It all depends on the strategy, and we know the power of options. You can implement multiple strategies utilizing the options contracts. If I'm writing, I only do weeklies, okay? So that's time working in your favor. And when I refer to writing, that means selling options. And then if I'm going to buy options contracts, I like to buy time. I try to buy as much time as I possibly can because I don't want theta. I don't want to worry about theta, sorry. So if you have a 1 to 2 week swing, 3 to 6 months, I'm buying that contract. I'm paying for that premium. I'm going to pay for theta all day because I don't want that contract to diminish, especially if my timing is off with that trade idea. Then I don't want to have to deal and worry about losing value of those contracts just because my timing was off. So hopefully that answered your questions. Zero DTE, Lambo Trades, day trader guy. Yeah, he's always been saying that. So yeah, that is that. I won't be eating pierogies or watching too much Netflix this evening, but yeah.
See your friend Big Smile there?
What do you say?
Netflix opening in Vegas to start a new reality show on the Bunny Ranch.
The Bunny Ranch.
He's a liability, huh?
Oh,
Such
okay.
a liability.
I see what he means by Bunny
Such
Ranch.
a liability.
Yeah, well.
Love him, but he's a liability.
Yeah.
All right, look at where, is that you, Ram, that's typing? Okay, it is. I just wanted to make sure. It's actually not a bad idea, Ramin. I want them to do food from movies. I think that's quite clever, actually, themed. And then she goes on to rant, Netflix and chill at the Netflix restaurant, Ram. You get a standing ovation. You can rent your little booths.
Find me at that Netflix restaurant.
There you go, baby. I don't know. I'm spitballing here, but like you could get a booth, you can Netflix and chill in the booth, and it is Vegas after all.
Now you're on to something. Now you're on to something.
All right.
It's just gonna end up turning into a club with movies at this point.
Yeah, or something like that.
With the direction that we're headed on.
Yeah, well, there's other things that I probably shouldn't. Should probably keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
But it's okay, Joseph. Everything's fine. All right, guys. BLBX. I had one out left on this bad boy. This one gave up the volume-weighted average price, so that is it. We're gone on this one. Stopped out for about a 5-penny lose. No, more. 10-penny loser on that last little piece. All good. We are doing well here on REKR. We've been rejecting 22s for whatever reason. High a day, $2.22. That's where I've been sitting for a while. It hasn't filled me, and I don't know exactly why I didn't cross. There is a seller of note at 22s. When the tape was, or when the level 2 was up there, I could kind of see that there was likely a hidden seller at that level. There just wasn't enough size at the level of 22s to prevent it from ascending given the volume that was coming in on the time and sales. So keep your eye out on that. REKR now up 40%, looking to go more. The only reason I weaseled in here is because it came and it tested that previous breakout level. So I said, this is my opportunity to get in because I had initially missed the initial bull flag. So REKR on the dang way up. But there's others that are moving along here. Not just REKR. SANA, and I called this one out earlier, giving you possible opportunity now. I mean, this is the biggest retracement you could say we've had on the day. This candle right here at 1150 that printed just before noon, coming back into the 10 exponential and holding the 10 exponential. Now, this looks like a bit of a deeper retracement. So what I'd like to do on SANA is I'd like to get it, Adara. I'd like to be able to set up at the volume weighted average price, and that is basically at 3 1/3. If the 10 exponential gives way and we close below the 10 exponential on SANA, I will put in a dip trade to front run, in fact, the volume weighted average price, which is right now sitting at 335. So we're going to keep an eye out there. Again, we move into 22s on REKR. Sorry to jump between different stocks. And again, we reject. There is a seller of note. So I'm going to move that price down to 21s. Just so that we can get that there. There we go. We got it at 21s. Now I'm going to set up at 25s because I like that number. So here we go. We're setting up. Okay, and I'm happy I took it there because it dropped to 18. So REKR on watch, SANA on watch. And this one as well. I mean, I kind of had this one up on the side chart, but I stopped talking about it because it did this big boy retracement. I'm talking about PTLE. It's up 30%. Big move up into that 3 1/4. In fact, that is the high of the day. And then you've got an aggressive retracement all the way from 3 1/4 down to 2 1/4 in 2 5-minute candles. That is ugly. And then the reason I didn't talk about it is because it was trading below the volume weighted average price. That is changing, however. It is now incrementally working its way up vis-a-vis higher highs and higher lows into that white line, which is always going to be on my charts, guys, the volume weighted average price. I want to see it close above VWAP. And I will be very interested in PTLE if it is to work into that level and stay above that level. So that one certainly on watch. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Hey, good look there, my friend. We got another $5 super chat from my guy, Nick W. Hey, Joe, hope you are well. No, I hope you're well, my friend. So I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. I had a nice gym session last night and did some reading.
What'd you get?
I did some shrugs, some dips, and push-ups, and some curls.
Those are good. Yeah, full upper body there.
A full upper body there. I have a little bit of a knee injury from hockey, so just been chilling on the legs for now. but we'll get back into it. So, but anyways, let's get back to AMBA. I have some calls, and it looks like it's broke out on a daily March calls. So let's pull that up for my guy, Nick W., an original. Now, Nick, I like this look from a longer-term perspective, maybe from earlier last year. But one thing that we're going to keep an eye out for is this candle right here, right, at an extreme high with that almost isolated volume signature. So if we pull back, there is still a little bit of buying pressure. You can see that wick, so that can be like, hey, okay, maybe this pullback won't be as deep, but you have some March calls. You do have some time. I was reading about what the company does. Market cap around $3.4 billion. Is a developer of low power systems on a chip, SoC, semiconductor that provides artificial intelligence processing. Now you know what's going on in the AI game and what is happening. $500 billion going into that. Lots of money into infrastructure. Here we are with Umbrella Inc. I think you're going to be sitting pretty for a little while here. All right, so it may take some time. And we were just talking about that with Nessa. Buying more time is the ideal thing here with options contracts, especially if you have that longer term play. You did buy some, but again, if you don't get that immediate move, the closer we get to expiration, the quicker theta picks up and it will diminish the value of those contracts. But I do like this for a longer term play, Nick. Hopefully that works out really well for you, and I'm sure it will, because that is a good pick, and you've been nothing short of hot picks as of late.
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Who is Elon's, he has many people that he calls enemies or, let's just.
His arch?
Yeah, his arch.
His arch.
Who is the current one, would you say?
Zuck, maybe, no?
Okay, you keep going. All right, fair.
Okay,
all right.
I don't know. You got
Who's
me
he beefing with the other day? Like that he's complaining about constantly. Sam Altman.
Sam Altman. Yeah, sorry. There's that. There we go. Sam Altman.
So obviously, yesterday we all heard about Stargate, and $500 billion is not a sum of money that, other than a handful of people that can throw around. Obviously, Mas, one of them, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, these are big names, shouldn't be discredited. But Elon has been very specific about how he feels about this whole thing. He doesn't think they have the money. So obviously, staying true to form, Elon took to X to vent how he thought or what he thought about this whole thing. So he chimes in over here. They don't actually have the money. SoftBank has well under $10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. Then, obviously, Sam Altman, with his all lower caps, which is kind of his modus operandi on X, wrong, as you surely know. Want to come visit the first site already underway? We know that's in Texas. This is great for the country. I realize what is great for the country isn't always what's optimal for your companies, but in your new role, I hope you'll mostly put America first. Shots fired by Sam Altman trying to call out Elon. Adaira's at the big desk. We'll chime in a second.
That's crazy, yes.
This part of the show is brought to you here by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, which allow you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you could start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals. And it's all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. We're going to take a look now at the NASDAQ, which is up about 1 and almost 2/3% here now. S&P 500 still underperforming. They're down. They're literally about 1% lower than that NASDAQ right now, but they're still up almost 1% on the day. It's just clear here that some of these NASDAQ names are driving up this market. When we looked at the sectors, we talked about a lot of these S&P 500 heavy sectors are not necessarily doing as well. We had some NYSE names reporting earnings today, including J&J and PG, that could be bringing down the sector. But if you are a tech name, you are certainly most likely strong because we've got Netflix nicely to the upside off earnings. And we have almost every AI name in existence strongly to the upside on this Stargate-related catalyst. But I want to talk here briefly about Microsoft. In addition to, as was just mentioned there by Sharif, which I saw and kind of had to share there, we do have Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, which is, of course, backed by Microsoft, apparently stepping into the ring here with Elon Musk. But it's also worth noting here, this Stargate deal, which does involve OpenAI, has basically now had Microsoft rescinding its role as its sole cloud provider there for OpenAI, as Satya Nadella said today during the World Economic Forum. That is the CEO of Microsoft. He basically said they still have first right of refusal, but if OpenAI requires more power than they can really provide, they are allowed to go to other places. So Microsoft and OpenAI fundamentally changing their relationship. That is certainly of note. MSFT here actually at day's highs. Great look. KSS has had quite the journey today. Kohl's dropping here on some rumors of bankruptcy that actually just seem to be coming from one singular post from Hedgeye, simply saying, is Kohl's going bankrupt? When that was resolved, it came right back up. So that is the deal here. Lots of tickers to keep an eye on. Let us know, like, subscribe, show your support for the show. Make sure to follow us here online and also check out TTV Research if you like cool stock-related infographics. Back to you.
Absolutely. Make sure you are following Trader TV Research. It's fantastic stuff. Derek kills it on that.
Absolutely.
Shout out to her. So who do you got in this feud that's unfolding? Well, it's been underway.
Between Elon and Alt? Wow, that's a good question. I mean,
Who's your horse in this race?
Who's my horse in this race? That is so tough, man.
I like the responses that we've got in the chat,
tough.
eh?
That's
You see who's
so tough.
anti-Elon, who's pro-Elon.
That's such a tough question. I'm not like the biggest fan of the automotive industry, right? We all know what happened back in the 2000s. And then we have this AI revolution going on, but then people classify Elon as one of the purest AI plays because of this FSD and autonomy, right? So I'm gonna have to go with the winner who's kept on winning, and that is Elon Musk.
Yeah,
I think at the end of the day,
tough to bet.
Yeah,
like just as Mark Benioff always says, he's like, don't bet against Elon Musk. It's a tough bet. But in any event, I'm just gonna.
Who you got? I know who you got.
Well, I'm gonna have to say Elon, obviously, because I'm.
Yeah.
But I happen to like Altman.
Yeah, I like him.
I think he's a good speaker. I think he has a completely different personality. Than Elon. I think he's very contemplative. Not that Elon is not, but Elon is more willing to be off the cuff with certain things. I like Altman. I think he's good for the business.
He's more contained.
Much more.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see, obviously, how that all unfolds.
Well, I mean, Sam Altman had that news about him and his family, which was I don't know about that and how true it was. But Elon, Elon, he's a great personality as well too. And you can't bet against the man. He's one of the richest people on the planet. So how do you bet against that?
Games doesn't feel that way, though. He thinks Elon, or I have no idea, Elon is the biggest idiot on the planet.
Oh, okay. So he just got to be the richest man by being.
Everything was a fluke, Joseph. Right? The cars were made by accident. He fell first into SpaceX. The Boring Company drilled itself. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Boring Company did. Those tunnels weren't a good idea at all, I guess, eh?
No, I respect your opinion, man. I don't happen to agree with you at all, but that is the look. All right, guys. I got weaseled out of REKR here for the last, I had 2 pieces left, full disclosure. I put in a dip trade to defend 2. It didn't come down into 2, and now it's putting in a higher low on the 5. So the candle at 12 o'clock got all the way down to 202. The current candle that we're on at 12:05, that has about 30 seconds left, the low there, is 204. So it's a higher low. So I'm feeling maybe I should work my way back into it, but I don't have a good price. And if I get in here, I'll have essentially the same price I had at 210. So I think I might just hold off for a second here. I don't think this is the right entry for me on REKR. All right, guys, the Playmaker poll now officially up. Just to give you guys an idea of where we're standing on the day before you vote, the NQ is up 1 3/4%, and the ES, Joseph, above 4/5, 0.83. So vote
accordingly.
Yes, exactly. I'm hitting long. I'm hitting long.
Did you actually?
I hit long. Yeah. Well, you got it.
I thought you were giving like a speech here to say, hey, we're kind of extended here. Maybe vote the short side this time to switch things up. You're going right for it. Someone in the chat said, waiting for Elon to drop his meme coin.
I've made my feelings clear about that.
I think he's been in too much trouble already because of what he used to do with Dogecoin, so I highly doubt he's
Can I say something, though?
Yeah.
I think I was maybe I made myself a little bit misunderstood yesterday with how I feel about meme coins. So I'll just give you an example. Like, I'd like to be able to invest in a person that I think that will do well in their life and that are they're basically reap the rewards of their success. But there has to be something in it for me other than capital appreciation. Here's what I mean. So if you tagged onto your coin a percentage of the profits that I would make from your earnings on a yearly basis for the price of that coin, then I would get into that. So I could share in your success.
So like a dividend.
A dividend, you want to call it whatever. Yeah, absolutely. A payout. I think that makes sense. But to buy a coin simply because the person is successful, well, what's the intrinsic value of that coin? You can make the same argument about Bitcoin, right? That it has no purpose, it doesn't serve a functional purpose, it's only the great of fools 3, blah, blah, blah. We've all heard that stuff before. But I think that, being able to invest in somebody, if they were to give you some sort of royalties, for example, singers, like I want to invest in Dua Lipa.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
Right? Well, and then take a percentage of her sales, even if it's a
if we're going down that route, then you have to go with Taylor Swift, right? If you want to
Taylor Swift.
No, but what do you mean? Okay, what do you mean? But if you're going to invest in any pop superstar, it has to be Taylor Swift. Like, this girl's bringing in ridiculous amounts. Okay, Adara, what do you got going on? What do you got going on? Bring it to Adara. Let's hear what she has to say. Okay, we're not going.
Oh my God.
Okay, I guess we're not going. All right, so we'll continue with that talk. But I mean, yeah, I see. There we are. She's not ready now. Okay, now we're back here. But I mean, yeah, I would buy the Elon coin if there was one. But again, I wouldn't expect anything else out of it. There's no specific use case for it, right? Like, other than, hey, if your capital continues to appreciate, then at the end of the day, just buy the stock, I guess, maybe.
Well, that's the thing.
And people say they don't like Elon. Well, okay, maybe, then we'll buy it, maybe. And if it starts to continue to go on this bull run for the next 4, then maybe you'll like him a little bit more, right? So yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like,
but I would go with Taylor Swift coin over Dua Lipa coin.
Yeah, she's still losing it up there. Look, I'm not going to argue with her the fact that she prints up a storm at there. We know that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't like her music. You don't like her music.
I don't know any of her songs.
Adara thinks she's also disingenuous. I'm not going to speak for Adara, but yeah, you can chime in if you
I mean, I'm not going to get into this. I'm sure I could put out a TED Talk that'd be like 5 hours long. My thing is, I feel like there's no consistency in terms of the artistic vision. I get that she makes money, but she makes money because she knows people will buy anything. She makes, making 5 versions of the same album so your fans can buy all 5 is not making a great album. It's being a good merchandiser. And to me, those are 2 different things. I would not invest in that. Long Dua coin. I'm going to go long Dua coin. In support of
yes,
but I mean, that's the epitome of a business practice that you'd want to see, right? Like, okay, who cares what you put out there? Everybody just likes your product, right?
Yeah.
Right? So it doesn't matter if it's good or not. Kind of in the same instance with Nike, other than kind of the inverse of that. They wouldn't buy. They have a specific brand, right? People buy because of the Nike brand.
I agree.
And you say the material's half decent, but at the end of the day, do people really buy the? I guess they do some portion, but again, it's the brand name, right?
Hey, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. So. And I love the chiming in here. Everybody's got an opinion about this. It's look, you guys are. Most people are right, and I think some of us can be right at the same time. The fact that she, makes a lot of money, and she prints up a storm, and at the fact that, maybe it's a little derivative there. But in any event, T Swift poll ID.
Who put that out there?
Who do you think, bro?
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna read the rest of it. Big Smile. Come on, man.
Smile,
199 super chat. Killing me, Big Smile. All right, guys. Yeah. You're just going to have to let that one go. Yeah. It's next up. All right, guys. There's not a whole lot in small cap gapper world that's making moves right now. The only one that I really perceive to be of any decent setup here is the one I'm looking at on my chart, REKR. We're out of that. I looked for a $2 dip trade. We didn't get it. So I'm not going to just jump into anything. There's nothing, in my opinion, right now that's setting up well. Maybe SANA at that 355, but it doesn't look good either. So I'm going to start looking for some other names. We don't have to trade small cap gappers all the time. I could switch to the large caps and have a look at those, see what is setting up well. Okay, over here. All right, so we seem to have gotten to a bit of a high. We're almost at 22,100. In fact, we got to 22,093 on the NQ March contract. And we're looking at moving up off that 10 exponential. Let's see if we can take out the 100-point level. As I see it, you have a couple of names here in Mag 7 World retracing. META just tagged 633.70 down into 631 and 2/3 it goes. Amazon looks like double toppy at these levels. You already have two arches. It kind of looks like the McDonald's sign over here, missing the right side of the M. This could be an interesting short below 233.80 or for breaks VWAP because it's got a double top forming here on MSFT. The other side of the coin is it could be a higher low, and we could be taking out 235. So AMZN was strong. It got the nod today from Cantor Fitzgerald, upgrading Amazon. They see a very bullish case for this company. Microsoft is up 4%. What is going on there, Katina? Man, I need answers, baby. Microsoft is a dang rocket ship on the day, and this is not typical for Microsoft. You watching the mag for a while, you know 4% days are not. What's that, Adira? Yeah, Adira's going to chime in a second here, but 4% day for Microsoft is not usual. It is at 446 HOD, 445.96 high of day for Microsoft. Adira's got something for us.
I mentioned this briefly here during our midday happening now, but Microsoft, as far as I can tell, this name was actually implicated in the announcement there. This is going to be one of their apparently key partners here in the AI space with regard to that Project Stargate. So beyond the OpenAI connection, Microsoft is specifically implicated. So I think that's of note. They are directly here a player, according to the announcement, in that Stargate project. The other thing with Microsoft is Satya Nadella has apparently been here at Davos there for the World Economic Forum all day. I saw some comments. He was asked a little bit about the relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI. He didn't say anything particularly market moving. As you could see here, there weren't really any volume spikes in the stock beyond that opening print, but it is worth noting here too. One thing Satya Nadella did say is that he basically said AI is going to be basically more powerful than we know, can help augment us, and its ceiling or its floor level is basically better than all of our ceilings. So he's just saying that AI is super powerful and capable of a lot. There was nothing new really said by Satya there, but MSFT, keep in mind Satya is at WEF there, the World Economic Forum, in addition to the fact that it's implicated in Project Stargate. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. Yeah, I mean,
Adira, yeah.
Didn't have eyes on that. Mr. Longshorts, TEM, Tempest, AKA Nancy Pelosi's new entry is up on the day. Let's have a look at TEM. Okay, so it had a great day yesterday, obviously, and a great couple of days. But today, it's up, 6 2/3, not bad. You're below the pre-market high. It looks like we topped out there at $53. Weren't able to, that's not the pre-market high, but you can see that's a pre-market crest there. The high was right at 4 a.m., took us into 56.80. We're above VWAP. Right now, incrementally higher lows and higher highs. We took out $50 quite aggressively. Now we're knocking the door of $51. There is this area resistance level here from 10.15 and 10.20, which is essentially 50.75. We're kind of at that level right now, trading at 50 2/3, so not quite through that level. But TEM, good look. I mean, on the day, closed out yesterday, despite the highs, it closed out at $46. So this one was moving aggressively in the aftermarket, guys. So we had a nice move initially from 9:30 onwards. We closed out, as I said, at 47.50, but it seems like all hell broke loose there. At 5:30 or 5:25, we really moved up nicely from that 48 and change, and we got all the way up to 55 1/4 on TEM. So in case you're wondering why sometimes these move aftermarket, well, there's obviously a news catalyst that could push them up, but also the pre-market and the aftermarket don't have volatility halt parameters. Like a stock can be halted, but not for volatility in the pre-market and in the aftermarket. So a lot of small cap traders that like these parabolic stocks or that want to trade stocks that move aggressively that wouldn't be subject to the halt parameter like to trade them in the pre-market. In the aftermarket, they specifically wait for those time slots to trade them. So could be a little bit of that we moved up so aggressively there. So TEM in focus, but really nothing to my liking right now, man. I got to tell you, I'm not seeing anything that I like right now. I'm even looking at the large caps as well, and they're all kind of in no man's land. I mean, Microsoft, yeah, it's definitely knocking on the door of 446. Meta, I could absolutely be persuaded to sit for a dip trade on Meta at 430. Meta had a resistance level at 430. It's coming back down now into 4:30, 6:30, excuse me, guys, not 4:30, 6:30. It's coming back down now into about 631.25. It's holding the 20 exponential moving average, but I mean, I don't know. I don't like anything right now. Katina, man, what are you looking at over there, brother? Is anything? Yeah, he's not pleased with everything either at the moment. So I'm gonna keep an eye out. Let me know what you guys are trading though. Is anything moving of note? Is good levels that we can get in at? Maybe something that was strong that's retracing off a key level. Let me know. Tag me though in the chat. Say that again. Amazon's $1 away from 230. The Katina man says Amazon's $1.30 away from the 52-week highs that we already broke. Today's all-time high, right?
Yeah, all-time high.
So he's thinking a pullback into 233, and that does make sense to me, Katina, man, because that pre-market high was 233 as well. So you could definitely get a defend. This is the level he's talking about in and around this area right here. He's talking about AMZN 233, which was the previous all-time high. Obviously, we've taken that and then some, Joseph, with a 235.44 all-time high now. But I could absolutely be persuaded to get in at 233 if it is to work its way down there. I'm keeping an eye, guys, on the MAG as well as these small cap gappers. As soon as something sets up, I absolutely will weasel in, but nothing to my liking right now. Danny Nahas, I hope I didn't butcher your last name. I do apologize. Talking about Palantir, Joseph, let's weasel it. Okay, now we're getting some direction. Okay, so Palantir trading at the highs right now, and it was a hell of a hold here off VWAP. 76.50 drops down into that 75. Boom, to the high side and a new high on the day off the volume weighted average price. And since it bounced off the volume weighted average price, it's been very respectful of the 10 exponential. So the retracements have all been at or above that 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's up 5% on the day, and we already know Palantir has some big boy tailwinds. I hate to say it, but the world is rearming. And that's kind of how it goes with, the great worlds or the great powers theory or whatever you want to call it. There's lots of different names you could call it, the multipolar world, the great powers theory. In any event, everybody's rearming. AI is going to be integral in the future of warfare. Palantir has a tailwind. Joseph, it's just about getting in at the right time.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, guys. If we can pull up my chart here real quick. And just look at this beating here. This is talking about we're taking behind the woodshed here, down about 15%, 14.5% off the all-time highs is Apple here, Sharif. Selena just bought the new iPhone 16. Already having some troubles with it.
Did that cost you any money?
No, it didn't cost me anything. Yeah. It's, hey, I'm making sure. That's for sure. Didn't cost me anything, but I might have to weasel my way into this as well too. So here we are, down 14.5% off those all-time highs. Heading into some key support levels is Apple. Are we going to break? A lot of analysts say that this cycle for iPhone sales, this super cycle that we were supposed to be heading into, isn't going to be as much as we anticipated. So that can be a little bit alarming. And here we are, down 14.5%. I'm really looking forward to some of these this earnings report here to see how those sales are and what else they have coming in the pipeline here. Again, just to head back into that kind of, Adara was talking about that Taylor Swift analogy and the lack of innovation and kind of just refining her albums over and over again. And I think that's what the iPhone has been for the past couple of years, 5 or 6 years. It's just the same device with just new upgrades. They need to come out with something new and groundbreaking. We talked about it before. I'm still bullish on this company. Whatever they do, they perfect. That's fine. But again, someone will come along with a better idea. So it's time for them to start picking up some steam, getting their head in the game and coming up with something especially groundbreaking. Those Apple Vision Pros, and then you have the Orions from Meta. It's like, okay, you need to come out with something along those lines, something that people want, nice, easy, small, compact, and really attractive to the consumer. So Apple needs to get that ball rolling here or do something with those Vision Pros and get them a little bit smaller, condense what they have going on. And I think that can be some groundbreaking technology. But we also have, couldn't forget the boys, another $20 super chat here. Nessa, couldn't forget the boys in the afternoon. Sharif and Joe, y'all are amazing, and I love hearing you guys. Laughter throughout my computer. Love the knowledge. too much. Much love. Sharif coin and Joe coin. Wow. Nessa.
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
That's,
thank you.
man.
Yeah, very kind. Thank you
Appreciate
very
you,
much
Nessa, for that.
And I'm glad that you chime in day after day, guys. So yeah. And did you message me on X there, Nessa, for the cheat sheet? I think I might have replied to you. And thank you to all those people who messaged me on X with the kind words and got the cheat sheet. I made sure I got all that out to everybody who messaged me. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, from yesterday's lesson, there is a pivot cheat sheet that I'm giving out. Just like and subscribe to the channel, like their X channel as well too, and we can get you guys that cheat sheet on the Camarilla pivot point. So yeah, thank you very much on that, Nessa. That is my take here on Apple for right now. I think this earnings report is going to be really important for them. Let's take a look at what NVDA is up to right now, guys. Still slowly climbing. We did get a little bit of that selling pressure start to step in, but now recovering what we just gave back. I do think we climbed slightly higher. Might be more of a grind here on NVDA. The market is coming back as well too, SPY off of those highs and the Qs as well too, but I think we grind to a higher day here on NVDA.
All right, man, I weaseled in to TNXP. Shout out to Darwin for bringing this to my attention. I wouldn't have had eyes on this one because it is trading south of 85 pennies, and that's where I filter. I block everything south of 85 pennies on my scanner. That's how I know about all these small cap gappers. It's my scanner up top on my top screen, which you guys can't see, which is fine. So TNXP, I'm in right now at around 29 pennies, okay? So I've set up some beak wetters at 1 penny levels. Now we know how these bad boys trade. When you're south of $1, you're trading at 4 decimal places. So now, in addition to that, you have more areas of support and resistance because there's more areas to post bids and asks. You also have, according to Luis Barbado, small cap gapper trader extraordinaire. He's always on Thursday mornings on the morning. If you want to hear what he has to say about these small cap gappers, he brought something to my attention that I didn't necessarily know, having traded small caps now for almost 4 years. That certain algorithmic programs that run and trade these small cap gappers will actually stop trading it once it breaks south of $1. And obviously, by extension of that principle, it won't trade it, period, if it's already trading below $1. So you don't have sometimes that much participation in it. So we'll see, number one, can we take out 30 pennies? We're awfully close to that 30 penny level right now. Let's see if we can take it out. It's been a good day right now for TNXP, but right now rejecting 30 pennies. So what I've done is I've punched in, basically, it was at the high at the time, but I've also put in a dip trade at what I perceive to be an area of technical support. That's at around 28.5 pennies. Look how much we whiffled and waffled there at 28.5 pennies before we broke it decisively there at 12.20. So I'd like to see if that 28.5 pennies will act as a level of support if we are to reject 30 and then get a bit of a better price there. So that's my approach to TNXP. Here comes 30s now showing up on the ask. There's monstrous size at 30 pennies. But again, monstrous is contextual here. We're talking about a 30 penny name. So despite the fact that I see about close to about 10,000 lots, maybe a little bit more, and that's just what's posted. Keep that in context. We are talking about a 30 penny name. So when you calculate the notional, it's still not all that much. So at 30 pennies we go right now. Still waiting for the cross. Nothing doing at this moment. Now I'm seeing SANA as well come into a good technical area. SANA up 15.5%. It's rounded topping right there off that rejection at 3 2/3. It's now down into 3 1/3. That is the volume weighted average price here on SANA. And if you were to get in here, you could give yourself to, if you get in at 37s, give yourself to 30, maybe even a little bit less, 33s, because that's a little bit below VWAP. There's also price action support at 33. So if you place it at 32, price action support at 33. So place it at 32, that also works. SANA looking at possibly working its way, maybe a bounce off VWAP. We'll keep an eye on that. STAI. Finally getting going. So this one's a bit of a bamboozler though. So if you're looking at trading STAI, one thing you have to notice right offhand is the range per candle is awfully wide. What do I mean by that? So if you were to take the average price range per candle divided by the amount of 5-minute candles it's done on the day, I can basically bet you that it's way higher than other ones that we're trading concurrently. And the reason I say that is, look at each 5-minute candle. The range per 5-minute candle is quite wide. Well, why do you need to think about that? Why should that factor into your trading? Well, it has to factor into where you place peak wetters, your profit takers, as well as where you place stops. Why would you place a stop within an existing 5-minute candle? It could range within that 5-minute candle. You'll have to put it below the previous one, right? The previous low of the 5-minute candle, the area trough, you could call it. So that will have to factor in to your thinking there. So can I keep my eye out on SANA as well as STAI? They're looking possibly good at these levels. I'm going to have to weasel into Santa here, Joseph, because it's coming in to the volume weighted average price. What are you looking at, my man?
Yeah, I'm still just sitting in this NVDA trade here. But one thing that I want to point out here, guys, on PLTR, are we heading into potential pullback area? You know I'm going to be keeping an eye out for these specific signals. If we have the inability to break 77.11s and break the low around 76.82, maybe we get somewhat of a pullback here, and that can set up for a potential short. So that's what I'm keeping my eyes on right now is PLTR. The market is slightly extended from the volume weighted average price right now. So that move back or to some key support and resistance levels is something that I am going to be looking out for. But we have another $2 super chat. Ooh. Sorry if we missed this one here, Willis Addison. No, guys, Adara has spoken. I stand with Adara. And she was, and sorry, Willis is referring to the Taylor Swift comments. Much appreciated. You have the people standing with you, Adara, on that one. So we hit the law and order on that one for Willis and Adara. So again, thank you guys for that contribution. But we're gonna send it off to Adara real quick, guys.
We have a new graphic here from TTV Research. It's just been posted on X, but we're going to debut and talk about it here as well, live on the show. And this was actually an idea that a viewer had yesterday afternoon on the market recap, basically suggesting that we look at how these different indices perform in February. And what I found is it's really mixed. There's no real set, we usually say it'll be down in September, the index. That's not really the case here for February. It's kind of a little bit more mixed. But what was interesting, there was a while where the Dow would outperform or underperform the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, depending on the direction. So Dow was this blue here, stronger than the other two indices in 2017 when they were all up, weaker in 2018 when they were down, same with 2020 and 2019, 2021 following this pattern as well. And then 2023, we sharply underperformed. 2024, we actually don't perform as well as the SPY and the NASDAQ. Though it is worth noting the SPY and the NASDAQ were super strong in February 2024. That's the same month that NVIDIA had its epic rally. So keep that in mind. NVIDIA was not a Dow component at the time. So thinking about the different components in the different indices is probably key here as well. But regardless, interesting to take a look here at index performance in February. This is something I want to do a little bit more about in some different graphics, see how some Meg 7s perform in different months. So as always, if you guys have any suggestions for different graphics you want or different, ideas you want to see here at TTV Research on X, just let us know. Back to you.
Yeah, Kyle, you're a joker, my friend. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. You're a funny guy. He says he's back. So he got put on timeout for a little while there, Katina man, but now he's back. Yeah, Kyle, we gotta keep it PG here, my friend, as much as possible. So yeah, no worry, don't get put on timeout anymore, please and thank you, because we need your insights from a day-to-day basis, okay? So yeah, just keep it PG, please and thank you. But here we are, guys. I was talking about PLTR. This trend seems to be too strong, and we're holding around the 76, 77 level. If we break down, then sure enough, I'm going to look to take the short on it. But again, I don't necessarily want to be shorting some of the strongest stocks in the market. I'll pull up PLTR for you guys real quick if we can pull up my chart. Thank you. We're up over 4% on the session, over 5%, sorry, there on PLTR. And yeah, not something I would necessarily want to be shorting. That 5-minute signature is really nice here. I do like that it's isolated. And okay, here we go. Now I'm just talking myself into this trade. I don't expect this thing to go all the way down to VWAP, but somewhat of a pullback here. If we break that high of that candle, then I'm gonna get out of the trade. But as of right now, we're going to head south side. Maybe we'll look for 76.5s, and then we'll look to take the majority of the position off because I do think that this primary trend is extremely strong. And then someone asked me, Dubs dollars. Nightbot just posted it in the chat. So there you go. You can click that link in the chat. He just posted Bear versus Bulls as well too. And if you want that cheat sheet, just DM me and I'll be sure to send it to you as soon as I possibly can. I know everybody that messaged me yesterday got it. So if you want it as well too, there you go. And then also don't forget to like and subscribe and add the Trader TV channel as well too, guys. So here we are. PLTR starting to pull back a little bit as the rest of the market is as well too. NVDA hovering around this range high around 146.80. Again, that was my number one pick on my daily notes. Katina Man has his sticky notes, and I do my Notion as well too. And I really refined my system this morning. I only wanted to keep an eye on two things and just hyper focus on those two. And sure enough, they worked out really well for us. So there we are. I like the hyper focus on that, and especially when you have a high level ranking catalyst like that 500 billion going into AI infrastructure. How do you not look at the ticker the next day?
Don't tell Elon that.
Yeah, don't tell Elon. Yeah,
believe
they
that.
don't believe it. They don't have the money.
funny.
They don't have the money.
What's going on over there, Katina Man? He's talking about the Katina Man had a $591 winner today on ARM. In case anybody was wondering. No, seriously, how many dollars? Over $20 in the money on ARM today. No, I mean seriously, dude. ARM's up 14%.
I seen where he was in, and I'm like, oh, wow, that's a really nice trade.
It was
nice
ridiculous.
Trade.
Nice
dip
I think
buy.
you had bottom wick on that, did you not? I'm asking though. You had bottom wick.
Oh, come on, we wrote it down, baby.
And I got to tell you, Katina, man, I'm a little
wrote it.
disappointed that we don't have the branding anymore on there. So I don't know.
Yeah, what happened with that?
I don't know. I think we ran out.
Oh.
ARM. Funding not secured for the new sticky notes.
Nah, there you go.
No, seriously, the ARM 160 to 162 long. Where we are looking to play any dips on AI strength news. Excellent trade. Katina Man, he absolutely killed it on that. We're going to shout him out and hope he continues to print up multiple storms on that side.
Maybe we'll use our Wingstop funds to get some Katina Man branded name.
Ram, you don't get to decide what we do with Wingstop. They were earmarked for us.
No, I agree with. I take it back. No, I take it back. I want the Wingstop funds instead. Yeah, I take it back. Never mind the sticky notes. I take that one back. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're kidding. Ram, obviously.
But I mean, dude, we got like $60-$70 in Wingstop funds.
Just saying.
Yeah, just saying. You know what I mean?
There could be some other. We better get a whole plethora of dipping sauces with those, bro.
Yeah, well, I just saying Garpar. Just in case if anybody's taking any notes.
All right, I want to talk about some of these outs here that we have on TNXP. Shout out to the OG Darwin for bringing this one to my attention. A couple of outs here. On it, I'm waiting still at 31 pennies. I'm still going to leave my dip trade at 28.5. I do like this area for a possible dip trade to get a better dollar cost average on the same and get more shares so far. So we're going to keep an eye out on TNXP. The issue with this one, it's having trouble above 30. So I printed at 30. I printed at 30.5. I'm waiting at 31, but it is unable to decisively stay above 30 pennies. Let's see if that continues to be the case. I'm also involved in another one over here, SANA. Only reason I'm in this, VWAP hold. So I've given it to below 33s. That's where I perceived the support to be. So we're in at 39. We're going to risk 6 pennies. Come what may, Adara's at the big desk.
I just want to bring your guys' attention to TEM. This is Tempest AI. This name IPO'd last year, so they're still relatively new to the market. They had a nice rally. I'll just move this so you could see. Beautiful push to the upside here. Yesterday, not only did they announce here that they've launched their AI-enabled personal health concierge app for patients. It's called Olivia. So AI announcement for Tempest yesterday. They also were actually picked up here by Nancy Pelosi on a options basis. So a new Nancy Pelosi trade here, TEM. Tempest AI also has a 17.8% short float. So this one coming into previous resistance around that 52 level, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, just sitting here in this PLTR short. I was talking about it not too long ago. We had that inverted hammer with that isolated volume signature. If we break the high of day or the high of that candle, then I'm going to get out of the trade. The stock is up over 5%. I don't know if the short is ready just yet, even though the overall market does seem like it wants to pull back right now. So we're positioned really well here. If it continues to trade lower, then we'll be sitting pretty. But again, we have our definitive trade plan in, breaks the high, we're out. If we continue lower than 76.5s is where we're going to look to take the majority of out. John Womack, Joe W., do you ever go to Woodbine to play the ponies? My friend, I am all too familiar with that place.
I just go there for the beach. I park there.
Did you go to the beach there? No, Woodbine. Yeah, the racetrack,
Woodbine
right where they have
racetrack,
carriage.
yeah. I gotcha.
All too familiar with that place. Unfortunately, I haven't been there since they kind of redid the hotel and the casino. So it's been a couple years.
They got a full casino there.
Yeah,
don't
full
they
casino now and hotel.
Like card games and everything too?
Everything, yeah.
I heard.
I was there before they implemented some cards, but they didn't go full blown casino like since the past couple of years.
They had slots.
They had slots and everything along those lines. But yeah, I was a big Georgian Downs guy because I lived up north in Bradford. And the day I turned 18, my friend and I, one of my best friends, we went to Georgian Downs and we were playing the ponies. Yeah, so we bet a couple exactor, box, triactors, everything. So I know all that.
The one on the 400?
Yes.
In Innisville?
Yes.
Before Barrie?
Yes,
gotcha.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Not too far from the 400 flea market there.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's I used to live in those places. But yeah, I haven't been in a couple of years. It's a good thought because we always I always watch the Queen's Plate sometimes on TV. But yeah, we'll head back there. But yeah, back to talking stocks here, guys.
Yep.
PLTR. It looks like it's going to break this high, so I'm going to have to punch out of this trade. 177.08. We're out of this. We're at a dodge, and we're going to reassess the situation and see what we got going on. We still have the majority of our NVDA trade on right now, so that's doing just fine. But again, this stock is so strong, I don't know if it's ready to turn around just yet.
All right, Joseph, we're going to have to shout out to OG Darwin again, man, because we're taking multiple prints here because of him. Look, maybe I should change my rule, guys. Maybe I should not filter out from 85 pennies anymore. It's been a really long rule, and I'm a creature of habit, so that's going to be hard for me to do. Bang! We take it out at 32 pennies. Now I'm waiting at 32 and a half. So we'll see if this one wants to keep going here. TNXP up 33% and still going. Shout out as well to 2 pumps. I'm never going to be able to live that down. Our Darwin, shout out to him. Only the OGs will know exactly what 2 pumps mean. Shout out to Darwin. Bhavin Patel, any news on TNXP? Say less, Bhavin. I will have a look right now. I didn't even bother looking because, well, the technicals don't lie. I don't see anything, my friend. In fact, I don't see anything from yesterday. I don't see anything from the day before. I'm looking all the way back. It's only technical breakouts that it's showing me. And it's like short-term bearish event, short-term bullish event, yada, yada, yada. We take it out at 32 and a half. Now we're going to wait at 33s. How many exits do I have left on this? Okay, so I've got one more here on TNXP, so I'm going to let this one cook. Let's see how high we can get. I'm going to leave my dollar cost average at 28 and a half pennies, exactly where it is. This one is squeezing though, taking out 33 pennies now as we speak. I've got one out left, so I don't want to paper hand this trade and take it out too early. We're going to let this one cook and see exactly where it wants to weasel up to. TNXP up almost 40%. Let's have a look at the other one over here. SANA, we're long at 39s. It's showing me 42s. It's not really getting off the schneid though at VWAP. It's got a 4-candle holdup though as support at the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about SANA. It's up 16 and 3/4, 16.9% now. I'm looking for it to hold at VWAP. I think I perceive myself to have gotten a good entry because I'm long at 39s and I'm risking to 33s. I see price action support. Even though it's below VWAP, I see price action support at 33s. So I'm going to risk into 33s. That is going to be my move right now on SANA. STAI's continuing to put in higher highs and, well, not higher highs, but certainly higher lows. This one's up substantially, 62.5%. It's an ugly looking chart because it's so wicky and it probably, you know, it makes it more likely you get stopped out if you don't have correct stop placement here. But what's really getting my attention is the very, very obvious pattern of higher lows. So how do we work into this without getting blown out over here? I mean, I could try to get in at 230, maybe even a bit of a deeper retracement into that VWAP at 222. I'm hesitant to use anything VWAP related because VWAP looks like the line of best fit here. It's not acting at all as an area of support or resistance. In fact, it looks like the 20 exponential, the yellow solid line on my chart, that's what looks like it's acting, that's what's acting as support in my estimation. You got to bounce several times over here off the 20, and then you have another area, a double bottom off the 20. You have a single wick there off the 20 at 12.15. So STAI, I mean, it's a big boy percentage winner on the day, but I don't feel like I've got a good read on it. Okay, TNXP just shot up into 33.25 pennies, and now it's topping tail. The big move up into about 33.5 pennies. Let's see now if this defends 30. So the only reason I had 28.5 pennies over here is because it was rejecting 28.5 pennies. So I said resistance flips to support. But it did a very similar pattern at 30 pennies where we kept rejecting that 30 penny area. So maybe I should be picking some up here off 30 pennies if I'm going to trade it like that. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit at 0.30. Oops. And I'm going to sit there for a possible dip trade here on TNXP to add a little bit more. I've only got one out left on this one, so I wouldn't mind, if this area held up and I was able to get a little bit more here on TNXP. Joseph, what is going on your side of the desk?
Yeah, so we hopped back into this PLTR, Sharif. I got out slightly too early, that's okay. I thought it was going to break, but then we rejected that high as the overall market starts to pull back in. So I want to see if we can break down a little bit here. A pullback would be totally justifiable, especially when you're up over 5% on the session. Am I looking for the deepest pullback? No, not into that strength. But if we can get up to like 76.50s, 76, then I think that'll be reasonable for a pullback. So yeah, John Womack, good racing on Queen's Plate. I like the carriage races for sure. So yeah, I like that about Woodbine. I don't know if you're from. Are you from Ontario or are you American or where along the lines? How do you know about those places? I'm curious to know. So just tag me in the chat and we'll talk about it some more. But here we are, guys. Amazon continuing to hold the volume weighted average price, moving really well, putting in that all-time highs. Is Amazon and company. So here we are, double top-ish, now holding these levels, really flat bottom here, Sharif. So some key support levels here on Amazon. Yeah, if they break to the downside, then maybe we can head back into this 5-minute, or not even this opening. Yeah, maybe we can head back into this 5-minute opening range. But again, look for some key support levels after that one. So what would your next level be? And that would be probably pre-market high. But unless we hold here and then go and test, we did have this failed high of day break as well too, so just keep an eye out on that. The market went on a monstrous run in the earlier hours of the session, so this slow down momentum is what happens around these times. We're around that 1 o'clock hour, so wait until that 2 o'clock hour, and then maybe that volume in those buy programs can step back in. But as of right now, everything's looking good. We're sitting pretty in Suntan City. I think NVDA is going to go and test those highs a day at some point. It's just moving really, really slow. It's kind of reminding me of how Apple moves on most days because the float is so large. You need so much capital to come into these underlyings in order for it to move significantly. So here we are, but now going to break some key resistance zones on NVDA. Unfortunately, I took off too much on NVDA, but that's okay. We still have a bunch of the position left. Let's see if we can go and test these highs of days.
Hive Digital Technologies, Joseph, trading on the NASDAQ under ticker HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech on social media or at their website, hivedigitaltech.com, and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Shout out to the great folks there at Hive Digital. And I always like when we have a sponsor that we actually trade. Like Worksport, for example, WKSP. We got Hive now. We got some good ones over here. Who remembers Blue Chew? Remember the chat?
Blue Chew, yeah. Blue Chew, yeah.
That always used to get some comments in the chat there, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, so EVO hugs. Let's talk about coin. Absolutely, sir. Let's weasel into coin. I saw Brian Armstrong on CNBC yesterday. He's at Davos. He's in Davos, excuse me. At least he was yesterday. And he had some interesting comments, obviously, about where he feels the future of Bitcoin is. Obviously, he was asked about Gary Gensler and, him leaving. Obviously, he didn't have anything flattering to say about Gary G. But let's look at Coin. Coin, to me, is a little, I don't want to say consolidative, because it's got a 286 low and a 298 high. So there's definitely, $12 worth of range there. But it's very wavy to me. It's, it's consolidative. I'm just going to go back to that word. Consolidate. I don't like the way it looks at the moment. I got to tell you the truth. The break-even point today is around $294. We're there right now. You could try to make the argument this looks like a bull flag, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe anything above 295. If we can get a break of 295, this area range over here looks like it's showing 295 maybe as a bit of a resistance level. Personally, on Coin today, I'd be getting in at the lows as a long or the highs as a short. It doesn't show me a discernible trend. In fact, yesterday was kind of the same business. We went right to green yesterday. We went green to red to green. So it was very, very unpredictable, very hard to trade. So I don't have a good entry on Coin. I do apologize about that, but you can't have a good look on everything. Sharat Rahman, can you give your thoughts on NU? Let's have a look at Nucor. New Holdings, excuse me. So this looks really good. Okay, so that's a big move up, and then you've got higher lows and higher highs. NU is the ticker. It's up 5 1/3. Let me just go in over here. NU. I'm just going to have to manage, I think, this trade on TNXP because it's coming down. But Nucor, great hold-off VWAP. I possibly would get in at that $12 area. Look, there's a bit of a consolidation area top right around $12. It's gotten to $12.15. Personally, it's either going to be $11.95 VWAP for me or that $12 area top. Like you can see the wicks all get above 12, but look at the closing prints, all at or just north of 12 at 12.01. So to me, a dip trade at 12, 12.01, maybe even front run it at 12.02, that's the move. Otherwise, it's an $11.95 or a VWAP hold. That's how I personally would play it. All right. So we did well here on TNXP. I put in a dip trade at 30 pennies. It's going to have to hold up above 28.5 pennies over here, or we're not going to give it much room at all. I only had one more out, so I want to work in over here to get some more shares. But the technical level is going to have to hold. Now, if the 30 penny level gives way, then what I'm looking at is a hold of 28.5 pennies. That's how we maintain the higher low situation. I don't want to be trading this if it's printing lower lows. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one and make sure that we don't give back the profits we've made. The other one, SANA, I've been holding this at VWAP on long 39s. I'm waiting at 45s. Nothing doing. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 6 candle hold up above VWAP on the 5-minute chart on SANA. However, it's not forthcoming in its move up. So I am a little concerned about this one. We're going to pack our patience, see if we can extract some profits. Back to TNXP. Here down it goes below 30. This could be trouble here. I'm not going to give it that much room on the reload, Joseph. What are you looking at, my man?
Hey, good stuff there, my guys. You know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at the playmaker poll, and I'm looking at the votes. We don't got enough votes. We got 7 minutes, and we need 100. Let's get those votes up to 1,000, folks. We need that participation from you guys, especially with the playmaker and everything with the rundown as well too. We did fantastic on the rundown with over 1,000 votes, but now let's get the playmaker poll up to 1,000 votes. We know how Kyle feels about it. We already know we're going long, so maybe we can get that. We can
Kyle's
get that
going
other
long?
party. No, Kyle is not going. Kyle is not going long. But the playmaker poll seems like it is, and maybe one day we will finally take a short on the playmaker poll, but it's not going to be today, Sharif. So guys, please make sure you get those votes in. Helps the channel out a lot, helps us out. Make sure, and it makes us know that like, hey guys, we like doing this. We want to continue it. So get those votes in. We have about 900, maybe a little bit more now. So 944. So only 60 more to go. We get that 1,000. We like those 4-figure days. But here we are, guys, in some NVDA. Sorry, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to sneeze.
Yeah. No worries. We're keeping an eye.
Oh, false sneeze. False sneeze. Yeah, you know those ones? Yeah, those are the worst. But yeah, anyways, guys, make sure you get those votes in. But here we are in some NVDA starting to break. Unfortunately, I took a big chunk off right here. But but that's okay. I thought we were going to start pulling back considering at where the market is sitting at right now, but here we are climbing higher and higher. I mentioned that it's going to be somewhat of a slow grind to these highs of days in NVDA unless that volume steps in. And with this thing, I would not be surprised if it did at some point. And with that, it's probably going to drag the rest of the market up with it. But let's see what Adair is up to.
Netflix all day with the fact that they had, of course, their blowout earnings. But there's another streamer on watch, and it's Disney, DIS here to the upside, seeing apparently that their Texans versus Chiefs NFL game, which they, I guess, streamed, delivered apparently 33.8 million viewers. So 33.8 million people watching Disney's Texans v Chiefs NFL game. So DIS now another streamer on watch in addition to day one earnings for NFLX, guys. Back to you.
What a monster that thing is, bro.
Netflix, man. Yeah, we were talking about it.
It's down almost 4% since the bell rung, though.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it went up over like 20% or 15%. Yeah, I mean.
I was at the gym yesterday. I was like, oh, let me check, see what Netflix is doing. I'm like, what? I'm like, I thought it was an error. I thought I was looking at the wrong thing.
Really?
I'm like, what? It's over 1,000? Did I put in the wrong stock?
And I heard Katina Man mention, he's like, they were looking at about an 8 or 9% expected move. And
that was the expected?
Yeah, and
so
it
exceeded that.
And that's one thing, guys. Remind me as well, too, because I should be doing this with you guys more often. When we have big reports, just remind me, just like someone in the chat or options trader, just be like, hey, Joe, what's the expected move on that? Because I think that's a good statistic to know, especially if you're playing the at-the-money straddles and strangles. I think you need to know because you need that move to be exceeded if you're going to be profitable on those types of systems. And I know that a lot of people in the chat trade options, so just remind me ever so kindly, just like, hey, Joe, reminder, what's the expected move here on X underlying, okay? And we'll be sure to get into that. But again, I'll try to remember myself. But here we are, 992. I like the year 92. What I was born, taking a page out of Sharif's book.
Hey.
But yeah, good look there. Let's pull up some PLTR as we're starting to break down, guys. Stuck to the plan. Once it broke, maybe this was a little bit early of a breach, but we got out and then we got a much better price as well too. So let's see how deep this pullback can be. I told you what I'm aiming for, 76.50s, and then we're gonna look to take the majority off. I don't want to short too strong of a stock. But again, if it's going to break down, we're going to wait and hold for those targets.
All right, man. STAI is really going here. Aggressive move up. This is the one that has a very wide range per candle. So I was really hesitant to trade it. I'm in here. I'm in with small size. I'm still going to look to DCA into this, okay? Because I don't know. I just don't feel it's going to be as directional. Possibly now that it's kind of acting in this way where the tape is moving aggressively. This is usually where it starts squeezing. But if it doesn't, I've got a possible dip trade over here to defend that 255 to 260 level. And then I also like it at around 245 because that's the consolidation area top, at least how I perceive it on the 5 minutes. So if this one breaks down, I've already put my stop out for this one because I don't want to be caught with a huge drop down. And that's what it's done. It's been very wide range per candle. That concerns me, especially if you're punching it at highs. So that is the look right now. SANA, we got a print here at 45s, but this is really not getting off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, off VWAP all that well. I mean, it's a few pennies off it, but not really moving aggressively. In fact, as I look at the volume is a little bit light on it as well right now on SANA. I'm still holding that piece at 30 that I added into here on TNXP. We only had one more out on this bad boy. It did hold VWAP, and now it's kind of locked in a range between VWAP at around 28.5 pennies and 30 pennies. I'm talking about TNXP. Added at 30 pennies because, well, I only had one more out. So that's the look right now. So we're involved in 3 names. STAI, my humble submission, the most risky out of all of them. A few reasons. Up big on the day. We punched in at highs. The range per candle is really wide. And, well, we got a bit of a topping tail right now into about 80 pennies, 79 technically. So in small size over here, looking to possibly dollar cost average to build a bigger position so we can trade this successfully over here, up 83%. And if I didn't already, let me give you the details again. The market cap, 53.25 million with the latest move up, with volume of around 32 million shares traded so far. The float is 2.5 million shares, so quite small. And STAI is the one we don't have a short float for. Okay, here we go again into the highs. 79 is now showing up, rejecting again. 80s, 81s. I'm waiting at 82. You know where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 82. So let's layer the orders now, because if this squeezes, I want to catch it, because sometimes it doesn't hang out in the level for all that long. It's having trouble with 81s for whatever reason. Zigging and zagging right now is STAI. Let's see if it can take out 81s. Having a whole lot of trouble with that level. So packing my patience on this one, and I'm trying to execute my plan the best that I can by getting the better price if this one comes down. If it doesn't, we're going to take out the small position that we have. And yeah, we'll have to deal with that, obviously. Not having the full position there. Coffee Trader says, look at BLBX again. You're not wrong, Coffee. I saw when you tagged me before and I responded to you. I don't like it, brother. And the reason I don't like it is because it's hard to gauge what this one is up to. I mean, it's a little bit below VWAP. It's a little bit above VWAP. I don't like that. Hold a key area of resistance and I'll base my trade off it. I really don't know what this one wants to do. In fact, as I look at it now, even though it's above VWAP, look at the plethora of lower highs on this one. Area crest, area crest, area crest. So I am a little bit hesitant to want to trade this. I get your point, though. I'm going to try... I'm going to keep it on the side chart. If it sets up in the right way, certainly be interested in trading it, but it's got to set up right. But shout out to you, my man. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Adara is at the big desk.
Take a look here at crypto, but in the meantime, we are waiting here for this 20-year bond auction. If I happen to see this, if this comes through, if it populates for me before this segment ends, I will let you guys know. I'm also seeing some news here quickly before we get to crypto. Delta Airlines apparently canceling roughly 400 mainline and connection flights before noon on Wednesday due to some Gulf Coast region having some snow issues. So snow causing cancellation of apparently 400 Delta flights. Now, it's also interesting, too, we do have on watch here the crypto space. The CEO of Binance here named Richard Tang was making some comments apparently on the crypto space, and he actually praised what Donald Trump has had here, basically saying that he's feeling bullish with the industry under Trump, and says that his embrace of the industry and his intention to create a national Bitcoin reserve, which again, we haven't heard anything of since the inauguration, is apparently going to be a good sign. Richard Tang saying, quote, Trump wants to build the U.S. into the crypto capital of the world. So looks like this is not just a great look for Trump. It looks like America is really being viewed now as a great place for crypto as a whole. So those are some comments that are coming in from CEO of Binance, Richard Tang. As Sharif mentioned, we did have Brian Armstrong there at Davos as well. So this is also comments coming from Davos with a lot of financial CEOs here as well coming at Davos. So keep an eye on some of these related names and plays. Either way, not much to say here in Bitcoin other than we are continuing this uptrend off of generally holding the support here at that 91,000. I would actually say this is a bit of a double bottom as well if you zoom in even closer. We're, to be clear, within an uptrend, but that 91,000 bounce with the exception of that push into 89,000 very briefly has shown a lot of support for BTC. We'll take a look at ETH as well because we don't look at it as much. ETH, this is the election AVWAP. Not looking as good here, especially compared to Bitcoin near all-time highs. What a double top here for Ethereum at 4,100. Lower highs, lower lows. Maybe, though, trying to make a higher low here. We also did get that 20-year bond auction. 4.9% here for the high yield above the previous print of 4.686%. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that,
Adara.
Adara.
You know what time it is, my guy?
Yes, it is. I just setting up a couple of orders,
Jeez.
Joseph. Let me throw those on, then I'll be back.
For the spiled one there, are you throwing? Oh, no, something else?
No, just a small cap. All right, let's weasel on into the Playmaker poll, baby. Okay, in case you don't know what that is, guys, every day at 1 o'clock, we enter a trade on the SPY, and we put a $1 stop and a $2 profit taker by 2 o'clock. We check to see how the Playmaker poll is doing. And as you see there, we chart all our data to see whether, where this whole setup is positive or negative, and we named it after one of the OGs of the chat, the Playmaker. He's no longer with us. May he rest in peace. But a fantastic guy and a good friend of the show's. So we named it after him in case you were wondering what this whole thing is about. Just thought I'd update you there.
Nice.
All right,
Good
Joseph,
luck there,
let's get to work.
Let's get to work.
All right, we are going in 6:07:23.
6:07:23.
We're going to take it all out 6:06:23.
6:06:23.
And we're going to take profits at 6:09:23.
Okay. So, sorry, our losses. Yeah, sorry, I was 6:07:23, 6:09.
Yeah.
6:09:23. Beautiful, good stuff there. Time in, guys, 1:04. And there's that, guys. We're going long once again. And you know what, guys? Look at the amount of sample set. Look at the data that we have collected now. 29 total sessions that we've been doing this. This is kind of what tomorrow's lesson is going to be about, is collecting that data and refining that system. Sharif, if we didn't have a 50% win rate or anything along those lines, or we had a negative equity curve, we could just essentially throw this out the window and say, you know what? From 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, this trade is not working. This is the whole point of that, and you need to implement that within your trading, refining your trading strategy. If you really, really want to hone in on hitting those high accuracy rates and defining what you're good at, this is such a good method. Even using these basic metrics that we are, it can give you a lot of information. Am I good at this time? Where am I most efficient at? Share size, ticker size, level of catalyst, etc. And that's everything we're kind of touch on when constructing a trading playbook. And I think this is one of the key fundamental aspects of that. So here we are, guys. We're in that trade, the Playmaker poll. Let's see how we work out today. But we have some other things in the chat. I know a lot of people are asking me about gaming. Nick Diaz did. Do you have any relations to Nate Diaz? Or, yeah, well, Nick is the older brother, so if that's Nick,
True.
And Nick being here, and then maybe he has some relations to the Diaz brothers. But here we are, guys, on PLTR. And speaking of playbook, and this is what I mentioned not too long ago, I really, really don't like shorting strong stocks, okay? So again, this is just my preference. This is just a rule that I've come up with myself and realized, hey, I'm not that good at it. But guys, I can't really be too upset with myself because those signals were there, all right? So we had an inverted hammer at an extreme high and an isolated volume signature. That will signal for me to take this trade. It took the trade, stuck to the plan. It didn't work out. All right, on to the next one. As Obi would say, what is the next trade? And that's how you have to look at it. You can't get too uptight about these things because it's the name of the game, and that's how these things work, okay? So just keep that in mind. Nothing is 100%, and you have to have the ability to accept that. But one thing that is continuing to work with us and is a really slow burner here, Sharif, is NVDA. I'll fix these dark pools for you guys momentarily, but we're still holding on to the majority of this position. And let's see how it works out. I do think that we are going to grind higher to that 147.50 level, and that's going to be one of my primary price targets.
All right. Okay. So just keeping an eye here on STAI. I'm waiting at 65s, just waiting for, it's at 65s, but it's not crossing. Okay. There we go. Now I'm waiting at 69 for the next level. Then I'm waiting at 74s. Let's see if this one wants to hold above that $0.50 on STAI. It's again, I mean, I knew this was going to be a tough one to trade because the range per candle is so wide. It has, it's volatile. And that's what really range per candle denotes, the volatility there. So we'll wait to see if we can get that print at 69. We did defend the $0.50. I perceive to be quite well. Whether or not we continue, an entirely different story. We're waiting at we're printing 68s now with not that much size posted on the gateway right on at that level 68. So let's see if we can work up into that 69 penny level. The high of the day, I should mention, is 81 pennies on STAI. It's a good look. There we go. Now we got the print at 69s. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze above 74 pennies, selling off a little bit with a bit of a sell coming in at that 10 penny level. I'm talking about STAI again. Now, I'm looking at over here TNXP, and I am a little concerned. So I added to this one at 30. I only had one out left. Now we're breaking down below 30s and we're hanging out at 29s. And I've still got that dip trade at around 28.5 pennies. And I don't know how I feel about that anymore because this feels awfully flat bottom breakish, where we have that huge topping tail candle into 33.25 pennies. And now we're below 29. We are above VWAP. That's really the only thing that's keeping me optimistic about the trade. But here we go. It's dipping down. We just got filled at 29, so it's going to have to hold this area, otherwise I'm gone. What's our average price now? It is 29s on it, so we'll have to take out some profits there if we can de-risk. Let's see if this holds. 28 pennies is my line in the sand. It will have to hold above there on the ask, otherwise I'm gone. Zeno, here it comes into 28 pennies. Looks like we are going to get stopped out of this bad boy as it's now breaching the volume weighted average price. Let me just throw out my stop, make sure that I'm going to send it to you for a second while I get my stop ready.
Absolutely. Okay, Dipash, sorry, brother. I know you've asked me multiple times to take a look at Rivian. Very kindly as well too. You weren't spamming the chat, so I'm gonna pull up Rivian for you. I know you mentioned a couple things in some point, dude. Trump EV sanctions, bro. You forgot to talk. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we will look at Rivian for you real quick. This isn't a company I would necessarily look to be participating in. I think this is a conversation for Sharif and Randy. I know they can get really deep into the EVs, and here we are. Let's zoom in and see what we got. But actually, hold on, wait a second. We're gonna stick to this zoom out and see what we have from a daily perspective. And we're running into some key support levels. Can it break down? Absolutely. Rivian is a stock that I necessarily haven't been trading, even when it's I guess other than when it's in play. But I'm just not in sync with it, and that's fine. There's other things that we can trade, but let's zoom in and see what we got going on. Now starting to slowly curl over here, Sharif, putting in that turtle shell price action, roll over, and now heading towards the low a day. Are we going to go and test it at this point? I mean, we only have about 3 hours left in the session, so excuse me, a lot can happen in that time. Keep that in mind. But am I going to be in Rivian for the long run? I don't think so. I mentioned before, talking about, when Sharif asked me about Elon or Sam, I'm like, well, I don't really love the vehicle space, automotive industry. But again, Elon is kind of an outlier of that. You can classify it as more of a data collection as well too, and kind of an AI play. As for Rivian, that's not something I'm going to be looking to participate in. I would rather allocate my capital to something else. I don't know how you feel about Rivian, Sharif.
Look, I like Rivian. Not right now, though. I need to see the R2. And you could say to me, Sharif, you can't invest in the future when it comes to pass. You got to invest for the future. So I don't know, man. If the reason I'm holding off is because I don't know if they can scale in the way that they're saying they're going to scale. There's only been really one American company who's been able to scale EVs. It's Tesla. The other really is BYD, and they're a Chinese company. And I'm talking about scale, not your like Neos, your XPEV, your Li Autos, and Polestars. No, I mean scale en masse. And there's only two of them in the world. That's what I perceive anyway.
It's BYD and Tesla.
That's really what it is.
So in the world of EVs, where are you ranking Rivian? So we'll call BYD. Is that?
Yeah,
so
that's a great question, dude. And can I say something?
Yeah.
Most EVs, the EV companies, will put their best foot forward first. So they'll have their most expensive model, like the Model S, the Model X. Rivian's case, the R1T, R1S. Yeah. And then once they establish brand loyalty, they get a couple of dollars in their account. They expand. They look for that cheaper model, the one that's more marketable to the masses, so to speak. So Rivian is still in that first phase. They aspire to have the R2. They aspire to have the R3, but all these things are just planned.
Okay.
We know that Tesla can print or can manufacture 500,000 Model Ys, 500,000 Model 3s. That is not in question.
Not an issue,
and now we're talking about the Model Q or whatever they're going to call it, the Model 2. And so it's like, to me, why would I put my money in Rivian when there's
when you got other big names like you mentioned, BYD,
like Lucid as well, big bags. Yeah,
so,
you're right.
So I guess from a ranking standpoint, you got Tesla, BYD,
love the cars,
Lucid, and then maybe Rivian at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something like that.
Something along those lines.
And I just want to make very clear that I think Rivian's cars are amazing. I told you my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
He had it. He was at the house last week, and It's an amazing car.
Yeah.
And no,
they look amazing, absolutely.
yeah,
But yeah.
no spence expired.
Yeah.
Clearly, you can tell just by the quality of the vehicle. That doesn't mean they're gonna make money. That's
Yeah.
the thing, right? So,
I mean, like with some, I think with the automotive industry, some models only have a certain lifespan. Like, you know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at? Like the Mercury, and like I remember the Hummer was the coolest thing on the planet, and then now it's slowly dying off and not as innovative. Like, I mean, they got the EV Hummer now, but I don't know who would want that thing.
I like
or
them,
an
but they
actual-
weigh a zillion pounds.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly,
just
right?
crazy.
So they
Also-
probably don't have much mileage per battery charge on that. So yeah, I mean, it's a tough space. I don't love the automotive industry, as I mentioned before. Tesla, I think, is an outlier just because I think it's solely a data collection company as well too. So
point.
other than that, I think I would look to allocate my capital somewhere else.
Adair's at the big desk.
We have here on watch Apple. Apparently, here seeing that Samsung here has launched its latest smartphone. This is the Galaxy S25 series. This has not only a custom chip, but it also has AI features or boosted AI features. So it does look like it's coming after Apple's crown a little bit. We know Apple's talked a lot about its Apple Intelligence with certain analysts, including Ming-Chi Kuo and some other figures from different firms, basically saying that Apple Intelligence is not necessarily the draw that people thought it might be. So with that in mind, Samsung coming out here with its own AI-powered phone, guys. Back to you.
I'm coming out with an AI-powered phone now.
I'm pretty sure they already had AI in their software, but I think maybe the hardware spec. We'll have to Google that. I saw you guys chiming in about Samsung in the chat. Obviously, that's not traded on the North America. I think it might be on the OTC.
I think so.
Is it on OTC?
Something along those lines.
Yeah, but it's not something I'm going to weasel into. But yeah, keep an eye out on Samsung if you have permissions to trade those markets. Otherwise, if you're on the Kospi, you can get into that as well. I'm pretty sure that's the main listing in Korea. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. All right. I'm still involved in these names right now. I got stopped out of STAI, so this one will be the first loser on the day. It didn't hold that $0.50 level, and so I want no more smoke with this one, even though it has VWAP at 234. So I should have been more alive to that. It looks like it is a VWAP bounce at the moment. Yeah, that was a mistake by me. That's an oversight there. I should have been more alive to that key area of technical support and placed my stop or a dollar cost average to take advantage of that. I didn't, and I paid the price. First loser on the day, STAI. Going to keep an eye out on it. If it sets up again, definitely weasel back into this one. Still involved in Sana as it holds VWAP for the umpteenth time, but having a whole lot of trouble for whatever reason with 45 pennies, not even the $0.50. So the volume really dropping off here on Sana, but we've got a decent price at VWAP, and I've got a clear out at 333. So we'll see if this one wants to move up, possibly squeeze into that high of the day. Involved still with TNXP. Looking to print over here, we're long 29 pennies. It's at 29.5. Let's see if we can extract some profitability on this one at the third of $1. We'll layer orders on this bad boy to see if we can take advantage of a move up here on TNXP. Now, I'm also looking, somebody was mentioning this to me earlier, BLBX, we had a good trade on this one to start the show, but now I perceive it to have enough price action here above VWAP that we can maybe start using VWAP as the lower end of the range for a possible flat top breakout through 390. So here's the range that we've established. Essentially, since we took VWAP at 1235, it's now 117. We've been above the volume weighted average price, and we've been using it as support. However, we've been locked in a range with about 390 to the high side and VWAP here about 355, maybe a little bit higher than that. So if you can get in something possibly at VWAP, you can hold this one for a flat top break and maybe even a squeeze above 4 and then maybe to test those high a day at 496. So good look right now for BLXB as it's holding up nicely above the volume weighted average price. Pack my patience, see what we can do with that one. Just looking up my top screen over here to see if there's any new small cap gappers that are making their way onto my scanner midday. Nothing really that's awfully pleasing. I'm just having a look at some over here. There's this new one called GRAL, lightly traded, but trading at the highs. Yeah, that's not really my cup of tea. We're going to leave that one alone. Okay, let's see what people are talking about over here. Nimit. My man Nimitz back in the house. SOBR moving to $1, but low volume. It was a runner in the past, so waiting for it to cross $1. Can you please review when you can? Thank you. Absolutely, Nimit. Always polite, class act as always. Let's look at Sober. I remember this one. We've traded this one before. Good breakout there, Nimit, into the dollar just as we loaded it up. Let's put Sober up here. Yeah, it's at 101. Good call out, Nimit. Perfect timing. Big volume on that one. This candle has about 144,000 shares in one 5-minute candle. It's not the biggest volume, obviously, for a $1, sub $1 name. Here is the daily on Sober. So you can see it's a former runner because it's had these outsized days in the past. And that's what I look for to see if this one, not the daily chart, obviously we keep an eye out on the daily to see if it's bullish or bearish, but what I look for with these small cap gappers, since I'm not going to invest in them, is if they had a history of running quite aggressively. So I'll submit to you back in October, we had a big day here on Sober, about a 300% day. The next day we had something akin to that from the top to bottom. The next day we were down 67%. So this one can absolutely run. I'm not sure if it has a catalyst today. Nothing that I see over here in terms of a catalyst for Sober, but definitely breaking through that $1 area limit. It's on its way here. Good look. Up into 103, so it's continuing to go. The volume not dropping off. 17.5% here, Nimit, on Sober. Keep my eye on this one. It could be an interesting trade off that $1 area. Tisha saying, I've traded a lot in the past. Yeah, I could kind of tell it was a former runner, Tisha, just based on how it's traded before in those outlying candles. Adair's at the big desk.
Yeah, I was going to say here, Sober is a prior runner. I recognize the ticker right away. Not a ton of volume on the day. They're only about 1.15, now 1.18 million shares traded on the day. 276,000 share float from what I'm seeing. Here's the thing. I do not know, there's different short floats. I am seeing a 97% short float on Trade Ideas. So SOBR seems like it's very heavily shorted. This is one that tends to get a lot of social media attention as well. And it is worth noting, be very careful here. This 15-minute candle, which is by far the largest of the day, only has 182,000 shares of volume involved. So volume is very light, tiny float, and monstrous short float. Nothing short of monstrous there. So be very cautious with Sober Safe, guys. Back to you.
So you shouldn't be drinking on that one, right?
You shouldn't be drinking, yeah. Don't drink. Don't drink.
That was really bad. I apologize for that, for everybody. Appreciate you, Adara.
Adara like that. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Well, she is the punt queen.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
if you get approval,
when we get her
approval,
it's
exactly.
kind of important.
So,
I seek Adara's approval for punts.
I do. You have to. She wrote the book. But Sharif, here we are. We were talking about Amazon not too long ago, and if it were to break some of these key support levels, that there could be potentially some more downside. And sure enough, here we are continuing through those levels that we marked out as a unit not too long ago, and now going to go run into those pre-market highs. I think that's going to be the next target, sitting around 230, 280 on Amazon. Considering how we had the inability to construct a new high here and then forming those lower highs on the way down, making that ascending triangle type of pattern. So we'll draw a line here, guys, from those highs and across what we have here with multiple touches. And then that's where you kind of get that wedge-like pattern. So that's why I decided to hop out of the NVDA trade completely. And as we start to pull back, we've been stopped out of our SPY trade, I'm pretty sure as well too. I'd have to check the numbers. But here we are, PLTR thesis starting to work out, but I'm not in it right now, guys. I took 2 stabs at it with the market pulling back down now. So, oh well, it is what it is, and we can't complain about it. If we hit 76.50s on PLTR, then sure enough, we just have to collect that data, see where we went wrong, refine the system, and then look to improve on that front. But a lot of people are talking about Google, and we're not too far off the all-time highs on Google. We know Amazon constructed a new all-time high, and then we did yesterday. Oh, okay, wow, I didn't even recognize that on GOLGL, Alphabet 202. Putting in all-time high is Google, but now pulling back, forming this really weird consolidation phase. Not too sure how I feel about this one, Sharif. Kind of sitting on a ledge, so I think there can be a pullback here, or we just go parabolic after the earnings report, because I love this company. Yeah. I think it's a fantastic holding for the long term, and I will continue to allocate shares into this position because I think they're just dominant in so many spaces. Waymo, Willow now as well too. What else do we got? YouTube. This thing it's a monster. It's a beast in itself. So yeah, I love Google's.
All right, BLBX is flying, guys. What a breakout through the flat top at 395. Great move up, but a huge topping tail candle into about 4 2/3. What a move here for BLBX. Look, I'm looking to dip trade it off 4, okay? I'm going to have to keep a tight stop, though, so I'm putting my order at 405. If it comes back down there, I'd like to pick it up, but I'll give it to 88s because you've got to give this one a little bit of room because 4 is... 4 is going to be an interesting level over here. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to throw that order out there. Not bad. Not bad. We'll see if this one wants to get filled. BLBX, what a move up. What an aggressive move up over here. Good look. Let's see if it comes back into 4. I'm still waiting on STAI for a move up off the volume weighted average price. It looks like it came into my level, but it did not cross. So I'll pack my patience there. Let's have a look at the other one over here. Here we go. SANA finally getting away from that volume weighted average dang price. So we're going to take a bit of a fill there. Let's see what this one does. And we could possibly weasel up above the $0.50. I would just be pleased as dang punch off that level. VWAP is where I got in here on SANA. It held VWAP for basically the entire show. Now it's just got to move above the $0.50. Keep your eye out on this one. Still involved in several names. I'm talking about TNXP. Still above VWAP on TNXP, so it's keeping me in the trade. We're break even on it right now, 29 pennies. It's at 29 pennies. But the thing is, this one has a bit of a move down. It's showing me lower lows, lower highs. The only thing keeping me in this trade is the fact that it's above VWAP. So if we get a curl, great. If we don't, whatever, that's trading there. So keep an eye out on that one. Let's move back here. SANA, there we go, through the $0.50. Now I'm going to set up at 55s finally here on SANA. This one takes forever. What's happening?
Amazon's tanking.
Amazon's tanking, says Joseph. All right, we'll keep an eye out on that. We're going to send it to Adara at the Big Dash. She's got something for us.
Viewer, Google here, GOOGL here. CNBC reporting that the company has agreed to a new $1 billion investment here in Anthropic. Earlier today, CNBC reported that Meta is investing here in Databricks. So after we got that massive Project Stargate announcement yesterday with that $500 billion AI infrastructure announcement, now we have reports of 2 separate Mag 7 names investing in 2 separate AI companies, guys. Interesting stuff.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Yeah.
What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, we got another $5 super chat from Hobo Trader. Sorry if this is an FAQ. Don't worry about that. Don't ever apologize for asking me a question. Yeah, don't. Just, Joe, if you were, just ask, man. Because if you're asking the question, then multiple people, numerous amounts of people probably have the same question they want to ask. So, Joe, if you were following the Playmaker with 0 DTE, where would you place your strike for call/put? I would buy at the money. All right, so let me pull up my options chain for you right now to see what the SPY is sitting at. And we're going to pull up the 0 DTE. And then we're going to look at what the at the money is trading at right now. Okay, so SPY, here we are, SPY. And here we are, and let's take a look at the implied volatility too, because that will determine if the market is going to be overcharging us or not. So, okay, it's really low here, 13% IV. So if I were to look at the VIX, I would assume it's down as well too today. So 0 DTE, 13.1% at the money implied volatility. We're sitting at 607.08, so I would buy exactly that 607 strike price. Right, that's right at the money. Our delta going to be sitting at right at 0.5. So there you go. For every $1 move in the underlying contract, we will now be raising that contract $50. And then with that, I won't look at the gamma because that will change as well too. So I would buy that at the money. Good question, Hobo Trader.
Yeah.
Feel free to ask anything at any time.
Well, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Don't ask for where I live.
You give an invite like that, and then Big Smile.
Big
super
Smile.
chat,
Yeah.
And he's a liability. Let's call it spade.
He was on timeout. Kyle was back. He was for 300 seconds, and he's like, "I'm back." And now he's just chiming in. Joe, and look at the put side. Why would I do that why would I do that, Kyle Burnett? Look at the put side.
Get it, Kyle.
Hey, and again, says, okay, hold my beer. Oh, okay, I thought you're the same person as Hobo Trader. I'm going to say, are you Canadian? Just continuously saying sorry. But
I know that's a very Canadian thing, eh? Love that. All right, guys, we're involved in STAI. Got a print there at 49s. Now I'm waiting on the north side of 50. So it's going to have to clear 50. And if history is any guide, we've rejected off 50 multiple times on STAI. We've been above 50 pennies multiple times, but you can see so many wicks, at least on the 5-minute chart, that go into 50 and then reject. So we're long at 35s. Let's see if we can continue riding up here, 37s, or sorry. Let's see if we continue to ride up to the high side. I'm also involved in SANA. And I just got the print there at the $0.50. Now I'm waiting at 55s. So I want to see if this one can clear 50. So a lot of resistance right now at the $0.50, both on STAI and SANA. And I'd like to, this one, we've got a good price on SANA. We're at VWAP, so I've got a very clear area that if this one fails, and let me tell you, I don't like the volume on SANA. So if it fails, I've got a very clear area. That's $3.33. We're in at $3.39. So we have to risk about 6 pennies on this bad boy over here. Let's see what it does. Okay, STAI above the $0.50 now. And now I'm waiting, I believe, at 53s, 52s now, showing up on the ask. Let's see if it can cross to the north side of that and then continue to run. 281, I should let you guys know, is the high of the day on STAI. Let's see if we can work our way up there, or at least somewhere near there, and then we can take some prints on the way. So probably behooves me to throw some more prints on there. So I'm going to wait at the north side of 50 right now, rejecting off 53. So I put in an order at 58 there. Let's see if it can first fill the 53 order, and then we can talk about the 58 order. BLBX, I've still got my dip trade set up on this bad boy over here. And it's going unfilled. So this one dipped into 409. I was waiting at 405s. Look at it move back into 403s. I was specifically, the reason I was waiting at 405 because I was trying to front run the support level that I perceived to be at $4. So we had a whole bunch of whiffle and waffle consolidation at 390. I said, look, just jump into 4 and then you can give it to high 80s, 388, 387, somewhere around there. But it's not giving me the opportunity to get in. I don't want to chase it. 410 or 409 was the lowest it could go, at least from what I see over here on the 1 minute. It's still kind of bull flagging a little bit, if I can kind of say that. The big move up, then the sideways consolidation. We'll have to see if this ends up being a bit of a compression pattern. We can try to get in at the low end of the range. So that's what I'm looking at there. Shout out to Coffee Trader. I appreciate you for the nice compliment. I aspire to be better every day with these small cap gappers. They are a bamboozling bunch because that's just their nature. So trade them with caution, and I always stress that every day because you want to be around. You want to be around to trade more, and the only way to do that is to make sure money stays in your account. All right, we got the print there on STAI at around 55s. Now I'm setting up at 58 so on this bad boy. It's got a 281 high of the day. So let's see if this one wants to squeeze. How many more outs do we have on STI? Oh, we got plenty. Okay, so let's set up in the low 60s, and I think I'm going to wet my beak over here with another out just to de-risk a skosh. All right, back now to BLBX because it's kind of, it's coming close, maybe into that 405s. Do I have a stop ready for this bad boy? Probably, yes, I do, BLBX. So I'm giving this one to 88s. Kind of like what I said there. If we move into 405s, I'm going to give this to below 90s just to give it a bit of room, okay? I can't expect it to hold to 4 at 4 on the penny because, well, it's up 147%. It's awfully volatile. It's unlikely to do that, in my estimation anyway. So I've given it to around 390. 390 is the flat top. The reason I have my order above 4 is because I'm thinking 4 might be psychological support over here. So that's kind of why I've put my order at 405. That's the move there. All right, so that's it. That's all I've got. Oh, TNXP finally curling. Okay, I see you, TNXP. Let's see if we can weasel on over here. Still south, though, of that 30 penny area. But what I do like on TNXP, at least for now, is the higher low situation and the fact that we're above VWAP. So I've layered my orders out on this one. If I can, if it squeezes, I hopefully will be able to take advantage of, a squeeze up and a temporary price action into the 30s by having these resting orders. That is kind of my move. That's why I always throw resting orders out there, because I always say they hang around in a price level for not that long. They're quick ups and quick down, Joseph. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We'll see if we can keep going over here. Tisha says, look at GELS. Absolutely, Tisha, because Tisha's always trading these small cap gappers. So let's see what she has to say about GELS. Nimit, by the way, sober, bounced off a buck. So that might be an interesting one here, Nimit. I just had that one up on the side chart. I glanced quickly at it. All right, Tisha, GELS, not to my liking. My rules, Tisha. It's got to be above the pre-market high, and the pre-market high is here, 335. So 2 rule breaches here if I was to get in. Number 1, we're trading below VWAP on GELS. Number 2, we're well below the pre-market high. It's going to have to get above there for me to get involved. So that's my look there, Joseph, on GELS. Okay. Quickly, before we send it back to you, STAI is going. We just got the print there at 59s. Now I'm sitting here at 62. The high of the day, guys, is 81s. And this one's shown its propensity to squeeze already. It's done that before. It's up 75% on the day. So it's a good look right now. Let's see if it continues to run up, Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, my guy. We'll trade for food. Tesla, yeah, that guy's funny. He's funny. Tesla, he's real funny, actually. Tesla's about to drop like a 1986 Mike Tyson opponent. Ooh. I think. What says you? Yeah, I mean, from a technical, pardon me? Yeah. From a technical perspective, let's see what we got going on. And I can see what you're looking at here on Tesla. Guys, because we are starting to run into some support levels, and we've tested these highs multiple times, and we've had the inability to break and hold them, and now starting to trade towards the bottom of the range. Are we going to break lower? Possibly. But as of right now, we're not too negative on the session. Only down about 0.7% is Tesla. I think that volume in the rest of the market would have to capitulate in order for this thing to continue to move lower. Other than that, maybe today will just be a range inside day for Tesla. Unless that volume really steps in, we'll trade for food. I would not necessarily be looking to trade it short. I mentioned before, I'm not the biggest fan of shorting strong stocks. I mean, in this instance, we are weak on the session, and we are heading back towards the low of the day, or not the low of the day, the low of the range, but something I wouldn't look to be doing. But again, if it's in your playbook and you play the break of this 420 level that seems to be holding relatively strong, then sure enough, that volume is there might be a trade. So real Knobberts. I've seen, Neil, I know you've seen this one the other day as well too. Real Knobberts? In the chat, yeah. So why did you exit NVIDIA? I stepped away. The rest of the market was breaking down, started to come back towards my break even, so I just got out of the position. But we can always get back in it as well too, right? So that's what we did here. We are in it, we are back in it, and we are in Amazon as well. Holding those pre-market highs, as I mentioned, those levels that we marked out as a collective unit, now slightly bouncing off them. Let's see how deep this pullback can be. But first, let's see what Adair is up to.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience that can help you analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data can lead to instant trading. Know where the market's moving before others with lightning-fast data and charts to change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning can help you predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data gives you up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets, and that's everything you need all at once. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you for that.
Get it, Adara.
Get it, Adara. We needed a get it animation. We need a get it animation.
I would be good with that.
Yeah, we get one. Top VOIP. Yeah, we were talking about TSSI earlier in the session, right at the beginning of it actually, because I was asking Sharif, I'm like, hey, are you familiar with TSSI? He said no. I'm like, okay, well, let me read the first couple sentences of what this company does. And at that point, I think we were kind of sold, especially after that news report that Donald came out with $500 billion going into AI infrastructure. And they're going to be probably a sympathy play with that. So yeah, really good look. I'm glad you guys are paying attention to that stuff. So yeah.
See Donald yesterday at the news conference? He's like, $3 trillion.
Yeah.
3 trillion.
I like how he does like the little. I like how he does.
Get it, Donald, get it.
I like how he does the little shoulder turn. He's like,
Yeah,
you notice
he
that?
looks back.
Yeah, he's always like,
That's so
the
funny.
little shoulder turn.
Did you
is
see
hilarious.
Masayoshi's son, bro?
Yeah, he's like
I'm not going to do
feet.
the accent because it's wildly racist, but
Right.
the point is, it was like, look, I came in with $100 billion. You asked me for 200, and now I'm back with 500.
Yeah.
Like, he was very pleasing to Donald.
I mentioned we talked about Masayoshi before. He's the CEO of SoftBank. He invested in Alibaba Group as well too. So this guy's been around the block a couple times. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's over here at the White House. So good on him. I didn't think, because he almost went bankrupt with Alibaba, didn't he? Or something along those lines. He had a different venture
It
before.
was, I think, WeWork.
Was it WeWork? Was he in WeWork? And I told you what happened with WeWork. I forget the CEO of the name. For those who don't remember, the former CEO of WeWork essentially was taking real estate out under the company name and then paying himself the rent and then leasing his real estate back to the company, and like an ultimate kind of borderline Ponzi scheme there. So which is absolutely hilarious. But I mean, that's that. I forget his name, to be honest with you. If those who in the chat will remember real quick. Who was the former CEO? I could also just type it into Copilot, but I want to see how smart, because smart people everybody is. Who was the former CEO of WeWork? And then that's it. First person, you're going to get a big thumbs up. Yeah.
Am I allowed to say it?
Yeah, you can say it. Yeah.
Adam Newman.
Is it Adam Newman? Yeah, there you go. All right, well, then you guys lost.
Yeah, he's got long hair.
The chat lost. Yeah, odd-looking fellow there.
Yeah, he look, man, the whole point, bro, was to keep costs low. Let's get office space, make it portable. And then he started getting the most elite of office spaces, shooting his costs through the roof. I don't know why Masayoshi liked the look. He liked the look, and he lost a lot.
I mean, have you walked by some of the offices in the city?
You were telling me about it, man.
There's so many. Everything, man. And I was reading a part of the article. They were like, the motto was work hard but play harder. Right, and sure enough, look what happened. Like they had, at some point they had kegs in some of the offices.
Did they actually?
Yeah, and then they had to limit the coworkers. It was like, all right, only a couple pints throughout the day.
What?
Yeah, I was reading all this stuff, which was absolutely insane.
Work.
But there's one across the street from my place, a WeWork building, and it looks fun. It's like a fun setting. There's no real desk. It's all like those foam sofas and everything like that. So
Good times, man.
Yeah.
Look, guys, we're involved right now in Santa. I'm looking for this one to break 55s. It's at 55s right now. That's where I'm waiting, at 55s. Where are we in? We're in at 39s. Let's see if this one crosses SANA, up 21%. It's got a high of the day of 66 pennies. Whatever, we're rejecting 55 right now. I don't know why all of a sudden the tape dropped off. And it's no longer printing. Let's go ahead and wait at 54s. There we go. We'll take that out, and then we'll move up the order into 59s. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. STAI as well, defending 35 pennies, the exact area where we got in. However, this one has a bit of a compression pattern now with higher lows and lower highs. If I weapon in my head over here, I don't want to say the other one, but this one has more aggressive lower highs than it has higher lows. So that concerns me. So the push down is more aggressive than the push up. So I've moved up my stop from the previous area into this bottom area low, so it's going to have to defend 35 pennies. Otherwise, I'm not going to take any smoke on that one. Let's see what this one is doing over here. Come on, TNXP, bro. How long are we going to put in higher lows above VWAP and go unprinted at 30? It's ridiculous over here. TNXP's taking its sweet dang time to cross above that 30 penny area, and I've been waiting, and it looks like I'll continue to wait over here on TNXP. Guys, I'm still crazy, and I have I have a dip trade over here on BLBX at 405, and I don't know if I like this anymore. This looks awfully. Let me show you guys the 5-minute, and then you guys give me your opinion as to what kind of trade this is. Do you guys perceive this as a kind of a double top-ish area where we gonna get into that 75 or 70 penny area like we rejected last time on the closing print, and then drop back down? Or do you guys see this as a bull flag or a bull pennant, I should say, because we got a bit of a compression? Let me know what you guys think in the chat, because I don't want to be taking this off that $4 area, only have this plummet back into VWAP or at around 3 1/3. I don't know if that's the move. So I'd like to get your opinion on what you guys feel this bad boy is doing right now. I'm talking about BLBX. It's up big on the day, in case you didn't know, about 150% in Greensville right now, but bamboozling me in terms of a chart pattern. Unsure how to execute on this. I'd love to get some opinion from the chat there. So let's keep an eye out for anybody chiming in. All right, CJ says, love to see what WeWork owes in property taxes to every local, county, city, and state federal. Yeah, I bet you that probably came up a lot in bankruptcy proceedings. One of the last, from my previous knowledge, one of the last, creditors to be moved off the balance sheet, or the first in priority to be paid out of funds collected in a bankruptcy proceeding is the government. All forms of government, obviously, municipal, state, in your guys' case, provincial and ours, and federal. So they're usually first in priorities. There's other people as well, like benefactors of a trust. They're usually ahead in priority. Employees will also be ahead in priority of other debtors for their wages. So it comes into priority setting or priority settings in a bankruptcy proceeding. And I don't know, that changes between jurisdiction and jurisdiction. So not sure, whether or not they got their money. I'm talking about the local governments. Yeah. Here comes BLBX into that 410 level. Again, I'm just watching this one, Andre, as it comes into that level. It's been bouncing off 410. So that's interesting here. Not a level that I had earmarked, but there seems to be a buyer at 410. That's a few times it's done that now. So we'll see if this one continues to run. Get it, Joseph. What else we got? Medical Marinera. Sharif, I'm setting a sell limit at 448 and walking away from that. I like it. 448, I'm assuming you're talking about SANA, if I stand correct. Oh, no, you're talking about BLBX, aren't you? Here it comes into 4, Joseph. It just breached 4 very momentarily. But now the tape, look at the speed of the tape picking up. You can kind of tell involvement's really getting on this one. So we would have been filled right now, but I don't like this. It's going to breach 4. Here we go. Let's see what it does here. It's defending 4 for now, a little bit above, a little bit below. Yeah, it might defend. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like it might be holding 4 here. So, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Not involved in it, but good luck. BLBX is the one I'm talking about, guys. A big mover on the day. It was about 150% last time I talked about it. Now down into 137.
Yeah, good stuff there. We have a great question in from Edwin P. But first, NVDA starting to pick up the momentum here. You see that volume starting to step in as we go in for the high of day break. That's something picture perfect that I want to see. And I want to mention something on Tesla too, because we were just talking about it. And I was asked, would you short it? Are we going to break down here? And I said, just watch the volume by time profile. If you're going to break some key levels, you really want that volume to step in. And it did. So there you go. We are heading to the south side on Tesla. So hopefully, again, when I suggest something, I have to look at it from my perspective, right? So again, I don't want to mislead anybody in any wrong way, but here it is breaking down. But just pay attention to your key metrics, okay? And just try to stay from like an algorithmic standpoint. Literally no emotion. Whatever signals are displayed, just stay like that from a systematic standpoint, okay, guys? But Edwin P, are there any ways to make an educated guess that a stock will make a gap up tomorrow? Like yesterday, Oracle, Microsoft, ARM, NVIDIA gap up because of DJT investments? That's a great question, Edwin. And I think you honestly answered it yourself. I don't know of any parameters that you would have to use to determine, hey, this is going to gap up. You can keep an eye on earnings because that's going to classify as a gap up the next day. But I think you answered your own question in your own sense. And that's a good point. With yesterday, Microsoft, and because of the DJT investment, sure enough, there are some key metrics. Now you can start collecting data. When you have these high-level catalysts starting to step in, then here you are. Okay, what happens to the underlying assets the next day? Okay, they gap up. Perfect. So there you go. There's one reason. That's one data point that you can collect. Okay, large investments into the underlying asset. The following day, we gap up. Now find another catalyst like earnings, solid earnings reports, strong forward guidance. Okay, the next day we gap up. Now do the inverse. You get a downgrade or there might be some negative sentiment along those underlying assets. Document what it is. Okay, you gap down. But sure enough, Edwin, I think you answered your own question, and it's a great question at that. So there you go. You can start collecting data on that front, and hopefully that works out for you. So
See this?
No, sir.
Your friend Elon is talking to Ram's boys about a possible pickup of TikTok.
Okay.
Elon Musk.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Katina says, nice going, Ram.
Yeah, nice.
Elon Musk and Saudi Prince. Say that again, Ram. She made it happen, guys. She's taking credit for this. Get it, Ram.
She dialed the number.
Katina man's dropping the cash symbol. Yeah, she's clearly dropping the cash there. So Elon Musk and Saudi Prince. TikTok reports Yahoo Finance here. A game-changing deal in the making. Saudi Al Walid King. Okay, which prince, bro?
Okay.
Talal Ibrahim Al Maiman. I can't say that last one there. Talal Ibrahim. That's easy.
If this guy, sorry to interrupt you. If this guy acquires TikTok, he owns the social media space.
You heard what the Orange Man had to say yesterday. He was asked point blank by a reporter, "Do you mind? Would you be okay with Elon owning TikTok?" He's like, "Yeah, if he wants to own it." And then he looked at Larry Ellison and said, "Yeah." And he looked at Larry Ellison and said the same thing. He's like, "If he wants to own it."
Is that a pause? Oh, bro, how'd you get the fake sneeze too? I'm telling you, something's going around, man.
You got me there.
The false sneeze, yeah.
There we go.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so interesting. Lots of rumors right now, guys, floating around who can own TikTok. By the way, when we report this stuff, by no means are we vouching for the veracity of the headline. We're bringing you the headline. It's incumbent upon you to do your own due diligence. We're just going to mention it. We're not basically talking about the veracity, and we're not trying to say it's accurate or anything like that. I just want to make that very clear because lots of rumors float around, and yeah, it's incumbent upon us to make that very clear. So wanted to mention that. All right, guys, still involved in SANA. Question is, for how long? As it's coming back down again off that 355. VWAP is still at 338, and that's basically where I'm long. I'm actually long 1 penny above that. Same thing here with STAI. It's putting in lower highs. I don't like this trade anymore on STAI. This feels like it's going to flat bottom break. Let me tell you where my stop is right now on STAI because this one could be trouble. All right, so I've put it at 227. I think that's fair. I probably would move it up to 229 just because the level is at 235. That's what I perceive, okay? I see a whole bunch of support at 235. So I can give it 5 or 6 pennies and I'll put it at 229. So I'm going to move it up here on STAI. I think I just got printed on something and I'm not sure exactly what got printed there. So going to keep an eye out. Joseph, what do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, we're sitting in this Amazon here. It's looking like we might just consolidate before we take another leg down. So maybe a tough reversal look on that front, but let's take a look at NVDA. I mentioned before it's going to be a little bit of a slow grind, a nice slow cook here on NVDA, but we are now above those highs of days, continuing to appreciate just under 5% on the session. I think we continue to move here. Dipish asked if I think the momentum in NVIDIA is going to continue through the end of the week. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much for this thing to get moving. And one thing I also want to point out from a daily perspective here is look how long this consolidation phase is on NVDA. Oh, here we go. Right? So we're in this since November. So a couple months of consolidation. This can be classified as a nice accumulation phase, and then maybe we start to distribute higher and higher and higher. So that's a good look. That's my look on NVDA. I do think that this thing continues to climb higher. I know a lot of analysts have a $200 price tag on this thing. I couldn't agree more, especially at the rate of the earnings growth. I mean, it's starting to slow down now. We know what it was like a couple years ago, but the demand for Blackwell and all these NVDA chips and infrastructure is extremely high. So you got to be bullish on this thing. It's the king of what it does, especially with this AI arms race. I think NVDA is going to be one of the primary beneficiaries of it for sure.
The Dallas Cowboys are getting a little bit closer to possibly hiring a new head coach. Reports
Dion. Dion. No?
Prime? Yeah, he's in college right now. But yeah, that would have been sick. So reports Cowboys to meet offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer again. So second interview for the head coaching job. We all know Brian Schottenheimer. His dad, Marty Schottenheimer, obviously one of the OGs of football, a long time.
But what do you mean we all know Marty Schottenheimer? I have no idea.
I don't know. I'm just making everyone feel bad. Like, you don't know Marty Schottenheimer.
Yeah, I have no idea. He's like, I have no idea who this guy is. Offensive coordinator for
Look,
who?
He's a good dude. Yeah. Obviously, Brian Schottenheimer, he's an offensive coordinator. I don't think he's had a head coaching job. Neil, has Brian Schottenheimer been a head coach in the NFL before, or is just OC? He doesn't think so. I agree. I don't think I've seen Brian Schottenheimer as a head coach. Obviously, his dad, though, a head coach. Shout out to you, Jay Lee. You called it, Jay. You said, why not get out of STAI here? I just got stopped out for the remaining amount. I said to Jay, because it's holding VWAP, your point was well taken. I told you had a good point, Jay. So we got stopped out for the remaining amount there on STI. Still positive, though. Did decent on this one. But yeah, to build on your point, to go back to my previous point there, it looks like the Cowboys are planning to conduct a second interview. Hasn't happened yet with Brian Schottenheimer. The NFL, Ian Rappaport, obviously reporting that. The follow-up interview will take place after the two sides met for nearly 2 hours on Tuesday. Okay, good look there. Anybody but McCarthy, baby. He's 51 years old. Oh, wow, I didn't know he was actually that old. He's been a part of the Cowboys staff for the past 3 seasons, serving as the OC, offensive coordinator since 2023. We're going to shout him out. Hope, if he's the right man for the job, that he gets hired. Otherwise, keep looking, because we definitely need a bit of a better season. Man, can you believe this? The worst, I don't want to say the worst, one of the worst NFC conferences, the East, has 2 teams in the championship, and the best conference, the North, eliminated. They're completely gone. All 3 of them gone.
I know. That's just how football works. And it's funny that I was just thinking about that. So in 2013, when I was in school in Guelph, I used to be a hardcore Ravens fan. Hardcore. I had my Terrell Suggs, my Ray Lewis, my Ed Reed jerseys.
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, Joe Flacco. He won us the bowl that year. And R.I.P. Jacoby Jones. So I can't keep it in touch in here. So that year in school it went from absolute euphoria with the Ravens winning the Super Bowl to absolute utter heartbreak with the Leafs losing in 7 to Boston.
Oh, I'll never forget that. Yeah, I'll never forget that. Was that 4-1 or 5-1 in the third?
Yeah, it was 4-1 going into the third. And I remember, me and my roommates, we ordered Chinese food, and the Leafs scored. And the delivery guy was hearing us cheer, and he just ran into the house. And he just came and he dropped the food off, and he started cheering with us. I'll never forget that. We're like, who is this guy? And then he's like, I have the food. I heard you cheering. I want to watch the game too.
I'm not any less. No, man, I was on the other side of that. I'm obviously not a 49ers fan because of the history with the Cowboys, but I like Colin Kaepernick at the time.
That's who they lost.
That's who he was. That's who was in the Super Bowl for them. So I was cheering for the 49ers in that Super Bowl. But
wow.
Remember, that's when the lights went out.
The lights went out. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, this is so rigged. And it was the Harbaugh brothers against each other, right? From the coaching
That was the Harbaugh Super Bowl.
Right, it was, man. So
shout out to the big Spiled 199 Super Chat. The worst NFC beast. Go Commanders, go Commies, he calls them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I don't know if I'm going to cheer for either of those teams, but I will be watching, obviously, the championship. I think the better championship, though, to be completely honest with you, is on the AFC side this year with Neil's boys going against Joseph's boys over here, so that should be super interesting. Sorry, not Joseph's boys. I already beat Joseph's boys. What am I saying? We're going against the Chiefs. I won't be cheering for the Chiefs, so I will be a Bills fan this year, no question about it. I think Adara probably would be a Bills fan too. I don't put words in her mouth. She said yes because she doesn't want to see anything to do with Taylor Swift. She doesn't want to see her on camera. I don't want to see her in the box. I don't want to see anything to do with Taylor Swift. But I'm sure we will get many.
You would buy the
Taylor
stock.
Swift,
You would buy the stock though. You would buy Taylor Swift stock.
I'd buy the Taylor Swift coin.
Coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. So let us
as
know
long as there was
stuff.
some dividends in there or something, Joseph, you gotta sweeten the deal,
You
man.
gotta sweeten the deal a little bit.
You gotta sweeten the deal a little
An
bit.
autographed album.
No, I'm looking for recurring revenue on
You
that
want
bad boy,
yeah,
bro.
hey man, maybe it's
I
a
want
vintage
profits.
one. Autographed, I'm sure you could sell for a
That's
hefty
true.
penny, right?
That's true.
There you
That's
go.
a one-off, though. Scott Angel yelling, Bills will trade for food. Go Bills. Barkley, best pickup in NFL history, says T.S. Booger. Okay, that's all right. Prioritize Daniel Jones over Saquon, says CJ. Yeah, that's actually interesting there. I'm not really a Daniel Jones fan of any sort, nor am I a Saquon Barkley fan because, well, he plays for the enemy. Both teams were the enemy. So that's, what time are we out? Only 2 more minutes, man. All right, let's go over the trades we have left here. We're still holding SANA. Joseph, I'm waiting here in the high 50s for the print. This one did very well to defend the volume weighted average price. I saw people yelling in the chat, short SANA, and I don't really understand why because it's still above VWAP, but maybe not everybody uses my system of shorting below VWAP and going long above. We're also still involved here in, what is this one called? TNXP. We're long at 29s. It's print in 30s. I'm waiting at 30 and a half, 31 and a half in increments there, but we are going unprinted on this one. But what's keeping me involved in TNXP is it's above VWAP. It's putting in higher lows. I'd like to see a flat top break through 30. We've obviously had a lot of trouble with 30 on the day. We'll have to see if that ends up going up. The skips 8. It's known that whatever team Sharif cheers for isn't going to win. It feels that way a lot of the times, my man. Shout out to you. I mean, I hope that changes one day. Arsenal's not doing that well this year. Cowboys aren't doing that well this year. I guess I'm just jinxed. I'm the curse. So maybe I should start cheering for all my enemies.
Enemies, maybe.
Right? Maybe that'll change everything, right?
Yeah, it's like something they like they say in trading. If your system isn't working, just turn your screen upside down.
There you go.
And there you go. So.
All right, guys. Any final thoughts to leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the boys with a hot take here over at the big desk. The Baltimore Ravens are the Toronto Maple Leafs of the NFL. I told you it's gonna be a hot take.
Neil's
like, what? They just can't get it done, man. They just can't get it done.
Well, at least they didn't have to wait till 60 now. Or it's not as
they
long,
haven't lost. I mean, they won last time was in 13. So
the Ravens are the former Browns, right? Before the current Browns. So I think the Cleveland Browns moved to Baltimore, right?
No, it was like
No, I'm pretty sure it was the Browns.
It was the Baltimore Colts.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was the Baltimore Colts.
Hold on. It wasn't the Cleveland Browns moving to the...
No, it was the Baltimore. It was the
We're going to have
Baltimore.
to do this before we send it off to the big boy show.
Yeah.
We got to wait. So hold on. Let's go Baltimore.
Yeah.
It
was the Baltimore Colts.
Ravens. Let's go to their wiki, find out what the situation is, Joseph. I wonder if they have any Colts. Yes, after the controversial relocation of the Colts.
Look, I got Neil going now on the hot take there with Baltimore and the Leafs.
All right, here. The Baltimore Ravens were established in 1996 after Art Mondell, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, announced plans in 95 to relocate the franchise from Cleveland to Baltimore. So I think that they may have been the Colts team before that, but the more recent move was the Browns from 96. I remember that because then Cleveland didn't have a team, and then they got a new team with the Browns. In any event, we digress. The Big Kahunas are waiting. Their names are already on the board. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Get it, big boys.
Brady Quinn. Remember that guy?
You know, you're like,
Brady Quinn.
What are you trying to say about Brady Quinn?
No, like, first of all, Brady Quinn. Isn't Brady
Anyone
Quinn
makes $1 million.
Come on, didn't Brady Quinn marry one of the one of those famous U.S. gymnasts that won the gold medal? Like,
No.
he's doing okay.
Did he?
Brady Quinn, I think so. No, not like recent, but like I'm talking about
I know Jonathan Owens
12
was
years
Simone
back.
Biles. I know that much.
No, yeah, this would have been like a few Olympics ago. But also, can we just for a quick second here, comparing the Baltimore Ravens, you can make hot takes all you want, but it is just incorrect or factually nonsensical to compare the Baltimore Ravens to the Maple Leafs. The Baltimore Ravens have won 2 Super Bowls in my adult life. The Toronto Maple Leafs have not won a Stanley Cup since before I was born.
Since Randy's left.
Randy hasn't even seen the Maple Leafs win a Stanley Cup.
And Randy's really old.
No, he's not. Yeah, Randy? That's cool.
Hey, Randy, how's it going, Randy?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Lamar Jackson.
So,
Do you have a mic?
you have a mic?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, like, think about it. Since Lamar Jackson done, they had the inability to win the Super Bowl, even though they have been the best team in the NFL for multiple years. And with the new Leafs regime, starting with Austin Matthews, we've only been out of the first round once.
Yeah, I know.
And that's it.
We've only won one round in 40 years.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The modern days. Baltimore Ravens are the new Toronto Maple Leafs of the NFL. They can't get it done. And they have the best team.
They don't have the best team.
The Leafs or the Ravens?
The Ravens. And like the other thing is the Leafs, you can't say and if you are saying that about the Ravens, you can't say the Leafs have the best team in the NHL. Like, I don't think you can make.
Like four.
All I'm simply saying is, like, for anyone if you're in Toronto, if you're in Canada, we all know what the symbolism of the Toronto Maple Leafs is.
Win.
Which is, it's unfathomable, because you've got to be able to consider, like, imagine you're an American. Like, try to imagine the New York Yankees have not won a championship in 60 or 50 to 60 years.
Okay,
like,
just imagine you're the New York Knicks.
yeah, well, it's kind of like the Knicks, but I think it's more extreme than the Knicks in a certain sense.
No, I think the Knicks have won in a long time. Very long time.
Yeah, but I don't know that the
Cowboys have won a lot of Super Bowls.
Yeah, I don't know that the Knicks are kind of compared to on that level of ascendancy in the league. They were never that dominant. Like, the Knicks were never a perennial championship team. Like, the Celtics, imagine if the Celtics had just not won forever.
The Leafs were winning cups when there was like 20 teams in the league.
But they have that historical aspect to it. Hey, what's up, Randy?
What's up, Randy?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we got on that one. Is solar done?
You think I'm worried about I'm trying to trade over here. I'm going to worry about the mic.
They're always worried about the mics.
How's it going, Randy?
What's up, Randy?
Oh, thank you, Randy. That's nice. Well, more on the shoulders. You know what I'm saying?
Ramin's going to hate that. Randy did not talk EVs. He just walked away. You guys will win a Stanley Cup this year when you become the 51st state. Subban is the Canadian LeBron. We
ran into PK.
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. Ran into PK at when we were at. Where the heck did we just go?
Why is he the Canadian LeBron? Because he's black?
That doesn't even make any
sense.
What
does that even mean?
Like, look,
LeBron James is the greatest of all time. I like PK. Subban.
No, I love PK. For the record, I actually. I'm going to tell a story about PK.
Sure he would equate himself to LeBron James.
PK Subban is not going to be watching this, so I can say this. Straight up, my brother and I, so my mom and my aunt, who's my godmother, are literally best friends. They worked with PK's mom when they first came to Canada from the West Indies. So I've known PK and his family since I was a kid. I used to babysit them, but like he was like little. But I remember, and to give you an idea about dedication, this is what Gio reminds me of. When he was a kid, he would be running around the house as like a toddler with his hockey helmet on.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They had the flooded rink in the back. Like, you knew with that family from a very young age.
We have the book. There's a book that I think his dad.
Yeah, his pops wrote a book. He's a great dude. He's helped me out with a lot of stuff. When I tried out for a basketball team in high school and I was crap at basketball, the guy opened up his gym to run drills with me when he found out I was trying out for my high school basketball team, and I stunk at basketball all the time. Really, really good family.
But I just want, here's David. He says he's checking out. This is too funny. He's trying to work. I mean, we'll get less funny. We'll get less. David, stay with us.
Chill, Winston.
Don't check out.
Analyze, strategize, capitalize.
All right. Yeah. No, I agree. I think Jordan is. I was just saying greatest of all time, as in LeBron versus PK. But I would think that both of us would agree Jordan is. There's probably LeBron. some Ohio people who is there in the chat.
You're a hockey guy. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know more about hockey than I do. So like obviously back in the day, Wayne Gretzky, the great one, we can all agree is the greatest hockey player of all time. Michael Jordan. Like, who is the LeBron right now in hockey? Is it?
Oh, come on.
Is it Connor?
Yes.
Okay, because there's somebody I know who's like doesn't. They have like a.
Well, Sydney's been there for longer, but it's only one of the two. Who is he saying?
Well,
I mean, Connor McDavid's not as old as LeBron James. That's
because he doesn't have basically they say Sidney has that stature and
he has
and so does Ovi. They've been around long enough to have ascended to that hype. I'm like, yeah, but right now Connor's like the best player in the league. Like, isn't that what you're
Connor
talking
McDavid
about?
is considered the most skilled hockey player of all time.
It's just what he can do is like at a
Just
different
the
level.
most skilled player of all time.
Yeah.
Even like ahead of Gretzky.
That guy does some stuff on the ice.
The guy does some stuff.
I'm like, what the hell? Like, people can even
He
do
does
that?
this and he does that, and it's all this stuff. Like no, but when they
I was gonna say ish, but I don't want to say
no,
ish on
but
camera.
the reason, I mean, all kidding aside, like they had the skill competition there I think it was last year, and the winner won $1 million, and people were like, okay, this is just going to be like Connor McDavid just going to win this.
Yeah,
he won it easily. Like he won. Anyways,
He's like Kyrie handles with
I think
Vince
Joe
Carter
would agree with
dunks
that.
when you
Connor
put
McDavid's
that
the most
into.
talented player in the NHL.
The guy's like a highlight machine.
Skating, the way this guy skates. Yeah. All right, look, Shreve's got to go to the gym. We better hurry this up, or
Gotta get a session
we're gonna get like bench pressed over here pretty soon. Right now, the guy's like doing push-ups on the green screen over here. All right, let's go over to Shreve.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys already engaged in a sick conversation, locked and loaded, and ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. First, let's though look at the four major indexes. The NQ leading all the four major averages today, about 1.5% in the green, followed by the ES about 0.75 percentage point last time I looked. The Dow up 1/5, and the Russell 2000 down about 0.2% today. The only major average that's actually negative on the day. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, NVIDIA. Great day for NVIDIA, 4.5%, big move. You have a lot of these AI-related companies as well as microchips moving up after Donald Trump yesterday announced with Sam Altman, Masayoshi Son, and Larry Ellison in the White House that the $500 billion infrastructure plan, codenamed Project Stargate, already underway, guys, already building out that data center in Texas.
Yeah, you got like those data centers.
Like, is it codenamed or is it that it's just called Stargate? Yeah,
I don't think
'cause,
anybody knows really anything about this other than
because
sending these stocks to the moon.
I
Apparently,
mean, I don't know. Code name sort of means that you don't have like, an
NVIDIA.
official name
man,
on it.
what?
So I don't know. Whatever. It ultimately doesn't matter. NVIDIA is 1 day. How many days away are we from the all-time high? 2? Today is Wednesday, so Friday maybe, because 150 options and all that kind of good stuff. I feel like we're a day or two away from the next stock to get to its high. Oh, Amazon's not
its
there.
high is only 153. Like you could get there today.
Amazon got there, so all that's left is, obviously, Apple got there and then failed it. Tesla got there earlier and failed it, but so obviously those two. But then you have Google, which didn't get there, and you have Amazon, which did. So NVIDIA, I think, is, it's about as close of a lock. It's like the Bills winning on Sunday. Like, it's as close of a lock as you're going to get, that we should see that at least the 150 by the end of the week, and then certainly going into earnings on them, which I always want to double check before I say it out loud. They're always later on, so they are at the end of next month, so the 26th of next month in February. So we get them at the end of the cycle, which makes them a pretty decent lock to have made that break before you get there. As far as the trade goes today, sometimes you miss the dip. My focus this morning was on Oracle, which sucked. It was a fail, but it was like a double punk on Oracle, because on my note I had 143.5 on NVIDIA. That's a fail wick. That's not real. It came in right at the open. I double checked it. It came to 66. I was actually sitting at 62 in front of the 60 level, so I could get that dip price. I ended up missing it and then didn't get involved until it came back into VWAP. There on NVIDIA. But the rest, as they sort of say, is history with this stock. If you're betting against NVIDIA right now, you can't talk about billions and billions and now you're talking about trillions. Eventually they're going to go into more spending with AI without first talking about NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is a major beneficiary regardless. I think we're getting to that all-time high. It's just a matter of whether it's tomorrow, Friday, or Monday, one of these days. I think it's going to be a top-end break that, whether it's a fail break or not, I just think you're going to have it. I'll have a 52-week high break on NVIDIA regardless of how it goes. It's just a breakout that's worth the take. Even the 150 break, I think, because that's not even the high, I think the 150 break will be good for a shot as well. This afternoon, I think looking for VWAP retracements would be the play on NVDA.
Look, penal number 2 across all shows today will be NVIDIA. And the thing about it is, it's not like it was anything that we didn't expect. I mean, right there, a nice little dip down into 144. We had wrote that down right here on the sticky note today. Dip buys into 144 on NVIDIA, 143.50, back to the 200 period SMA. So, I mean, it's like, there's the 200 period. It is the green mark right there. So we just sat there and took it. Like, it came right in. We have our plan. We talk about this all the time. You know, we follow the plan. It went in, boom goes a dynamite. That's a 144 quarter long. There's a 147 outs. So almost $3 there to the top side. We hold that last, I think it was under 5%. You guys were all here with me trading this name. It got out when we broke VWAP back down through 146. So at the end of the day, we'll take a buck and change on the last little bit. We'll put NVIDIA in our pocket and smoke it one more time. And hopefully tomorrow as well, man. Watch out for 150 and then more all-time highs coming for NVDA. I mean, it's not like talking up our book or anything like that, when literally it's what we write down right here and it's what happens. So I really like this trade. We'll talk about ARM. Again, ARM is going to be the number 1 trade today, but Tesla, a very important stock as well in what's been a wild couple weeks for TSLA.
Down again today, Sean, after that big move down yesterday, down 1%, but well off the lows. I mean, there's a couple of headlines you could talk about here. The ending of the EV mandate vis-a-vis executive order by Donald Trump on his first day. That's said to be possibly bullish for Tesla and bearish for its competitors. Mixed opinions there. Separately, Wedbush chiming in today on Tesla, raising the price target to $550, maintaining that outperform rating. Should be mentioned, though, the bull case here, Danny Ives writes, is $650.
Which it would be a hefty premium from right about now, $650. Well, it's hard to get to $650 if you can't break $430. At least in the short term, that's what we're looking at here with Tesla. So it looked like this morning, it was diddling in the middle. And as you can see, I kind of marked off the 413 area for some support today, and kind of looking at that or the 406 at the bottom. Like, neither of those things happened on Tesla. You tried to maybe fill in a little bit of the gap. Monster fail at the open. It's an inside day on Tesla as much as you can consider like the $12 range an inside day on Tesla, but it's still underneath VWAP. Ultimately, does not hold on to the 420 yet. I think if we see that ramp job that we had in the afternoon yesterday, off of VWAP here, first it has to reclaim it, maybe a bounce off 420. But right about, it's happened a few times, we talked about this, like around 3 o'clock, sometimes 3:30, you've seen these buyers emerge on Tesla and drive it to highs. So looking at that today, I think if it can regain VWAP, maybe do something, like these little dips where it consolidates off VWAP, that's what I would look for this afternoon on Tesla for like a long trade. Other than that, I think it's a relatively weak name. Kind of like obviously it's a little bit bearish. I'm actually bearish on the quantum names as well, which I'll be looking toward this afternoon for some fades. Rigetti, QBTS, but maybe not Tesla because I like those a bit better.
Okay, so this is going to sound a little silly, but I'm short Tesla right now. We just get short right now. I like it underneath VWAP on being a red day today for Tesla. We'll see if it wants to hold it or not. Let's just play it. Let's play this move up right there against the 50-period moving average and give it all the way up, and that's 421. We're not taking a whole bunch of shares here, but if we're lucky enough to get it back into 418, something like that, that wouldn't be too bad. Or we could just scalp it out to where we are right now. But yeah, Tesla, as I said, it's been a pretty exciting couple weeks here as we get more word about TikTok, we get more word about Elon. We get that EV sort of bad news there about losing the 7,500 and whatnot. For the EV credits. So, yeah, man, I mean, again, if you're rocking with me, Neil, then put it back up one more time because there it is, another 30 cents. And we'll take a piece out right there again as hopefully this name will come back in as we'll just scalp a little bit out here, put some money in our pocket, short 60s, out teens twice. We just only got out of a third there. We're just playing around with this. I like the short idea there. You're underneath the 50 period. You just had to move back up. We have VWAP right here. So let's just see what winds up happening with it. It's Tesla right now. I like the short, and we're going to get out of here. If this breaks up, that's 421.20. Something like that. I mean, we won't really average in until we get into some of these highs right into there, 420.70, something like that. So we'll just get out of a third quickly for like, what are we short at? We're short at 60s. So we'll just take a quick little 50-cent win there. As you can see, trading is, it's hard to find the winner. So we'll put a little bit in our pocket right now on a quick little trade there on Tesla.
Yeah, I got it.
Oracle next, guys. As I mentioned on the top, Oracle, one of the three major players that was at the White House yesterday, being represented by Larry Ellison. SoftBank's role in that $500 billion Stargate AI venture is seen as a major growth driver for Oracle, guys, say analysts, and it's having another great day today, 7.5% yesterday after double digits yesterday. And this was important to me. I don't know how you guys felt about this, but it definitely dropped back down and tested resistance yesterday, acting as support today, boys.
Yes, sir. Before we get into Oracle, I believe want to talk a little bit about Hive Digital Technologies, everybody. On the NASDAQ, that is HIVE, pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com. And sign up for the Hive newsletter. Scan that QR code you see in front of you, or of course, check the link in the description, everybody. Oracle giveth, Oracle taketh away. Now, in the long term, nobody's complaining about Oracle today. At least I would hope nobody's complaining about Oracle today in the long term. It did a March. It tried to get to the tried to get to prior 52-week highs, all-time highs. Oracle, you've gained the 50 period. Like pretty much everything looked good on this story, except for it tried to pull into pre-market bottoms, failed it, and now is doing absolutely nothing on Oracle. So you got a bit of a gap fill. What Sharif was talking about was right in here. It did manage to dip. Ignore that. What gets crazy. 181 is your low. It dipped right into this prior high and prior resistance at 181, held that as support. So that's a pretty good sign. It was either going to be that or the 50-period moving average. It's done it, but it's done not much with it. It can't seem to get past that 186, which when I left you this morning, I said, well, I'm going to get bullish again on Oracle if it can hold above 146. Could it? Absolutely not. So I pretty much stayed away. I'm not trying to chase it up here. If we can hold bids above that price, that's where I'm continuing to look long on Oracle. I still think it's going to be great for the long term. This is the kind of catalyst that can certainly get it toward that all-time high once again. Great holding in the long term. But today, unfortunately, it just couldn't hold that bid.
We just covered some Tesla there for that dollar. It just came right back in. We actually got 65s. Nice move to the downside right now for Tesla. So we're now out of more than half of this trade on Tesla. Just trying to, it's starting to get going here a little bit. I'll bid something right there at 14 and see if it wants to come back in. But again, just sort of putting that icing on the cake here with our good friend. Tesla. It's been a good trade. We lost money on it yesterday. We'll make a little bit here today on that. All right, Oracle. Look, this is a name. It's thankfully that we've been loving tech for a very, very long time. There we go. We just get another fill. Okay, Tesla. Here goes Tesla, right back through 419 again. I didn't even realize that it dipped down this much, to be honest with you. We're long down here like at 10 something. It was a really good move to the upside. I'm thinking about getting some out here in and around $1.95 or so for Oracle. So I think we might have missed that opportunity. I may just get out of it. It's a great move upside. I don't really want to dump any of the tech stocks, but to have all these random ones is fine. I'd rather be a little more concentrated, but Oracle on that nice move up there. Not too many details, I feel like, about all the involvement in all of this, but Oracle catching some waves today. Was up much more though earlier on, right? We started the day at that 193. It's been really kind of beat up since then, and now trying to hover around VWAP. So we'll see who wins or not right now with Oracle. But so far so good there. If you've been long, as Neil said in the old PA account, but we're here to trade like right now. And, this Tesla, we just got another piece out right there. I just want to let people know that I'm getting more and more out. We only have a third left of this. Hopefully we can get into this 418, 417 and change. But Like, we're putting on trades today. Amazon, ARM, NVIDIA, Roblox, the TQs, and Tesla. We're going to go 6 for 6 today, and it's been a pretty good day. So let's go over. We'll talk about Microsoft. I haven't traded it. We can hear more about that. And then we'll talk about the biggest banger easily with ARM, which is I'm more excited to talk about. Neil's got Microsoft, but let's go get Sharif and see what he's up to.
What a move up, Sean, for Microsoft today at the day high, breaking over 4% right now. Widely speculated that it's benefiting from that $500 billion announcement yesterday from Stargate, as they're obviously involved in AI, whether through their own efforts, through Mustafa Suleiman, or through OpenAI, of which they have a joint venture. Morgan Stanley chiming in today as well on Microsoft, maintaining that overweight rating, guys, but dropping the price target to 540. Didn't matter for the stock, though, trading at highs.
No, I mean, upgrades, downgrades, price, target changes, all that good stuff. And Microsoft is just the latest name to get off the shine. I guess it just required this AI spending to come through, and obviously getting a little bit of a sympathy bounce for sure in a general sense. There's a bunch of there's a few minors that are moving around right now. I guess we'll get to that in a quick little second. But I have one trade in Microsoft, and it was actually a reversion trade because it was such a steady upward trend from the open that it really held the trend line all morning into the early afternoon, then sort of tagged the trend line, lost it. When it broke 44.45, I kind of tried to get short just underneath 445 and then left the order in to come in. It did give a buck and then pulled right back into break even. So I got some out for the first dollar of the move, but there was no follow through. That's a testament to how strong it is today. Like, it did a trend reversion, and then essentially when the stock is up 12, 13 bucks from the open, it pulls back $1. And now you're right back at the highs on Microsoft. So it doesn't feel like it's the stock to look for any shorts in. Like, I'm not going to try this again. Like, you take the shot on the mean revert when it breaks the trend. It was the all day long trend. That starts at 9:33 in the morning. So if that trade doesn't work, usually requires a significant setup to go for it again there on stop day. I like the setup, and it wasn't a bad trade. It was just, it's so strong. There's not a ton of follow through. Rather look at things, like I said, that are underneath VWAP. That's why, eyeballs are on Rigetti. Currently, this one, trying to get back into VWAP. It's rejected several times. QBTS I like, but QBTS is way underneath VWAP at those lows. So I don't know if we'll trade that one this afternoon, because this thing, it's on the quantum stocks. Like, this one can't seem to get off the bid, whereas Rigetti's right there at a resistance level that I like.
All right, Tesla is pulling back in, but let's go over and talk to Sharif when you're ready about ARM Holdings, and then we'll discuss what was up with that move there today, ARM Holdings.
Yeah, Sean, not a big deal today on ARM. Just, 14 1/3%. It's off the highs. Great day for it, needless to say. Susquehanna maintaining neutral on ARM, but boosting that price target up to $140. Should be mentioned that they're likely one of the benefactors of the $500 billion project Stargate. Also should mention, guys, that 90% of this company, thereabouts, is still being held by SoftBank, only 10% available for public market trading.
All right, look, ARM, one of, just like Oracle, there was a lot of plays that you could have made here today. I haven't had ARM on the sticky note probably in months, and then it goes on there, and maybe now it will stay. This was an absolute, it came into 160. We had written down on the sticky note that we liked 160 there for ARM, and the reason why is when we wrote it, it was up here 164, 165. And I was just like, look, if this is going to be good news, then we have to be higher than we were yesterday. Right, so that's the first thing. So we know that we're going to get above this 154, 155. And then I'm thinking to myself, if we drop down to this 157, that's there's something's wrong here with the story. So we wanted to get long in between 160 and 162. Wasn't sure where. We had some of these pre-market lows right there on some dark pools and then around 8 o'clock. So we sort of pecked that level, and then it just fell in. And honestly, there was about 5 minutes where we could have got all the longs you ever wanted right there for ARM. And then it just absolutely took off. And we had the trading, the ability to hold this. And both of the best outs that I have is right here, 179, and then the break back down below 180 again. So, man, this was a good trade for me. I really, again, like the stock here with ARM, continues to work. It's just a big trade overall, and $20, we put that in our pocket, and that's ARM Holdings for you. And again, as it was written right here, try not to make it too difficult. We wrote down on this sticky note, go find it. I want to thank everybody. Like, I've gotten, like hundreds of followers recently, a boost. And there it is right there, ARM, between 160 and 162. Long area, looking to play any dips on the AI strength. So it was really... easy to look for, and that was just a good trade. And again, like, you have to sort of stick your neck out sometimes on some of these plays. And it's like, not all the time. You see all the time, like on here, like NVIDIA, you got to have that trader mentality, kind of like that Mamba mentality that we talk about. And that is that not everything's going to go right into your level. You got to look at the stock, analyze the situation, and act on the go. And that's what got us into NVIDIA earlier. And that's what really got us, into this ARM. We knew we wanted the 160 level. So we sat there and took it. And to be honest with you guys, we got filled. You know this. We got filled in the pre-market. When those imbalances came out, this just whacked right down into us. And then it gave a couple more minutes there right off the open. That's 9:30, right? Bang! Straight there to the upside. So we did get some out, like for basically 50, 60 cents, because we're like, huh? And then it just absolutely took off to the point where this right there is $10. Like, you're going to hear, like, you're going to see some trades for me taking, like, a couple pennies here and there. This is a $20 move right there. And that's a $20 winner. So, even if I had the lowest amount of shares there, it would still have been P&L number one just because it was $20. So great move there. We're really happy with it. We're able to, do what we do, and we're up more today than we were down yesterday. So that's a good day for us. So we'll still sit back and watch that, and we'll see what winds up happening now with ARM. But again, Tesla right now $1 in the money, and like I said, remember, it's like sometimes $1 is good enough, and you got to sort of base it out on what you've been doing on the trade. Right there, here comes Tesla. I'm bidding 20s. Boom, Neil. That's another face slapper right there as it just comes right back in again, and we get 26s. So right there, I know when we went to us, I was like, well, I'm going to go short on Tesla. It hits the 50-period moving average, and we always say, stick to your plan, Stan. And that was it right there for Tesla. A nice little move to the downside. Now more than $1 in the money, just sort of adding it. Thank you, AK, and everybody else out there. This is why we're here, right? Trade, have profitable stocks, have profitable trades, and have a good time. And I think we're accomplishing all of that. So I want to thank
100%.
everybody.
And that ARM was the long arm of the law.
Yeah, man.
Great show. Whatever. I loved Kopp's. Long arm was the second best character on that one. ARM all-time high is tomorrow, next week, Friday. I don't know. It's 189, but it seems like it. It's just, you see how explosive it is with a $20 winner. Like it speaks for itself. I'm glad I learned my lesson with ARM about this is the kind of stock that I don't think you can get into it in the long term without just like being able to just close your eyes and DCA it, because it's kind of overpriced on any kind of a rational basis, but yet it doesn't matter. Like we said, only 10% is available to the public because it's very widely insider held, and they didn't come to market with a lot of shares. So when it does go, it's very squeeze heavy. It also means it can pull back pretty big. Like this does a 20, 30% pullback. Those are the times that you want to be able to pick it up. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to have a guest this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Joining us from give me a nod if we're ready here, but joining us from the West Coast, we're supposed to have our good friend Rahim Alani, but okay, not yet.
Yeah, not even close. All right, just really quickly.
I was told 2:30.
Yeah. No. All right, so just real quick here. All right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Pro Day Trader and everybody there in the chat. I'm watching out for Tesla breaking lower. There was one thing there. Dogecoin was down. Oh, yeah. How about this? I just saw this story. You want to talk about minting millionaires, as we said this over and over again. So NVIDIA's IPO is coming on right now. Back in 1999, they IPO'd. So it's long ago, but there's going to be lots of stories like this. But what a story this is. If you invested in NVIDIA in 1999, you would have $1,000 you invested in NVIDIA in 99. $1,000. This could be yours in Palantir. $5.9 million off of a $1,000 investment in NVIDIA. So at 99, most of us, some of us not born, but most of us would have had $1,000. Talk about not sitting here right now if I had done that. What an absolute monster there for NVIDIA. When I saw that number, I was like, huh? Say what?
It's insane.
But there it is right there. The original $1,000 investment back in 1999, worth now $5.9 million. Trader TV Live wouldn't even exist if I had, well, probably would have, because I wouldn't have $5.9 million right now. I probably would have sold it all on the way back up. But nice move there for NVIDIA. And just talking about minting millionaires and
More than
100
that.
millionaires
I was gonna say,
as we go there. Congratulations to everybody that's been working at NVIDIA. I have a friend that's made multiple millions of dollars on NVIDIA. I can even show you. I did actually one day.
You did show.
I did
was
show. Yeah, he made.
Was it Facebook?
And NVIDIA. Yeah, he dropped 30
No.
grand.
It was on Facebook.
Yes. Good memory.
It wasn't. No.
Yeah. So it was. He
Facebook
dropped like
stock.
30 grand into Meta and NVIDIA about 10 years ago. And we were texting back and forth. And he's like, just hold on to these. It'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. And he sends me a message the other day, or about 6-8 months ago.
It's one of the reasons why when people say hold on for the dream, that's part of it. Like, it's like these quantum stocks, man. Like my wife, we got into D-Wave, which look, like, they could be worth nothing. They could be no breakthroughs. Yeah. But, you know, when it gives you a double, triple, whatever it might be, you bank some of the profit. You can just hold the rest. Now you got a free roll on a stock that maybe turns into the next big thing.
The next Palantir.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it could be. They're a long way. The difference between Palantir and these stocks is like the length of time that Palantir was around before it turned into like now. Like that was a long. So it's a more difficult comparison. I think it'd be like a more apt comparison would be like a Tesla,
right,
than a Palantir, because Tesla was like here for not very long and then a big.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA would have gone way under their IPO price, I'm sure, at one point as well. Like AMD used to be $2 name.
Yeah.
So
hey, we are now ready. We are now ready to go to the desk with Adara, and then we'll have Rahim Alani join us.
Not join us, though.
To be aware here, Riot did make a bit of a move. I'm not seeing any actual news in any way on it. The one thing I am seeing is a kind of misleadingly worded social media post. So basically, what the post is saying is that, Riot and these crypto miners are pushing to the upside because Riot's going to be using its capacity for AI data centers and not Bitcoin mining. That headline is incorrect, and it's also from yesterday. So yesterday, Riot basically posted on their website they're going to be formally evaluating the potential of using their remaining 600 megawatts of power at their Texas facility for AI instead of for Bitcoin mining. So this is just an evaluation. This is in no way a hard decision. The other thing, though, that could be bullish here with this catalyst is the fact that this facility is in Corsicana, Texas. We know that the first round of this Project Stargate AI fundraising is going to be in Texas. So that is of note, but I want to clarify there's no actual news per se on Riot. That seems to be why it's moving, though, guys. Back to you.
Hey, what's up? Rahim Alani.
Get this man off the screen. Just get this man off the screen. Hey, Rahim, how's it going? Do we even have to ask you that?
It's cold, buddy. It's cold.
Shut up. Honestly, Rahim, what's the temperature of that water?
You got a lot of nerve to say it's cold.
It's cold. You know, it's minus 20 something right here, right now, Rahim? I'm walking outside. I can't even breathe.
It's cold.
Okay, it's cold. Okay.
A, it doesn't get that cold in Vancouver. B, you're chilling out in a pool right now. Aren't you at a conference?
Rahim, I see the steam coming off of the water, my guy. I mean, come on. This is...
Nobody told us you were on vacation, Rahim.
I came to do a business meeting, and we decided that we would just have the meeting here at the pool.
Okay. See, now we're getting more into what's actually happening here right now. But, well, congratulations. It seems like it's starting off to be a nice business meeting right there. What do you guys over there discuss? What's going on? What's on Rahim Alani's mind these days?
First, I got to give a congrats to Neil. That was a tough game, but I guess we'll all be cheering for Buffalo now. So congrats, and I'm going to be cheering for Buffalo for the first time in my life. That's okay.
Well, thank you. Like I said, I was the Baltimore Ravens. I had a ton of respect for. Like they're an unbelievable team. They're the one team that scared me. So
yeah.
Look, they
Anyway.
fought, but your boy didn't really come through. But you know what? At least you can then focus on the strength that we're seeing in this market right now, whether it's this AI bump across the board, whether it's Bitcoin specifically making a fresh high. It's been fantastic. I think infrastructure spending is going to it's turning into a bit of a thing. You've seen some industrial start to make some bounces here in the U.S. But there's a couple of things. A, how does that affect maybe some names in Canada, if you can mention that? And also, we do have this overhang of tariffs that are still there for Canadian stocks. Are there any plays in that regard?
Yeah, those are both great points, and those are conversation pieces that have been discussed. I am here at a mining conference, in all seriousness. And the talk around mining, one thing that you might want to start to look at is, depending on America's energy independence, look at uranium plays that are based in the U.S. There haven't been any announcements around the use of critical minerals, including uranium, coming from Canada. So there's no necessarily tariff news on that side yet, but the Department of Energy in the U.S. has given grants to a couple of different uranium companies. So you may want to look up that information to see which Canadian listed companies on the uranium side might be able to supply into the U.S. The gas side, I mean, one of our biggest exports outside of car parts is oil and gas to the U.S. Obviously, with temperatures dipping the way they've dipped, nat gas prices have gone up, and so you're going to see some of that. So look at Canadian names that are exporting to the U.S. pre the Biden administration, and ones that will look to take advantage of the Keystone Pipeline coming up here. So look at the gas names as well, and uranium names. Those are two things that did get discussed here at the conference. And a commodity that not a lot of people know about is antimony. I think we did discuss that a few weeks back. There is some noise around the antimony plays, just for their use in the critical space as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a big talk. We actually had some super chats about that. Oh, a super chat about that last night, so I'm glad you were able to touch on that. Specifically, look, nat gas is known to be a little bit temperamental in terms of an asset for volatility. But when it comes to there's some stable plays in there in Canada. I know on the nat gas side, that just overall energy plays like an Enbridge, that you can get a nice little dividend, and it gives you a better. It just gives you a better avenue, which you're not going to get the home run or the 10x when nat gas goes up, but it gives you that better avenue to invest in. But are there any smaller names maybe that you're aware of that maybe you can shoot us in the future that do give you a bit more juice? Not that Enbridge is bad.
Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, and I am here for a mining conference, so mining is resonating in my head. But look at Kelt, Kel. I might have mentioned that before. That's a nat gas play. If you are looking at it, it is a decent swing trade as well. It'll dip sometimes into the high sixes, get up into the mid sevens. I think it's probably around 720, 740 right now. Again, because of the last couple of days on pricing on nat gas. So that's a nice name to look at for sure.
Yeah, and that's just showing everybody here. Nice bull flag, nice little bit of a double top here as well, and it's been performing really well. Just broke out on the daily, above the 50 period, holding that $7 level. So glad we can always put you on the spot, and you'll have a little something for us as far as an individual name there, Raheem.
No problem. And again, if you are looking at the gas names, definitely look at names that are producers, and look at names that have some connectivity to the North American space, because there are a lot of gas companies as well that are listed outside. That have assets outside of North America, but I think North America will be a play on the gas side.
Raheem Alani, thank you so much for all the insights, man. I mean, you're absolutely killing us right now. The chat's really loving this and wishing that they were joining you over there. When are you coming back? And safe travels when that happens, and then come back to the show for sure. So when are you coming back, and how long are you there for, and what does your schedule look like?
I'm leaving tonight. I came in for a conference yesterday and day before. Have a couple more meetings here today, and then heading to the airport tonight. So got to enjoy a little bit of Vancouver. It's a little bit gray, as it always is here, but there is a lot of sentiment, positive sentiment, steaming around the AI side as well.
Right.
So I think there'll be a lot of news coming out of that space, especially in Canada, because we do have some good technology here. But especially with everything that got announced yesterday with Stargate, right? Everybody wants to take advantage of those opportunities. So I think you will see a lot more stuff happening on the AI side here in Canada.
We saw names like Celestica and whatnot starting to rip up the last time.
Talked about that before, yeah. BlackBerry.
Exactly. And the last time you were on here as well. So, all right, Raheem Alani, enjoy yourself. And thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to, incite us about some of those plays and let us know the life that you're living. So it's Raheem Alani, Managing Director of OCI. Thank you, Raheem.
Thanks, Raheem.
All right, guys, take care.
I feel as if
I just had to get rid of him ASAP because I can't just sit there and watch that. I mean, this guy's killing me. But thank you, Raheem, for coming on. And what a great segment.
Yeah.
I thought that was really funny that he did that from the pool and
I guarantee you this. The
Yeah.
second that camera went off,
he's doing laps.
no, there's a beverage that's got a.
Maybe. Oh, we almost got a sneak. We almost got a sneak peek right there. We almost got a sneak peek. Ramin.
Okay, Ramin still got.
All right, Ramin. We'll have
I'm
to,
just saying.
we'll
Usually, if you're at a conference,
Raheem, if you're still watching this, man, disconnect immediately. You never know what might happen over there.
not that I go to conference, not that I go to any conference.
No, we're not. I'm literally not allowed to go anywhere. We got to take our vacation.
My wife's at a job where she gets to go to conferences, and usually there's the social aspect to it as well, which is perfect. That's perfectly fine. Why did I type? Oh, because someone said the word BlackBerry. That's why. Why did I just bring up BlackBerry for no apparent?
You want to trade the stock or?
Well, what's weird about BlackBerry, believe it or not, is it's kind of on a breakout. I don't know why I'm looking at it in Toronto. Most of you people would look at this stock in the New York Exchange. But BlackBerry actually, oddly enough, is holding a bit of a bull flag. That said, it was before we went to Raheem, we did mention, or at least Adara mentioned maybe an incorrect headline with regard to Riot. You're seeing it pull heftily back in here. So, I don't know, Bitcoin's not really doing a heck of a lot. We're still at 104.5. Yeah. You're still at 104.5. I think, if Riot's going to make a secondary move or the miner's going to make a secondary move, you can see this resistance. It's kind of 105 that we can't seem to break out from. Here on IBIT, that's working out to the 59.6 level, has been a bit of a pullback zone here for Riot. For IBIT. But when I saw the volume, I was thinking the same way. I'm like, what's going on with Riot? Is there going to be something here for some follow through? If Bitcoin catches a bid, maybe there's a secondary play here for it. Tisha Perkins just said, "Can you go over this ticker?" Sure. BLBX. This stock has been ridiculous. BLBX most of the day, and it just made another high break. I think this was Sharif would have been on this one. Obviously, in the midday, they cover a lot of these bad boys. It's just clean and clear above pretty much all of its bag holdish kind of levels where people would have got stuck, stuck at 4, stuck at 5, and now you're just off to the races. Super small float though on BLBX. I think we mentioned that this morning. It's more about the float being 1.8 million share float, which it's done 200 million shares. Huh. I actually had to double check. It's usually I say something like it's done 10 times the float. In this particular case, that is a hefty understatement. I can't remember the last time I saw something do 100. Maybe that float's not right. 100 times its float today? Okay.
100 times its float? Well, we've probably seen that before, a stock that's 4 million share float. Well, how much was that one?
1.8. I guess we've probably seen it before.
That stock LEDs this morning. That was 3.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind.
Hold on a second. Somebody super chatted LEDs this morning.
That's a lot of volume.
All right, here's this volume nowhere near what the example that Neil's giving, of course. But we got a super chat this morning, if you don't remember, from LEDS, and that was in the pre-market, and that was a great one. So whoever that was, congratulations. That bull is riding with you on LEDS today, up 7.5%. News or not, I don't know, but we got super chatted this name earlier on. So I want to say thank you to all and every single person that's watching the show right now for keep on, like you just mentioned, BLBX with Tisha there, providing us with some of these looks because there's another one. It hasn't done a lot of volume and maybe it was a little tough to grab, but at the end of the day, LEDS, I remember it from the morning, 3 million share float, only 600,000 shares, but a nice little runner. If I don't throw to Adara, we're going to get in trouble because Ramin's already questioning whether or not we hear her on the mic or not. So, we're going to go over to Adara.
It's a double-edged sword. You're trying to keep a conversation going, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We'll go over and we'll figure out what's going on with Adara.
We do have here XRP. This is a 15-minute chart. Ripple clearly getting a big increase in volume here and pushing to the upside. As we speak, it just made a big move here. I'm not seeing any move here in any news on XRP. However, apparently on the SEC website, it showed that SEC's acting chair here, Mark Ueda, is going to have a closed-door meeting. People think because of the fact that we have this new SEC, or at least acting SEC, That combined with the fact that the current SEC acting chair basically has started this crypto task force to work on some regulations, people think there's a chance that XRP and that SEC lawsuit with Ripple could actually be settled. So that's what people are thinking there. There could be some resolution. Again, there is zero news or zero confirmation, but I had to bring this up because of that volume push to the upside. Also, CRSP. This one's gotten quite the move. This also, though, it's giving back a little bit of it here. It looks like CRISPR is moving because RFK Jr. here, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is Donald Trump's pick here for health secretary nominee, he's going to have to apparently divest his biotech investments, including his investment in CRISPR, ahead of his confirmation hearing. So keep an eye here in CRSP. They also have a very notable short float around 23%, guys.
Wait a minute.
I clearly don't understand things because, like,
Can't you?
no, but why does he have to divest in it?
That
But
doesn't
like
make
other
any
people
sense.
can buy things and hold on to them. So maybe you have to
Don't you put it in-
divest and then rebuy it.
You put it in trust, or it's like someone. I don't know. I thought there was
I
a
don't know how it
different.
works, but-
You guys, for all the Americans out there, I thought there was a different mechanism by which, like, you wouldn't actually have to get rid of the holding, but it goes under someone else's control. Whatever it might be. But how much does he even own? That that's going to be that big of a move for the stock? That's what I would wonder. And just to answer, there was a question in the chat about Sana, SAN, not like a sauna where Raheem,
Solana.
where Raheem is probably headed to after he gets out of the pool. No, SANA, which I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I think this was they got a massive spike because they had some alternative treatment for diabetes, or they were talking of a potential cure. I saw Martin Shkreli was talking about this name, the pharma boy. I'm pretty sure this is the one. But like all biopharma names, like look at this. Like you go up, and then all it does after the news is sell right back up. But I like the hold of the 50 period and the prior low. I think this is a kind of like a textbook dip, break the trend, maybe get back to the $5 level. So there's your day one on SANA. I think it's Sana. I don't know which way you're supposed to pronounce it. But then all it has to do tomorrow, hold on to this prior high and that support, break out the top. I think you got room to the $4 level, and then maybe an extension into $5. You got to let these things calm down. It's not uncommon to have a good trial result on one of these types of names, and then once it gets that bounce, immediately dump. Because that's how people that, when you're buying into this on the bottom, you're just waiting for one of these pops to give you an out. That's kind of the idea with it. But yeah, I am looking at that name. Just maybe not today. Look for a little continuation play. It's not totally different from what the quantum names did, although I would venture those were all stronger stocks when they did their pullback. But yeah, Sana definitely on my radar for sure. Richie Rich says Palantir seems like a buy before earnings.
Yeah. It is, yes, correct.
Yes, it is.
I mean, look, we can talk about Palantir, or not. Hey, Randy, let's look at Tesla quickly because you're here still. All right, so 418, 419. We're short Tesla. We've been covering. We almost have, we still have about 15% left of this position, but not really participating today. The Nasdaq up 1.48. Tesla starting to come back in a little bit here. If we want to look at, a daily chart for Tesla, what a move up, obviously. Holding on to that 50-period moving average. For those of the trading heads around here, we like to sort of look at that 50-period moving average and say, hey, until we break it, we're not really in trouble. But what do you think right now about Tesla? I mean, forget about the chart. We just lost that EV credit, right, in the United States. So is that, for me, I think that's a negative, right? I mean, some people were talking about how, okay, they've lost it, so did everybody else. So now that kind of just flattens out
Yeah.
But then it also puts the Model 3 and everything like that back up another $7 or $8 grand and putting them closer to some of the competition's prices out there as well. So
A lot of credits disappearing.
And
it's
by
not just in the States. It's in Europe. It's elsewhere.
Right.
The governments are tired of handing out Dosh to promote. Yes, I said Dosh.
Okay.
To get you into an EV, not Doge. Dosh.
Dosh.
what does that stand for?
So how long will it last?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Is this an inflationary move?
So
It kind of feels like it's a short-term bearish thing. Long-term, if you're playing the absolute long game from like a war of attrition, then it can be a bullish thing for them long-term because it can weed out some of the competition. And then they can be, that's only a long-term.
The only way to combat this is the cost of their labor and their supply chain, period.
Aren't they moving their whole plant basically robotic? I mean, that would handle a lot of those labor costs.
Raw material costs and
raw
supply
material
chain
costs.
costs are still there. I mean, you can automate your production as much as you're able, but yeah.
All right, another thing. Is it just me, or like, why don't we ever hear anything else about some of these Model 2s or anything anymore? Like, have they sort of forgot about that? Is it just a robo-taxi story now that we just wait for that to be the next thing? Are there any models coming out? What's going on over here?
They've got to get the Q, the 2, whatever they want to call it.
Is the Q a possible name there?
And because it'll be obviously a much more cost-effective model than we're hoping than the 3 or the Y, but there's competition. You know, we have Hyundai pounding out the Ioniqs left, right, and center, and they're very cost-effective, very well built. They're great vehicles. The Polestar 3. There's lots of other models from other manufacturers out there. Yes, the Polestar 3 is going to be made in the States.
Canada, Oakville.
No.
Isn't there someone? Ford is doing something they changed that plant in Oakville.
Ford was to
Mach?
build EVs in Oakville, and then
They scrapped that division. I think the Ford
no,
Blue
yeah,
or whatever it was.
Yeah. So.
They're getting punished right now for it.
So you can't push or pressure the consumer into making the switch when there's range anxiety and high prices and inflation and so.
Interesting
fun, eh?
stuff. And then we have the strong U.S. dollar, of course, affecting trade and some of the tariffs and some of the export prices and import prices of the raw materials. So that was a very good point there. All right, you have something for Randy, or we want to let him go? So I was just going to say safe travels, but if we still want to talk to him,
No, it's all good.
you're not. I mean, you're back tomorrow.
He's back tomorrow,
Maybe not.
no, we can talk. Well, tomorrow's Thursday. Friday is when you usually.
Oh, I have an announcement.
I was gonna add. Well, we can talk about Rivian tomorrow.
Ramin knows maybe what this announcement may be.
The wings.
Correct. We may be having. Want to do it Friday? Would want?
I thought it was Friday.
Are you not here Friday?
All right, it's tomorrow then. I like wings on a Friday, but that's fine.
All right, so if we got, let's just say, pretend that we got wings tomorrow from Wingstop. We're going Wingstop, right? Is that what we were talking about? Or Wild Wing? I don't know what we're going to do. We'll get it figured out. What would be I think you're like a hickory kind of guy, but where would we stand if you had one choice or a couple of choices maybe on sauce? What would it be? I actually don't mind naked wings, to be honest with you.
I like heat. So they used to have a habanero hickory.
Yes, okay.
Which, I mean, it wasn't very smoky, but it was in a nice slow build heat. You get the little sweats, the forehead sweats, and all that good stuff. This time of year when it's cold out, nice to have a little heat.
You said they used to though. Like that's
yeah.
That doesn't help us if they don't have it.
Their
anymore.
menus change, and they're constantly coming up with new flavors and new.
Someone
recipes.
said
I want the hottest wing that they have.
That would be the ghost pepper.
Yeah, the mango habanero. We've gotten that before.
It's not that hot. The mango's
No,
But it's good. It's tasty.
It's good. Yeah,
real.
The ghost pepper ones. Ooh, look out.
Atomic apparently is the hottest.
Called Atomic.
You'll try that?
We're throwing down.
Yes,
he'll try it. Of course, he'll try it.
Okay, let's do that.
He's down. All right, yeah, no, Randy and I are not brothers, although sometimes we may look like that. Please stop insulting Randy. Okay, so.
But you've been here the same length, or no, wait a minute, maybe not.
Yeah, Randy's been here a couple more years than I.
He's here when Randy was here when I got here. So.
Yeah, Randy is the man. Thank you, Randy, for joining us.
As always.
Randy lives about an hour and change up north from here, so that's why we always say safe travels to Randy and where it is much colder and much harsher weather.
The kind of weather where people start complaining about their range on their electric vehicle.
Yes, I heard some people are telling me that sometimes you need to have a garage. But I think, I asked someone actually this morning at hockey, because I saw them and I know that they drive a Tesla. Theirs started no problem.
No, my neighbors was
minus 20 Celsius. Yeah.
Well, they start from the concern is
if you have a garage.
It's the range issue. Like it's just
right. The battery
it degrades.
Degrades.
That's right. So can you get the same range you're used to in this weather? And I think most Canadians are smart enough to realize you just anticipate that you won't, and that's about it. Because when it gets to these kind of temperatures here, like minus 28 with the wind chill. And minus 17 we were staring at. That's a little bit ridiculous. Just very quickly, I saw someone in the chat was mentioning new, NU that is, not like a new symbol, but this one looking pretty solid. The, what do we call it again? The SoFi of South America, or is it Brazil? Either or.
South America.
South America, so all of South America. This is starting to look, I mean, it's already done a revert from the bottom. You've seen the SoFi chart, obviously, by now. but the 50 period, maybe a little bit of a consolidation or consolidative level that it could play into. So gotta watch this NU. I don't know if it's
21.
Look, obviously a lot of gotta talk about SoFi because this is load. This is one that just recently broke out. Whenever someone asks about like an NU, it's a weird thing to say because some people want that bottom, always want the bottom. I get more excited with a stock that's strong, that's continuing, than I do about trying to find the bottom. So I'm like, okay, well, that's great on NU, but SoFi could give you a consolidation off the highs on an already good-looking chart, or maybe a pullback into the 50 on an already good-looking chart instead of trying to find a bottom on NU, which it very well might be making that bottom right now as we speak.
I'm getting a little bit bored with this Roblox. We haven't even really talked about this trade. I wanted to get to it. My guy Randy came through, so let's just talk about this real quick. So I shorted Roblox initially because, let me just show this to you. We had, and it's going to be like, we don't have, and we're lucky today. We talked about this yesterday. We had a great day yesterday, but that one Tesla trade kept me in the red. And again, I'll always mention to you guys if we're green or red on the day. But right into here, 66.05, like I was just going short against this, what I thought was a little bit of a shelf here. Forget about like if I could cover up like all of this over here, I would, because I didn't see this happening, right? But we were going short into here, and I was just giving it to some of these levels right here. Like 66.10 is where my stop is. If it breaks 66.10, we're out. So that first play there, we got 97s down to the 50 period, which was like 85s, 87. So that's like 10 cents. Then we had to go. We were doing some work, blah, blah, blah. Then we got filled up here at 66.05, giving ourselves 5 cents worth of risk, only to come back and take it. So again, another 7, 8 to 1 there on that downside as we break lower, get out. So, I mean, this is just what we're doing here. I mean, it's been a great trade for Roblox. And now I have, like I said, less than 10%. Yeah, less than 10% of this trade. How many shares? Oh, way less right now on Roblox. So, we have less than 10% on Tesla. On Roblox right now, we have 15% exactly left. So we'll take a little piece out here as we get a little bored at the 50-period moving average. The reason why I was like, was because VWAP right here, I'm short Tesla, and Tesla's come back, and I'll talk about that. And again, it's the Tesla trade that we have 10% left on. It's just the NASDAQ just bounced off VWAP pretty good. Like, this is not going to look like, oh my God, that's a crazy bounce, but it's just from my studies, from how I trade and so on and so forth, this is good enough for me. Right there, the hold down here at VWAP, at past support, does not come in. We talked about 22,000. What a surprise. VWAP right now is at 22,000. We nailed that short on the futures earlier. That was a good trade for us. But for right now, we're trying to hold that level, and it looks like we're trying to get a bit higher. So Roblox, we're going to get some out. We just got some more out right there. We're going to make sure that we stay profitable and stay green on that. And obviously the same thing is going to be true of Tesla as we have a small piece left. I will try this again because it's been a red stock against 421. All right, so right now, we're short right here, right now, and I am going to take some more here at the 200 period and then use 421 as our out. All right, so we're short Tesla right here. We're also short Roblox a little bit higher than this. I'm going to put a bid out maybe here at 95 if we're lucky enough to get some, great. And then we'll see if we get 90s and then so on and so forth. But Roblox, man, it's adding to this right now here today. Big trading, obviously, on Amazon. You saw me and Neil both call that name through 233. That was a good trade with our best out, man, at 235.22. So that's $2 there of a win. And then we got out finally when it broke VWAP, which is still a win. So today, man, Amazon, you don't take the cake, but you're a good trade.
I think they handed the baton, Amazon, to Apple just now.
Oh, maybe.
Apple just
let's go over Apple. What's Apple doing?
Well, it's Apple just broke the high of the day. I was about to, someone asked in the chat about, what's going on with the futures, and it was just sort of saying we bounced off that the 22,000 on the NASDAQ. I don't know why I have text there. 22,000 on the NASDAQ, and now you've broken this slight trend down on the futures. By the way, mean reversions on the futures actually work pretty well. Bang, bang, mean revert here, never really doesn't break the prior bar high, pulls back into VWAP. I don't know, I haven't really observed that too much. But there's the trend down that you just broke. So I think 22.02 would be what it works out to, the current trend bottom. So I was like looking for some longs. Now the first thing that I looked at is Amazon back above VWAP? Like that was the first thing that came to my mind. And then in the chat, I saw people saying Apple was the one, and Apple breaking highs. It actually doesn't have a red candle on this 3-minute chart. So in the vein of you can sit around, I can want Oracle to break 186 again, the level that I liked for longs, and it just refuses to do it. Maybe it's a tomorrow thing. Amazon was great this morning, doesn't want to break VWAP, showing resistance. Next available dip on Apple, you've got a prior high, 232 quarters, so you've got a nice area where this could pull back, give you some kind of a dip in this move, and then run into some long opportunities. So like Apple, that might have been your shot. You know, we talk about the 200 period moving average on the daily. It's just a line on a chart. I mean, if there's buyers on a stock like Apple in front of the 200 period moving average, sometimes they don't let it get there. And every now and then, you're just going to make your bottom out in front of the level that everyone's gearing up for and leaving their buys in. Like how many people, and I can put my own hand up, would look at that and say, hey, when it cracks underneath like that 220, I'll be waiting in the low teens, or like at 215, like you anchor yourself to a stupid number like that, and then you watch it bounce off 220, and then 2 months later, you're at the all-time high again, right, and you missed your chance of dip buying. And what I've learned from that is if you meet a dip buy off a level and it bounces, and it's a long-term play, what the heck do you care about 1/2% or 1%? You're holding it forever. This is where you wanted the DCA into. Just buy it at the close. Like if it holds your level, buy it at the close. It's confirmed its hold. Buy the close price, which is better historically than buying open prices, by the way. Let's go to Adara for an ad read.
This part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader who's lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payment histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. So scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. Back to you.
Miss A, thank you so much for that. Okay, so I was just looking at Tesla here and trying to think about some more trades. We've made quite a bit of trades today. Like I said, Amazon, ARM, I was going through them before, but Amazon, ARM, NVIDIA, Roblox, futures, and Tesla. So all 6 of them, pretty decent opportunities today. I really liked this futures trade. That was a mistake. I was on the wrong stock there, so I punched in and punched out. This was a pretty good one early. Eventually, I think we wound up holding probably too much all the way back, but it was a good move down into VWAP, and that was basically, sure, we tested and we tested again, but that little move there on the futures, I hope a lot of you were able to grab that in and around just before we went off the air. Oh no, yeah, that's right, this is TQs, not the Qs. Just before we went off air around 10:45, we shorted against that top. Here, maybe I'll zoom back in here so you can see it. So there was the fall back in right into VWAP. So some of these shorts is 88.30s, and that one's 88.15. So we had an average price, I think it was like 22s maybe, to the downside right there. And then there's a bid of 87.75, looks like our best. A lot of shares out right here in this sort of consolidated part. We had thought about that, remember? We said that this could either be like that big trade if everything gives back. Just nothing gave back. Netflix gave back fine, but we talked about how Netflix is not going to be a big part of the NASDAQ at all anyways. And then we had stocks like Apple really tanking and then now taking out the highs. Apple touched like 219 or something today off the open. I think we just talked about it, but nice move down in. And then there's the stop out right there. Remember we said we were going to break it. That top was 31. That's 41. So we even talked about our outs live on the show as well. So at the end of the day, that was pretty good. And that was, if you ever make, like right there, if you ever make a keystroke error, like I was just on the wrong stock. So you want to just like punch in and punch out. So that's pretty much what we did there. That's like the same, that's about a minute later there, punching in and punching out that level. I was just like, yeah, what am I doing?
You know what you don't do?
Don't want to give back.
Actually, I'm glad you said that because we were shooting some stuff today, which took up some of our midday.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a chance to do the lesson of the day. And I don't always show these stocks, but every now and then there's a doozy. So like I gave back, and again, this is like a bio. It doesn't really matter that much. The point being, I gave back like 25% of my day with a stock that I was short by leaving an order in when I was going and shooting videos. So like this stock, it's not a huge range on the day, but on a stock like this, a 20 or 30 cent range is actually quite big when I'm expecting 5 to 10. So I was short the stock in the morning. The previous close was down here. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna go long in front of the previous close. Left the order in when I knew I wasn't gonna be sitting at my desk. So I come back to the stock filling me and I didn't want it and I could have just punched out right away, but I didn't. What I did do is average into it at the absolute bottom and then get bailed out when it made an up move, which is a silly thing to do. Now, I can tell you the exact reason why I did it. I was like ridiculously arrogant about it. Like I was like, oh, I know the stock. This is where the support is going to be. If I start to see it bounce there, I'm just going to average into the position. That being said, knowing that this is going to be a good bottom has nothing to do with holding on to this trade, which I should have punched out when it broke the low. Like that's literally like a couple of cents worth of risk. And I could have had that bottom and captured a bit of the move. So it just goes to show, like when I break rules like anybody else, I like to consider myself relatively disciplined in that regard. But I came back, sat down, and was just mad. I'm like, why did I leave that order in there? Refused to punch out, decided, it's got a bottom down here. I can just average into it and then get back to flat on the stock or like slightly up, which is that's not a good reason to average in. But I wanted to show you guys that because in lieu of the lesson of the day, that's one right there. You make a keystroke error, get out. You leave an order in that you didn't mean to be there and you can come back and get it out for a small hit. You didn't mean to have it in the first place. What are you doing with it? Just get the heck out of Dodge. And then what I could have done at that bottom is taken more shares at the bottom instead of less shares because I was already in. That's the other part of it too. So the market coming back, we're still eyeballing 2202 on the NASDAQ and looking for like the first available dip here in Apple. It's a bit of a red to green story as well. So if you can hold on to this prior high, it's a little messy in here at 223, but this is where I want to work off of. Like it's once, twice, 3 times we kind of humped, we had these humps here at about 223. So looking for a bounce off the 223 level. So got in some here at the 20s, and we'll look for the bounce off the even dollars on Apple. NVIDIA about to lose 147. I thought that was at 148. Yeah, NVIDIA starting to lose a little bit here.
Okay.
So strong today. I don't know what's going on with NVIDIA. Maybe it could just be a little bit of a market pullback, maybe some profit taking here on NVIDIA. But that is a little bit of a dip. What's Palantir doing? I can tell you what Palantir is not doing, giving you a dip buy. No. When the market started pulling back, I saw NVIDIA pull back. I'm like, Palantir was great on, and this was another, whatever, it is what it is. VWAP there on Palantir. If you look at that prior high, holding it as support, I thought maybe this afternoon on strength, market comes in, Palantir dips, maybe you get a shot at this support level and then run back into the high of the day. But you just saw that little bit of a dip in NVIDIA and the market. Palantir dropped 1 cent.
Yeah, Palantir's the best. Yeah, good little call there. Call out by whoever was noticing Palantir. Okay, so here comes Tesla again. I was debating getting some out here, so let's just do that. Now we'll bid some 90. Okay, we got it there. We got some 95s, and we'll take another piece as it comes into the 50-period moving average. I mean, 70 cents right there of profit. We're gonna take it, right? Like again. What's up, Kartik? Oh, we have a question here. Good, you tagged me. I like that one. What's up, Kartik? My example here, how long did it take you to be a successful trader? I've been trying for the last 6 months, but end up losing. So, okay, I'll be a little different. So for me, I was able to pick it up quite fast. And, but, I mean, you can, we always talk about our stories and stuff like that. So it's a great question. For me, it's a little different because of that fact. And that is that, for me, I was able to be profitable in my very first month. So it's just one of those things where that's not something that's very often, and it's just one of those things where the fact that you've been trying for 6 months, that's kind of like par for the course. I mean, most traders will take years to become profitable if they're profitable at all. And, that's part of the rub about being a trader is that it does take a lot of time, energy, patience, practice, frustrations to become the trader that you want to be. And I mean, I've hired and helped hire thousands of traders, and out of those thousands, maybe tens were eventually able to earn a living trading. And that's why we talk about that all the time here live on the show, is about making sure that you keep your expectations in line with what you're doing, and make sure that you don't try to set your goals too lofty. You know, you don't sort of run before you walk. And I think it's about being realistic. That's why we always tell you guys, you could just ask us if we're green or red. And I think you'd be surprised at how many days we're actually green or red on the day. You know, and I just think that what I mean by that is like, it's one thing to control risk, that's fine. But to actually make enough money to have a living trading, you have to put on risk, and you have to be right a lot more than you're wrong. And that's a very, very tough thing. I mean, we can even just talking about us here, even in the chat. I mean, you guys in the chat, put in there, just to help Kartik here, how many of you are profitable day traders, and maybe how long on average did it take for you to become that, right? So I didn't even really tell you my story, Kartik, but that was, you are welcome right there. The number one quality for trading is to be a trader. Yeah, I would say, I mean, discipline, we talk about that, but it's also having balls, you know? And what I mean by that is being brave enough to put on the trade, and being brave enough to use, you know, the right amount of shares at the right time, to be able to be disciplined enough to, you don't have to live and breathe trading, but you have to know what you're doing. And that's why I sit here and I talk to you all the time. There's more people that have no idea what they're doing than have an idea what they're doing. And so you just got to be like, look at this Tesla trade. Neil doesn't have it. I have it. He has different trades than me. We all have different ideas. This guy's long on Apple. Will that win? I don't know. I'm not worried about that trade. I'm just worried about the trades that I have on board. You know, so that's why I'm trying to tell you guys, like, not every trader, not every mentality is built the same way. It's like someone says to us, wow, like we heard this before, like about training and being that athlete, and how it takes so much perseverance and discipline and dedication to be on that ice, to be on that court, to be in that cage, you know, to hit those 10,000 golf balls, to become a professional athlete. Well, you want to become a professional trader, guess what? I mean, yeah.
Same thing.
It's extremely tough to become that way, you know? And I mean, like I've said many, many times, I haven't met many people out of the 1,000 traders that we've brought on here that have been able to make a consistent living day trading. Start small, Kartik. Don't worry about it. 6 months is just kind of like your tuition. I really think that all of you that are real traders and can see the trades that we put on here every single day, whether or not it's Neil's trades, my trades, Joe's, Sharif's trades, all of that, you know, it does take something else to find winning trades. And it's very, very tough to become a professional in anything, a dentist, whatever. So to become a professional trader, it does take a lot of time. And we just hope that by subscribing, watching, and liking the stream, you'll get as much information as possible so you can make that journey a complete and whole one for yourself. Not everybody's going to have, like, I'm 6 for 6 today, you know, that's just going to be one of those days. It's not going to be every day. You know, and that's what it's about. Thank you for the question, and I apologize for the longer answer.
No worries on that. The only thing I would say is, look, obviously, my story is not too terribly dissimilar. I was profitable my second month. But there was a trader, and I'm not going to name names, but one of the traders who was around here for one of the longest stints. He had a successful over 10-year career. I'd have to go back to remember when we hired him at campus to remember exactly how long it was. It was definitely over 10 years, not north of 15, let's just say. But he graduated, which required making a couple $1,000s in a month, after 1 year. It took him a year to graduate. And then in his first year of trading, when he became a full-time trader, he actually worked overnight to sustainably support that income. And then he ended up with a long career. There's no one path. And the other thing you've got to keep in mind, there are strategies which over the year have paid bills, and you know, like, I'm fortunate to have had the overwhelming majority of my income as a working adult has been from trading. But there are strategies that have, like, at one time Europe was a very good strategy. We're trading European stocks that I don't even look at today. Trading Toronto has been a profitable strategy. There's lots of. I started out as a penny stock trader, so I first graduated and ramped up on penny stocks, and I only traded penny stocks for like at least 6 months when I started out as a trader. You don't know what it's going to be for you, so it's not just. It's not just trading these types of names that you see, like these fast-paced and big cap tech stocks. There's a million things out there that are ways to make money. Maybe it's that BMRX. Maybe those style of stocks are best for you. Maybe it's not BMRX. I might have that symbol wrong. But it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, there's a lot of ways that you can skin a cat, and you don't always see that reflected. But trust me, I can tell you this: the majority of traders that have had success long term typically are not shy about trying different styles of trading, different markets, different types of stocks. Like Luis comes on here and he trades only small cap. You got to be able to do whatever works for you, not what you happen to think was cool. Because I had to be directed toward what at the time penny stocks. Well, it was actually to small cap stocks, and then I realized that I could do even better on penny stocks when I got directed to small cap stocks. Like I was put on Sienna, which was $1.40. And then looked at it and was like, ooh, if I trade this stock this way, I can really bank on these 25, 30, 40, 50 cent stocks. And that ended up working out. I wouldn't have discovered that if I had been left to my own devices. So.
All right. I still make 100 trades a day, like today on Amazon. And I don't really consider them all trades. So the fact that we're 6 for 6, like this is one trade, but you know what? I have 30 fills. Here, that doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, yeah, 15 fills, right. Oh, no, hold on a second here. Let me look. Yeah, 15, sorry, back and forth.
The
so,
double counts.
15 fills there today on that stock. So, yeah, 14 trades. I have 18 trades on ARM today, but this is one trade. But I have 18, so I have one fill and then 17 outs. On Roblox here today, right? This is basically 2 trades. You could have reloaded it again, but look at the outs again coming through, right? More outs on that one. NVIDIA, one trade, but how many? My thing keeps moving. 12 fills. So one trade, 12 fills. So basically, I have like 6 or 7 ideas today, but many more fills. And that's the way that I trade. So that is that as we go. So, okay. That is that. Thank you so much, Bitcoin trader. That's why it's not about being an amazing trader. It's not. You guys are just seeing, the trades that we're putting through right here for you. And you could just judge it. Whatever it goes, it goes. It's kind of like, when you see, I don't know. I look at it and I watch. You talked about some sports analogies there. Like when Austin Matthews scores a goal, it's like that's his job is to score goals. So I'm trying to show you here that it is possible to do this. We're going to be green today, and it's going to be a good day. And again, the ideas are really working out, and when they do, you need to prosper from them. And that's exactly what we've been doing here, and it's been a really good day. So it's 3:20. So let's just continue to look. You guys saw me put this trade on. And it was a good one, right? So that was a nice little trade there for Tesla. So there's another example. There's going to be so many haters out there, right? Like, honestly, this is why I tell you to ask us any questions you want. We're going to be honest about everything, right? Sharif will tell you when he's read. Joe, everybody will do the same thing. So just judge us by that. And hopefully we're able to educate you. And not every trade we're going to put on is going to be a winner. I'm out more and more of Tesla now as we just took some more fills. It came right back into, again, a level that we liked, right back into here. So instead of now having to worry about punching out, we're now getting lighter and lighter as we head back into the close. So there it goes, man. Again, thank you for everything. And I just hope that some of the trades that we're able to show you, including this ARM one today, makes a little bit of sense. And that we can replicate them, not just tomorrow, but moving forward. That's what we're all about. So again, thank you for all the nice talk there. And we're just going to keep on supporting everybody on the show and, keep having those good vibes. So on to more trades. Kyle, what's up? He wants to know about the TQs. Okay. So again, we traded the futures. We'll be the only one here that trades the futures. And it's been pretty good for us over the while. Just looking at that 200 period, I think you're right, Kyle. I would short the TQs as long as we stay underneath that 200 period, especially heading into the close. I don't know. Well, we could talk about, Dara put together the sheet for tonight
It's light.
on who's reporting.
So tonight it's pretty
yeah,
light.
it's Kinder Morgan, KMI, it's American Airlines, DFS, and that's it. So there's not too much going, but I mean AA.
Well, that's a rocket.
Oh, sorry, not that's Alcoa. AAL is American Airlines. It's AA that's reporting tonight. So yeah, this is not a rocket.
It used to be they would lead off earnings.
Yeah, I know. And then all of a sudden,
that's how old we are.
See Netflix there coming through.
We used to
overnight.
It's so hilarious because if you're a market old head, then the first thing, it's like earnings season started when Alcoa reported. And then it's now, I mean, obviously nothing stays the same forever, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. But ultimately, yeah, like I remember, like that was like the big, oh yeah, Alcoa is reporting, and then you'd start to get all excited about it. But it is what it is. It doesn't matter. We're still gonna have a fun time in the aftermarket show. Like ask us questions. I actually didn't get a chance to discuss. Usually I'll in the midday at some point I figure out or find out what Adara was trading. I know she likes spready names, so my first question is, well, heck, did you try to trade Netflix? Which she just said yes to. All right, so a couple of things.
MSTR, Netflix, VST,
MSTR,
Microsoft.
VST makes sense. VST, by the way, strong mover. Just one note, I'm going to show you Apple, but ignore VWAP on my chart, which I'm not using right now for this trade, is going to be off. Like, for some reason, I'm just missing a little bit of data. And I know if I see this data's off, I know it's going to be missing the VWAP is a correct price. Like it's probably just a little bit lower than it should be, but it just bounced off that prior low. Bit of a rounded bottom, broke the trend. We're able to add there, and we're going to see if it can't get to the high of the day. You've got Apple going up when the futures are, I mean, still coming down a little bit. So the futures haven't really bounced off that higher low that you've put in, and Apple's trying to bounce with it. So you know it's already kind of a strong stock. NVIDIA is also making a bit of a bounce too. So you got to put things into a bit of a bucket. So Apple looking relatively strong. Like the futures aren't really doing much of anything off of that low. We're still hanging right off of the bottom. About 7 minutes, and we'll look at some early looking balances. Not really expecting too much in there. And the great show, which could be talking about us, but is certainly a viewer, would like us to look at KOPN. And Adara had, here we go, short on Netflix, which I would imagine there aren't many shorts on Netflix that could have looked bad today. So I'll have a quick look at this KOPN for you. Obviously, there's a lot of small cappers out there and gappers that are going to have some moves. The first thing you want to see is like volume. All of the volume on the stock just happened. Like all of it. Like this bar represents pretty much the entirety of the day on KOPN, up 8%. Bit of a habitual line stepper, like move up and then come down, but it is an upward trend. Like you got to respect 50 and 200. If a stock's above the 50 and the 200 on the daily, then it's in a nice upward trend. You can't really argue with that. Holding the $1 level, which I'm usually a fan of, but whatever just happened on it, you get one volume spike when it was doing nothing all day. Unless it continues to sustain that volume, I don't like it for an afternoon trade. That's a big thing. Like, can it hold on to that volume, at least half of it on the way back in the next candle? If answer yes, I think it's worth it to take a look for maybe a continuation play on KOPN. But it's just a spike. I would assume usually there's news when I see a spike like that, though I've heard absolutely nothing in my ear. I'm also realizing I haven't heard anything in my ear since the start of the show. So it could be I should refresh, because I haven't heard any news stories come through.
Mine's working, but I don't think, Benzinga is great, but they always do, I think they like, report less in the afternoon, I feel like.
I didn't hear the riot thing.
They got to get there. No, I have no idea. I'm too focused on, we're focused, man, on making a little bit of money. You must have got out of Apple there, so it's a nice little move there for Apple, as I just saw the price change a little bit. There it is, KOPN, so I'm hearing it right now in my ear, so it's working, at least. All right, Roblox right now, if this comes back in, it's right at VWAP and right at all that. You can consider taking some out if you do want it. We've got 10 cents right there. We've got $1. Yeah, we just had that KOPN news, but we'll get it from Adara right now.
KOPN news is actually Palantir related here. So basically what happened here is Bloomberg reporting, so it's not quite the way you might think here. It's basically Bloomberg reporting that Palantir is competing with Kopin for a $22 billion Army headset production contract. In case you didn't know, I just Googled it here. It looks like Kopin is mostly focused here on wearable technology like headsets. So this contract seems like it's much more in Copan's over than it would be in Palantir's. Keep an eye here in KOPN and PLTR, guys.
Right, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's going to be better for them than it is for Palantir, because Palantir's not going to care.
I'm not afraid of no Copan.
No, that's what I'm saying.
At
Like,
the end
it
of the
doesn't-
day, I mean, I don't know about the technology. If they've got it, they've got it. It is what
Yeah,
it
if
is.
you got it, you got it. I just always get a little bit skeptical. We've seen this before. We've seen it in the good end, like SOUN and NVIDIA. We've seen like the positives of like a long-term trend move when you're sort of riding the coattails of a big boy. And then other times you've seen it, quite frankly, not matter at all. We wouldn't be able to judge that fundamentally, not without knowing a heck of a lot more. So the volume is pretty solid on it and trying to hold on to it. I don't think it can be something, but I'm not getting that too excited about the name. 6 million shares for what I would group as a penny stock. I mean, I would group it, it's over $1, but I group it as a penny stock. When I looked at it the first time, it actually had a 2 or 3 cent spread at times. Now it's cleaned up to a 1 cent spread, which is what you should see. But that volume, like I said, I wanted the volume to hold up. Already dropped in more than half of the volume on the second bar and then continuing a little bit lower, which is not what I would like to see overall. But yeah, still a little bit of a runner here. Good luck if you've got it. So Apple's high is 223.60, despite that, my thing says 31, but 223.60. So just got some out in front of it. If it does a higher low, I would like to, obviously at this point, if it does a higher low, it's still also putting in lower highs. But it did hold that prior bar support level. We'll look for any dip back into 223 to try to reload.
Okay, yeah, great questions, guys. Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, it's 200 period SMA, so I just use a simple moving average. That is the green line on here right now. And guys, Roblox, pay attention if you are shorting Roblox. Right now, no, you don't have to pay attention if you don't want to. We're covering more down here as there it goes, man. We talked about, again, and this is why everybody in the chat, when we're sort of talking about trading and how we all trade and who does this, who does that, what happens here as far as trading is concerned. This is just another one of those examples right here on a live trade, which is I hope why you guys are watching the show. We talked about our stop here. We're short at 66.04. Our stop was 11s. That's 7 cents worth of a stop. We just got filled. I mean, first of all, we were taking fills here for 10 cents. So we're going 1-to-1. We'll always try to take something at 1-to-1. But then right there is 8. Our next out after 1-to-1 is 84s. So that puts us right there at 20 pennies, which 20 pennies, 7 cents, 3-to-1. And then there's a 75. So it just keeps on coming through for us right here on the day with some decent trades on Roblox to the downside. And then meanwhile, what's up, Ozan? You around, my guy? Oh, man, I feel like we're Joe over here. This guy's always in the club, it seems like. There it goes, man. Tesla's now, Neil, not $1, but $2 right now in the money. So as some stocks, will move quite violently and others will not. Seems like Tesla right now is one of them right there for you. So far here tonight, this afternoon, since we've been talking, it's been Roblox. So that's 30, 40 cents there if you shorted it with me. And then if you shorted this with me, and I know that we all could have gone short because Neil was talking about Tesla there. And then when it threw over to me, I was like, well, I kind of like to short. We went short right there. We could have reloaded it. Again, we were already sort of playing with house money, didn't want it to go back up. We always had our stop there, so there goes Tesla right back in. We don't have, again, we have about a little less than 10% left on this position as we only have 25 minutes to go, or 30 minutes to go on the day, 20 minutes to go until the imbalances come out. So far, so good. RGTI, people want to look at. We talked about, on the sticky note, I haven't looked at this in a minute, but that's yesterday's. Right here, we had written down $12.50 for a long. Now, I was bidding $12.65 on this name, and I canceled it when we had to do some of the recordings. There it goes. It's okay. So our $12.50 was pretty darn close, man. It gets into $12.75. So okay, fine. We don't have the trade, which is fine by me. But at the end of the day, we didn't have it anyways. It didn't come into our level, but we like $12.50 there on Rigetti. It didn't come in. Nice move. Now ending the day relatively flat. So I don't know if I'd trade it now. It's 330. The volume down here, it might pick up here into the close. Great volume off the open for RGTI. That's when really the moves were happening. And then I think we nailed it with our $12.50 level. It's just, it got there within 25 cents. Like, we called 12.50, man, when this stock was up at 14.80. So that's a nice $2 move down. So we call about 200 pennies. We just missed the last 15. So we'll see if it hits that again. I'm going to look at 12.50 tomorrow for RGTI. And again, where we like that level, I believe it must have been the 200 period. And this would be on the 5-minute chart for Kyle and everybody else, but it's still a simple moving average. And I was just looking at that off the open because the 1-minute chart off the open is fine, but I don't really use it. Not enough sort of consistency with that. I'll go for a little bit of a longer time frame. But and there's Tesla. We were just talking about it being $2, and there it rips right back up again. So yeah, maybe we'll get out another piece here. Tesla's been pretty wild. I'm gonna put one more bid down here at 418. If we get it, we get it. If not, let's just stop out. We were always going to stop out at VWAP, but I'm going to use the 200 period now. 419.90. Okay, well, here it comes back in. Cancel the bids now on that. Let's see if it falls into the close. Maybe we've got one, man. We've got Roblox 20 cents and Tesla $1.50. So far, so good. If we break that bottom, I mean, where do we go on Tesla? Let's put a bid right here. What is that level? Okay, 417. Oh, we're almost there right now. Okay, Tesla 417, Neil, for $3. Let's see if we can get it. Tesla down there at 417. We'll put a bid and see if we get it. Hey, if you don't put bids out, you don't get fills.
So we've been heard. Okay, I guess I saw some questions about First Solar. We'll make sure we get to that, but we're supposed to go to the desk. We got to get to Adara for a second.
Yeah, really quickly here, not to interrupt, from First Solar. This is our Palantir earnings graphic here from TTV Research, and this is quite the story of growth here. So I want to shout out to Sean here. Look at this Palantir growth. We've got the Palantir green revenue, a steady incline. Their GAAP earnings per share are actually pretty rough. Their first quarter, they lost nearly $1 a share, but now steadily to the upside here. It's been positive for at least the last couple quarters. So this is every single Palantir earnings report, starting with their first report, Q3 2020 up to the most recent Q3 2024. We have a couple weeks until their report, but this is the history in its entirety of Palantir earnings, guys. I had a lot of fun working on this one. Make sure to like and subscribe.
You could probably look to that first earnings report when you make a profit for the first time. Like, that's a really good jump off spot. I remember when Uber.
Yep.
The crazy thing about Uber, and I know that was just about Palantir. The crazy thing about Uber, there was a point in Uber's early on where they lost more money. Obviously, things just get bigger as the money supply gets bigger, so the numbers always get bigger and not smaller. But they had lost more money than any IPO in history cumulatively in terms of losses, and then they turn a profit. It's a great stock. The stocks that are getting roasted right now, First Solar, it made another low today. It's down 5%. We got a lot of questions about it on the way down. Didn't trade it, but it's setting up. I mean, it is what it is. Like, this stock is this. You know, the trend is your friend till the end. If it does bend, great. But for now, maybe 170 was your last little ditch effort there. But 172 change, which is just almost here right now, would be a bit of a triple bottom. Now a triple bottom. And this could absolutely bleed. You've just seen so much pressure on all of the solar names. How many times in the aftermarket show, which I'm sure when we go over the ETFs, I feel like, well, we get excited about all the green that we see. It just never seems to apply to tan. You know, it's just bleeding to the downside. Let it make a bottom before you try to guess at where the bottom might be, because it's a good way to get yourself hurt. It is one thing buying dips into an upward trending quality stock. It is another thing to try to catch a falling knife in something which has been trending down for a while. So unfortunately, the time is not now. At least, unless you want to get, like I said, unless you want to guess at it, you can guess that the solar names are good. And the other side was a lot of people were looking for that to get a bump on the election. It's like, okay, well, maybe it might have gone that way. And if you put a bet on before the election and it went your way, great. But when it doesn't, you've seen the end result of it. Energy names are going strong, but the solar names are under a tremendous amount of pressure. And with rates not coming down this year as fast as we thought, that's another thing that's not going to bode well, because it's very capital intensive for them. So unfortunately, not the best look over there in for solar. So you got back into the high on Apple, but it's just kind of going sideways here. I did have a quick gander at the early look imbalances. It was like XOM. And yeah, actually it was XOM and something else, and now it's just XOM. So one name over 1 million shares, just ExxonMobil, 1.1 million. It could change in the next 15 minutes when they come out. But the way I see it on Apple, like we got this trend up into the high of the day. If it can't hold on to that support, I don't know if there's going to be enough time for it to give a reload at 223. If it gets back down there, it's probably 350 or getting close to 350. And Apple's exactly the kind of name I don't want to be getting into position before the imbalances. You'd rather be holding on to it.
What's up, Max? See you on the flip side, my guy. There it is right there. Make sure you like and subscribe because we just gave you
another one.
There's Tesla, man. We just talked about this trade, and there it goes right down to the downside. So we go like this. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform of your needs. It's infinite data. It's instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customizable. Analyze markets faster. Your way. There's better backtesting. There's scanning. There's predictions. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data. Up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Scan the QR code and check out the link in the description. It's eSignal, baby. All right, back to trading. All right, Roblox right here just continues to make that move down in for Roblox, for Tesla. Tesla right now, $3, trying to go even lower right now into this depths of hell. Right now goes Roblox. We talked about this trade. We talked about, underneath was short today. If we're going to look for a short, we wanted to pick on Tesla a little bit. It made sense to us. Yesterday we lost long. Today we say net pas, put it back in on the short there for Tesla. Nice downside push right there as it continues to move for us on Tesla. The banger of the afternoon is right here, man. It's a dollar club a couple times as Tesla makes that move in, as we have a good time here as that moves into the depths of hell goes Tesla. That, of course, is the gates of hell. And it's trying to enter it a little bit.
Thing.
Yeah, sort of. We do have, I guess that's true.
They're both figures of speech.
Yeah, exactly. Just like looking that gift horse in the mouth. And we don't look too many gift horses in the mouth today, as this just tops it off, man. It's going to be a monster day right there. We've gone 6 for 6 here. Everything's been working out. And look, sometimes you'd have those days. And it's just been, pretty good on that front. Just speaking for myself, of course. What's up, David? We got a little bit of a super chat here. Let's have a quick look at this. Rate cuts not happening until July, correct? Best to all. Tesla can't let go of 420, but should close at 415.
Another one.
Give you props up, David, right there. You're with me, man. You got that horse sense, my guy. Shout out to Jim Cramer as well. What's up, Ian Rispetto? Here's another $10 move. Was looking at a possible long entry for MongoDB. Good one. It's way down from its highs, and most analysis has it at $300 plus. Forget about what everybody else has stocks at. People out there upgrading, downgrading stocks know a hell of a lot less than you think they do. Dan Ives also said, again, Dan Ives loved Apple. That moved down 15%. You never know what's going to happen. Dan Ives also said that it would be a software stock to watch out for yesterday. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. And what I mean by that is, you got to take everything with a grain of salt and make sure that you look at your own opportunities and your time frame and what you believe for the stock. There could be many bulls out there on every, like when Apple goes down, everybody goes, told you Apple was going down. When Apple goes up, told you. So it's like you got to be responsible enough to pull the trigger on levels that you like and reasons on why, right? Like, I've been buying Palantir. I mean, I have the hat. We've been buying it since the direct list down there at $9, and believing in the stock. So if you believe in MongoDB, I mean, software as a service, I don't really even know what they do. If you believe in that, then go for it, man. I mean, I was buying Snowflake on dips. I've been buying Palantir. We're hecka long many things. I looked at Netflix. Today, we're over 300% in the money on that stock as well. It's just like, these kind of things, it's if you believe in names and you have a higher time frame, I think the macro story will always win. Like we have these CMTs on and we love them, but I just take them with a grain of salt as well. Because we've had Michael Noss come on a Monday and say buy crypto, and then on a Friday say sell crypto. So it's all about like what your time frame is, how active of a trader you are. But that MongoDB, I mean, I would say if you can get above, and thanks Ian for that. If you can get above this 280 or so, I think that's great. You know, it's one thing to like a stock, it's another thing to make a call and stand by it. So I think, you know, put your money in there. Like I'm still long CrowdStrike. There's some moves that had, there's some names that had moves down that you're able to pick up on great valuations, Caterpillar, and great names that will be there for a very, very long time. So if MongoDB is one of those names, it's kind of like when Meta, everybody, went down to $100. And I say shout out to Sharif because, you know, he'll stamp this. He was sitting there and he always tells me, man, he remembers when I was literally pounding the table about Meta down here, sub $20, sub 20 on the PE, right into here. And I'm just like, guys, we're buying Meta, we're buying Meta, we're buying Meta. It's been like life-changing money there on the retirement side for Meta to be able to buy that and to buy Palantir. So Ian, man, if you like it, again, depending on what it is, it's why I say Palantir still has a double in it this year and more. I believe in the stock, I believe in the space, and I'm here trying to make a difference. So thank you for all of that. And you know, you're welcome, Silverado. I mean, this is what we're here for, man. I love it when people are saying, and thank you, the knowledge, thank you for that. And again, this is real-time knowledge, I hope, for you guys as well. And you're welcome, Marty, for the show. I think it's been one of our best ones because the truth is here. And I think when you ask for the truth and you get the truth, that's always the best. And wait, one more before I throw it back to Neil. There it is, Silverado Blue. You are welcome for that, but I give props up to you because not everybody takes winning trades. You did take that one on Tesla. Yesterday we lost on Tesla. It was a little more stressful than wins yesterday, but we come back, we put it back in the pocket now today, and today again, you know, we go from yesterday being red to today, the trophy. So we're really happy with it. You got to battle back. You got to have that mentality, and I feel like I have it. So I want to thank everybody for watching and keeping this show where it is, right? We wouldn't be here without the viewers.
100%. And the thing about Mongo, they don't make money yet, but if you only invest in, I hear, this is not a dig on Jim Cramer whatsoever, but you do hear people, and he says it a lot, I don't like companies that don't make money yet. The problem with that is then you miss out on a lot of opportunities. Snowflake doesn't have I mean, obviously Snowflake has a ridiculous forward P, but a lot of these companies, you know, when you don't make money yet or you try to take those shots, I own Snow, and I know it's in the same space, and I actually think Snow's starting around into something potentially special. I took it on a daily chart move, but like I'm looking at this, it's now hugging on the weekly chart, the 200 period moving average. And the question I'm asking myself, because I took it as a trade into the 200 period moving average and held on to a third for a long-term play. But if this closes on the weekly above this prior high, like that's super bullish. And like I love the marriage of technicals and fundamentals. Like I like the company, I think it has a good growth potential. But if you look at something similar on your Mongo, maybe you look for something on the chart that gives you an entry that you're comfortable with because you're not sure when to get into the company that doesn't make money yet. Like that could be the answer to the question as well. But in that space, you know, like I own one, and I like what Snowflake has been doing. Just going to quickly over Apple broke that prior support level, so we'll jump out. It is 5 minutes till the imbalances, so whether or not we're able to get a pull. It's a little bit too late for it, I think, at this point. So you got to be a little bit patient for sure. Will trade for food again. Think of the people investing $1,000 into Nvidia in 1999. Like I'm not saying Snowflake or Mongo is going to do that for you, but it's along those same lines. At sometimes you've got to be willing to buy a stock. Like I whined and griped about owning SoFi at 7 because I was like, at the time, I remember thinking we had talked about it versus Robinhood in particular. And I got, you get mad at yourself over that, but ultimately SoFi has worked out fine. And you've got to have some of these names a little bit early if you're going to take some shots of them. Like I consider it easy, like it's easy to buy Caterpillar off a 200 period moving average or a 50 period moving average. There's probably not going to be disaster in that for you, but it gives you the chance to own things like a Snow or or a Mongo that's not making any money just yet. And Andrew Brown about valuations, asking about Palantir. ARM's valuation is completely insane. Amazon was always an insane valuation for years and years and years. But if you only go based on that, at some point you have to like the company too. And you believe that they're going to have the growth to be able to grow into it. I happen to think ARM will. Reasonable metrics would tell you that it's a ridiculous investment, value-wise. But it is what it is. I still like the stock. Sometimes it just comes down to that. 3 minutes till the imbalance is still pretty much nothing going on. It's just this XOM. NVIDIA had one yesterday. I don't know whether it's going to have one today. It was 3.5 million, I want to say, to the sell side on NVIDIA. Let's just ignore VWAP here. NVIDIA's starting to pull back off the highs. If it comes out a big sell, you might see NVIDIA put on a little bit of a move. And by the way, thank you, Marty, also for saying good luck to the Buffalo Bills. This time they don't need it. It's basically they only need luck versus the refs. Everything else should be absolutely fine because I think the Chiefs are overrated.
All right. Yeah, I know. I think the Bills need a lot of luck. They've never beat, obviously, Kansas City in this kind of a situation. So I would love for them to win.
Different
but,
this year.
I think they would need, yeah, it's different every year, to be honest with you. But I'm hoping that this year is the case for the Buffalo Bills. Not at home might hurt, but, you know, that's why Kansas City is who they are. They beat the teams that they need to beat in the regular season to host this game. And, I mean, it's just like that's what it's all about. Let's hope. I don't think home has been that much. I mean, Washington went in and
beat Detroit.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, Washington went in there and beat Detroit. So, you know, that doesn't mean that much there. And then it was a great game on Sunday before Mark Andrews, again, hands the Buffalo Bills that victory. But the Bills would have had the ball anyways, even if he tied it up.
Field goal.
Yeah, like I mean, people are like hating on that drop, but like.
It's a pretty nice drop.
It was a good drop. I mean, it definitely worked out. I mean, you'd rather him drop it than not. But at the end of the day, I think Josh Allen would have marched down. I mean, the conditions weren't great, but
I might have to trade for Mark Andrews in my fantasy league. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, you might have to. The Bills fans raised over $52,000 for Mark Andrews.
That's what you do.
Yeah, they did it for Andy Dalton and
Tyler Boyd, both of them.
For his cancer. I don't know if it's cancer. I don't know what it is, but it's
the Andy Dalton threw a touchdown to Tyler Boyd, breaking our playoff streak.
But it was
when Tyrod.
Yeah, when he was with Cincinnati.
Yeah, Bills fans are really great about giving to charity.
Yeah, the Bills are the training team for the Patriots. Well, that's been in the past. I don't know about moving forward there right now. The Bills are a little fraudulent because of the division they were in, but at the same time, man, they have the quarterback.
Oh, I'll take it. We were in the division. We put our years in with Tom Brady.
Exactly.
Okay, like I am. And by the way, SPF, I think I am 100% a delusional Bills fan. I don't bet on sports for that reason. Every single year, if I bet on sports, I'd probably just put money down on the Bills winning the Super Bowl and the Toronto Blue Jays winning. Like I know myself, right? Like I don't mind like playing fantasy stuff. I don't mind playing poker, but it's just a very different. You've got to know whether or not you're going to be rational about something. That's why I stay away. I love sports in a different type of way. You know, I could probably bet reasonably on track and field because I look at the athletes and I just this person's better than the other one. But I got a team that I love, and that's my Bills. But I'm not like one of those. But when I hate on KC, I'm not like Adara. I have no issues with the Taylor Swift thing. It's good for the NFL. My hate of Kansas City has to do with the rivalry. But when we get back to the market, just for a quick little second, BLBX, it looked like maybe it was going to make a break of that $6 level. As you can see, it has not happened. Imbalances are coming out in about 30 seconds. So any kind of a late day break of 6 on BLBX does seem like it is now come and gone. But Softy just broke and just got to its high of the day, also pulling back right into the imbalances with 20 seconds to go. But Softy's worth watching. Like if this were to give you a sell imbalance off of that high, that could be a little bit of something for a pullback. With 10 seconds till the imbalances drop in earnest, I'll have now Softy and NVIDIA up to see if we get a little something.
Yeah, our stop out right here at 418.50 right now on our last little piece here for Tesla. If it breaks up through this level, we're out as we do have these imbalances that are hitting right now.
What's that?
All right, so TLT, nice little move there. BHC, Bausch & Lomb to the downside or to the buy side as well. Amazon getting a little bit of sell side action as we go long from 233 there today. Now Amazon trying to pull back on these sell imbalances. Meta also with the sell. Look at that, whoop. Nice move down on Meta, nice move down on Google. I don't know if it's a nice move down, but it is a sell imbalance. Yeah, a little bit of a gapper right there. Let me just gapper right there and figure that out. Meta, Amazon. Meta's the one right now that's dripping, 623. This is why, like I'm saying, you know, you could be long Meta, and then all of a sudden it's like this comes out, and it's like, whoa, got to have your stop orders in. And I want to thank everybody for watching, and thanks to everybody that was saying kind words about what we were talking about in the past, last hour, I guess. Oh, there's Cisco. I don't know why we show that, but that's a nice move down the thong song right there. We also have NVIDIA not doing much. We've seen NVIDIA with multi-millions. So 519 that much. Oh boy, there's Tesla.
Broadcom moved.
Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice broad come up there. What? I just went to Bausch & Lomb and even passed that
dropped
one.
a couple bucks.
Yeah, boom. Look at that. Gapping lower. Our charts will fill out once that is done. But there it is, man. 243 down. No, you know what? That wasn't even there was a bigger move that I was just on down here that gapped lower. It wasn't Tesla. Anyways, was it Meta that went? Yeah, it must have been Meta. Meta, I think. But Meta is a $600 name. But anyways, that would BRX. Oh, there it is, Meta. Yeah, so Meta, I guess, once it came out, 25s down to 23s. Yeah, so a nice little $2 move there. So a couple of examples right there of why you want to watch out for some of these imbalances, and we're actually going to have a lesson coming out pretty soon about all of these things. There goes the move to the downside. And then also Roblox. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll pay for some Robux here with the kids, but we are starting to go to the downside here on Roblox just a little bit now. So let's watch out for that. Roblox now 12 cents. Not really doing much, but it is down into that VWAP. So that would be a level for me to look at as well. All right. That's about it for me for right now. Big day alert, obviously. And we're going to watch out here for Roblox. Maybe just punch a little. There we go. We punch a little bit out here at 90, 91s. And then we'll just get going from there. But Roblox, not bad today. Nice little way to top off the day and end it like that. Now Tesla, Neil. $4. You guys can follow me. We posted this up. There it is, man. I don't know if you have, I mean, I know you've traded some busy names, but I don't know if you have $4 winner on today or not, but there goes Tesla. We just put this on in just the last hour, and there goes pay dirt again. Look, man, sometimes you don't get this move. Sometimes it goes the other way. The imbalances come south side right there. And I was just going short. We talked about it. I hope you guys avoided some of the longs there. But there's the move down on Tesla, right back into day's low. And guys, we did it again. Like some people, I mean, I always get messages all the time on Twitter, and they're very kind, but everyone wants to see us do it again and again. It's hard to do it again and again and again, but we're here. We're going to take it out right there. There's a $5 winner for you right there at the end of the day. So we'll put that chicken dinner winner in the bank and just top it off right there. Tesla goes to P&L number 3 for the show period there today on that play. So far, so good there into the close. So pretty good day over here. What's going on with you over there, Neil?
Yeah, actually, well, I almost punched in the Bausch & Lomb there, but it paired off very, very quickly. That was BHC. 5 million to the buy side. And just to give you an idea what it looks like and why you should have, we show you guys the locator and why, if you're trading off of it, you want to pay attention. As you can see, it's no longer there for that massive buy order. This is what happens. The second that paired off, right back in to VWAP. It was churning and looking like it was going to be a potential breakout. I checked, there was no index action on it. Obviously, just going to give you back over to one thing, because actually something we were saying is, speaking of videos that we're going to have coming out, we're going to have some stuff on imbalances and stuff for everyone to look at. The closing price and how things close is, I think, more important than how they open. The NASDAQ pullback, sell imbalances, you see Tesla absolutely flushing. I'm going to make a mental note. Obviously, I didn't see Apple with a buy or sell imbalance, and I've checked to see if there was something to revert. But Apple just broke the high of the day with the market doing pretty much nothing but sell just now. But it is 355. That's when you get a lot of those imbalance flips. Amazon, which is another one that we got to be paying attention to. Remember, it's an all-time high break there for another chart there. An all-time high break for Amazon, and you actually had this gap up as well on the imbalance. Is going to end up closing near its highs. So I think going back to the well, I'll still be looking at a continuation play for Amazon tomorrow, barring some kind of a crazy gap down overnight. Anything can happen. Like, I'm not going to, who knows? News could come out overnight. I have absolutely no idea. But as long as we're above that prior high, I want continuations on Amazon, and I'm looking long on Apple. I think Apple has done a lot of, bad in terms of pulling back, but the 200 period bounce, the way it's ending the day today on strength when everything else is weak, I think makes a lot of sense to look for some long opportunities there. Obviously Google is one to watch. I see in the chat people always ask about, like, it's one of those types of names. Why don't I like it? It's got a clear overhead resistance. Like Google, everybody can see what's happening at $200. And it's sometimes a little bit more exciting when it breaks out to 202 as opposed to trying to figure out where the bottom is going to be on Google. So continuations on Apple and Amazon, I think, are primed tomorrow. Pun absolutely intended. But we do have a couple of earnings names after the bell. We're going to have Alcoa. They're not that big, so we're going to get a chance, answer some questions with you, with Adara, anything you want to talk about. There's a couple of sectors we didn't really dig into that I do want to jump into that I know we're going to be on that board, and certainly talk a little bit about crypto and the malaise that it's been in with this 105 level for sure. So I'll see you guys up at the desk in a couple of seconds. But yeah, strong day today. No questions asked. There's so many good. Uber's another chart that we could get into before their earnings. But I know that's one thing that you're in. I didn't do anything with that. I held on to my Uber shares, didn't buy the dip. And I'm kind of ho-hum because I really like Tesla as like my play, Robotaxi Autonomous in there. And it's like, I've been doing a lot of consolidation of, do I want to own this and that when I can just own this, like Netflix, Disney? And that's how I kind of feel about Uber. Do I need to own it? Or should I just be in something else for more? But, that's another question for another time.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, good show there. Okay, yeah, we, again, like, there's the out on Tesla. Like, I don't, sometimes when it works, and it seems like, thank you, Adam, as you were here, and you know, right? You were here, you saw everything, this is just like, Tesla came right into our spot again, and there it is. These trades, like, they're actually here, and that's, this is what we're doing every single day. And I feel very humbled sometimes by this trading. And I know it seems like I'm always talking about all these winners. I mean, I throw it back, we're talking about our trades, our winners, our losers. It's just on a day when it works out, it is going to be sort of littered with good talk about winning trades. And unfortunately, that's what it was. Fortunately, that's what it was today. And, if everybody's positive out there, great. If you're negative, hopefully not too much. And, we'll be back tomorrow. All right, with 2 minutes to go, let's find out. We do have AA into the close for earnings. You know what? Forget it. It's not moving. Let me check out what Netflix did today. We called this yesterday. We got some super chats yesterday, and I was like, I like Netflix on earnings. But again, look where it comes in, just at its expected move. So Netflix all day today, no matter what you think about earnings, someone said off the jump, should I sell Netflix or what am I doing with Netflix there? And it was like, well, if levels break, right? We actually got a question as well about what about pre-market levels? Well, that would be a good indication right there to get out if a pre-market level breaks. I think that's something that you got to do better on. You got to figure out what levels. Yo, Fabian, how's it going, my guy? It's hot, eh? It's really hot in that room. It's funny that we're recording some videos and we're in this. You guys know the podcast room, and Brendan and I nailed some podcast. I mean, I think we should. You guys want us to bring podcasts back? I mean, what about Randy and I just chilling out, talking some stuff, sitting down, talking, all of us just hanging out, chilling out. You guys want to put a podcast back out? And who would you like to see on the podcast? Which hosts? All of us, things like that. Fabian, you want to go at the podcast with me, my guy? I think that'd be fun. Ramin? No, Ramin's not. She works too much. She doesn't want to do the podcast. Okay, with only now 30 seconds left, Adara probably want to do a podcast. Here we go with only 30 seconds now. The podcast got scrapped. We just started working on other things, and eventually we'll bring it back. Maybe not. Back by popular demand. That's what we do around here. And hopefully you guys have been enjoying the show. I told you we're bringing some more educational information and opportunities for everybody very, very soon. So there's the countdown right now. With only 10 seconds left, it's been a good day. This bell brought to you by Trader TV Live. Join us for the market recap show in just a couple seconds. And that is it. Get your orders canceled. I guess I don't have to worry about my stop order for Tesla, as that did not fill. At the end of the day, Tesla had that huge move down to 415. We just took a $5 winner right there, right at the end. So that turned out to be a decent trade. So again, thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Fabian. Thank you to Ramin. Thank you to our friends Tomash. Thank you to Brendan in the back there. Fabian, I already said that twice for you, Fabian. Joe, Sharif, thank you so much. Andre, my guy over there as well. And a big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls and everybody that has anything to do with this program. We want to thank you. I want to give a big shout out to Rahim Alani for joining us from very uncomfortable conditions there. So I want to thank Rahim Alani for doing that as well. And then the most important thanks goes to all of you. We can't do this show well, we could do the show without you, but it just wouldn't be as fun. So I want to thank everybody for joining. And again, there it is, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much for all of that. It was a very good day. We battled back. That is for sure. So, all right. Yeah, Raheem was looking smooth, Bears versus Bulls. You got that right. And maybe now he's getting that little massage after that swim. Thank you, Raheem Alani, for coming through. All right, look, it's Thursday. We do it all again tomorrow. Apparently tomorrow is wing day because Randy will not be here on Friday. So join us tomorrow during the midday where we'll make sure that we get some wing action happening. So without any further ado, out of here and over there, it's Market Recap Show. I'll see you tomorrow.
We're getting wings?
We're getting wings tomorrow. So I was just mentioning, maybe when we do the wings tomorrow for everybody, you probably don't want the atomic wings at there. I'm just going to throw that out there. You're welcome to try. I think it's, I don't think they'll be very hot. Whatever, man. Wingstop, their hottest wing is not that big of a deal. But what is, and it's deceiving, what is hot, obviously, is Netflix. Netflix, the big earnings name from yesterday, up 9.5%. Although, when you look at the day trading action, it was a down stock today from the open. So big gap up for Netflix. It was all about the subscriber. It was all about the price raise. But a little bit of disappointment unless you were shorting it on the day trading side. We do have KMI at 405. We were expecting it to come through Alcoa at 425. It's not a huge earnings day. I think in earnest, Adara, next week, things start to get a little bit hot and heated when it comes to earnings, a little bit more next week. But Netflix, let's just say it was a great start to the session for Netflix because when you sat down, you were holding on to almost all of that move overnight. It was just chilling out there right around that $1,000 mark. And it let go, and it never came back. This is exactly the situation when people talk about the 3-day rule or something that's gapped really far. Allow the market to make a reaction, see what they want to do, and then go from there. So I don't think necessarily I'm convinced that Netflix, because it hit 950, it's got a bit of a bottom on it. But there were shorting opportunities, to be sure.
There were, and I'm going to be honest here. I actually came at Netflix assuming that it would probably sell off at some point. Now, that is because obviously not always are investors or traders going to care about earnings. But here's the thing. Netflix had a stellar report. I will not begrudge Netflix a stellar report, but I will begrudge its horrible guidance for Q1 2025 because that was really bad. They missed their earnings per share by like 40 cents. They missed their revenue. Like that Q1 guide was a miss from top to bottom. And so to me, I was like, there has to be some change in sentiment. I see this 15-minute chart heading into the open. I was like, maybe it's clearer on the 3, but the point is, like, we were ranging, but we were kind of trying to break that range. So I was like, okay, we get there. We bounce off that 960s. I tried to short this 985. I gave it, and to be clear, very small size, risked appropriately. Gave it to like 989 22s because that was that high in the 15-minute chart. Basically, what I was doing was I was using the 15-minute reaction bars from the earnings night to kind of gauge reaction because it was weirdly respectful of some of those 15-minute top and bottoms on TradingView. So I was like, that's pretty interesting. I'll respect that. Anyways, that didn't work. Clearly, it did end up dropping. I was not able to get back in. Tried to get back in at 960s. I literally got wicked out. And if you look at TradingView, because they will tell you the exact wicks, I got top wick with slippage. Ooh. And it never got below that point. So I was like, you know what? Sometimes your idea is right. Something's wrong in your execution. I would not have moved my stop for, honestly, either trade. Maybe I could have been more charitable with the first trade, but I stand by this stop for the second trade. I'm going to take a long, hard look at, hey, where should these stops be placed? I guess I'm going to take a short, hard look, maybe, pun, at where we place these stops because I think the ideas are right and it's just hard to kind of, you don't want to force yourself into a trade, but you want to make sure that you're giving each trade enough room to breathe because if that 985 had ended up holding, that would have been just the trade of the day, right? So yeah, like it always cuts both ways. If you make a high of the day stop out or a low of the day stop out, you made a decision at the right price. It's just I've been there before. Like it's just the wrong decision. It's like the same. It's like the flip of a coin or like one level. Like you miss it by a couple cents. If it holds by a couple extra pennies, you're good. If it doesn't, you're stopped out. That's no different from like missing a bid in the morning. It's like you liked the level, you were on the bid, you just didn't get picked up. And then it kind of went without you. That's part of the game. But at least you're on the right stock and looking at it. So we do have a bit of a move here in Execure here, XCUR. They've entered into a purchase agreement with GPCR Therapeutics, so that's going to be a pretty sizable volume spike.
maybe worth a watch. It's a 21% short float here on XCUR, up 32%. If you look at it from the daily standpoint, this is a stock which is giving a lot back. Now, I don't know anything about them fundamentally, so I'm not here to tell you whether we can get back into the highs. However, this is a pretty decent mean reversion that you're now gapping up above. The 50 period sits here at $14. You had a prior support on the original dip from 30 that bounced off this 14 level. So this is one that can definitely be on radars. You never really know how the price action is going to work out in the aftermarket in terms of holding this liquidity, but a 30% short float and breaking back up a major moving average with a bit of a catalyst is exactly the kind of name that should deserve to be on some watch lists and something you're paying attention to tomorrow.
EA, this is, to my knowledge, not an earnings play, but they did release some guidance. Basically, this is their preliminary fiscal Q3 2025. Well, they're way ahead of the rest of us. Basically, they're seeing fiscal 2025 net bookings between $7 billion and $7.15 billion. That is well below their previous guidance of $7.5 to $7.8 billion. So again, to clarify, they are now guiding $7 billion to $7.15 billion. That is pretty rough here for EA. This could certainly be a stock to watch out for tomorrow because that is a pretty artful sell-off there.
Yeah, it's not in the game with EA. And
that was better fun than mine.
You just talked about missing Kinder Morgan. They have missed on revenue, heftily missed on sales. 4.18 was the estimate. 3.99 was the number in the print. They did miss by only 1 cent on EPS, so that wasn't the worst, 32 versus 33. But KMI down 6.5 points to the downside. The expected move was only 3.7%. So this is pretty significant here. You're only expecting 3.7. You're down 6.5 on a stock which it's been healthy on the daily chart. There's been nothing wrong with this on the daily, so you are getting it what seems like a hefty pullback. A continuation would set you back into this 50 period here at $28 if it does hold on to these levels. So as long as it holds on bigger than the expected moves, that's where you look for that continuation in the second day, and that could take you right into the 50 period here on KMI. I
just have some more because we're not going to have anything else here other than Discover Financial Services at 420. AA at 425, so we may as well talk about EA because I'm getting more from this preliminary report.
Oh, yeah.
And I just think it's worth discussing, so we're prepared for tomorrow. So again, the biggest thing here is they pretty majorly revised their fiscal 2025 net bookings guidance to the downside. Here's the other thing too. So apparently their global football, after 2 years of double-digit growth, they're now projecting it to decline by mid-single digits year over year. What about their player engagement for Dragon Age? Yes, sir, that is apparently coming in 50% below their internal expectations. Apparently, though, their Team of the Year update for FC 2025 received positive player feedback, so that's cool, but everything else is pretty bad here. It's hard to compare to estimates because there weren't any analyst estimates provided, but the fact that it missed that badly on their own internal guidance and their previous guidance, I don't want to say yucky, but it's not great. And then they said specifically the challenges in global football and Dragon Age, which were the two things I mentioned that had those decreases year over year. That's apparently why they had to lower their guidance. Again, this I don't know, this FC 25, whatever that is, seems to be decent. But yeah, this is pretty troubling here, this fiscal or preliminary fiscal 2025 guidance here, guys.
And this is not like Kinder Morgan, which is pulling back on a missed revenue and what looks like a bad report when it's at fresh highs. EA is distinctly different from Kinder Morgan in that regard. I see a lot of people in the chat sort of saying how ugly it's been for this stock. It's flat bottom breaking. It was already pulled back 15% from the top. So it had done a hefty pullback, and now I think you're starting to get into mid last year levels potentially at 125. Like if you're preparing for tomorrow, I would think maybe you get an SSR bounce off the 125 because you'd be 10% down if you got to that price. That's the kind of thing you start putting in your head. You never really know what's going to happen overnight with this, but I see a lot of people saying things like, oh, when has EA even been good? And then I think back to, man, I'm not a video game person, but I used to play EA Sports. It's in the game. I remember when they were actually good, and maybe not the big jam. And I do, for those I saw in the chat, Kyle Burdett, you letting your 7-year-old play video games I am not letting any of my kids get into games. So I will say it's actually, this is like weird farm game thing that my daughter plays, but she has Roblox, and she's into Minecraft. My daughter wants to be an engineer. That's her thing right now.
Really cool.
So when she goes into Minecraft, she just loves building. She'll build. She loves roller coasters. We love going to Canada's Wonderland. So she wants to build them. That's her current thing.
Amazing.
Engineer, so
That's
she can
so
make
cool.
roller coasters. And so she'll build them in Minecraft. And it's just extravagant, fantastic stuff. She loves creating. She got Roblox for Christmas. She's already made a couple of those, whatever the heck they call them, little rooms that you play the games in Roblox. So yeah, I think.
That's really neat.
I'm not a gamer myself. I played when I was younger, but I think there's a place for it. I think you learn hand-eye coordination can be good. You can definitely learn critical thinking skills. You can learn to build and create, which is all good from a creative standpoint. That said, like anything else, I think you can get a little bit too much. It can be a bad influence if it takes away from other things in life. So as a parent, you got to make those judgments yourself. I look at what my daughter's excitement level is for science, for engineering, since she started playing Minecraft. I'm like, well, it's been nothing but a positive influence. She also loves her Duolingo, which she considers playing a game.
You told me that was really fun
French.
for her.
Love that stock. That's a name that I would consider for sure. And then thank you for the look there, Zanky, in the chat. Get her Planet Coaster too. She would love that for sure. But like we said, back to EA Sports, which it's still bleeding. There was a bounce off. There is, I should say, a bounce off this 130 level. So it's got some time to maybe pick up a bit if they can find something they like about it. Here, it is a decently shorted name. Three days to cover on 3% short float. But this, Kinder Morgan, I think this takes the cake over Kinder Morgan because KMI, for now, has pulled almost all the way back.
Really?
Like you've gotten right back into 30-50 on KMI. And I think some of this is the difference between a stock that's in a downward trend that gets a dip on bad earnings like EA and KMI, which is a stock in a very distinct upward trend, which is getting a little bit of a pullback.
Yeah.
The stocks in the upward trends, spoiler alert, everybody, there are people looking to buy the dip on an upward trending stock. That's just how it is. And in the case of EA, maybe people are a little bit more reluctant to buy, especially after those preliminary numbers that you just put out there. You can't really like it. Those are...
Nah.
I'm looking at it and double taking myself, like 25% off.
I gasped.
25% off
yucky.
on that revenue, 2.5 to 1.88 is... those are ugly numbers for EA. And sometimes you just let it give it a beat a second. Maybe this is as bad as it gets. We've seen the story before where a company comes out with leading, terrible indicated earnings, and then sometimes that's a bit of a bottom.
Yeah.
It's like, well, just get it all out because we know it's going to be bad. By the time their earnings have rolled around in earnest, then you've made a little bit of a bottom here, but ugly look for EA. I'm going to quickly transition from that. I know we still have Alcoa, but that's a little bit later on in the session. Didn't really go over the broad market and what is strong and what is weak. It was a really funky day for energy, everybody. TAN got beat down. We hinted at some of the weakness in some of the oil names. You can see XLE with a bit of a pullback, but a huge move up today for URA that it really didn't hold on to well at the end, but a good trend up day for URA. If you're watching uranium names, SMR, some of the smaller, like the new scales of the world, like this one, not good, but I'm telling you that Vistra, GEV did fantastic. Constellation, the big boys, and I know they're utility plays, but they're also big in nuclear utility. And those three names, absolute powerhouses today, absolutely carrying the space up.
Yeah, it's interesting though because VST actually sold off a little bit at the open and then bounced a bit. AA though actually came in a little bit earlier than expected. Thank you, Darwin, in the chat for letting us know about this. So they did report here $3.5 billion in revenue. And again, I always want to clarify, sometimes the estimates I'm seeing are not the same as the general estimates. That's the hard thing with estimates. But they reported $3.5 billion in revenue compared to $3.38 billion, which is what I'm seeing as the estimate. That would be a beat. It's also up 20% on a quarterly basis, so quarter over quarter. Let's see what these net earnings per share are. 76 cents per common share was what they reported. I was seeing an estimate of 91 cents per share, but sometimes those are adjusted, so I want to be very careful with that. Apparently their alumina production decreased 2% quarter over quarter. that's kind of a mixed report here for AA. I want to wait until I see everything to give you guys, but it sounds like they beat on revenue. Great. Clearly, people are responding positively. They're up about 6%.
Clearly.
Also here, AST Space Mobile. This is Astis, as we used to call it. They're apparently here planning a $400 million private offering of convertible senior notes due 2032. So ASTS here offering to the downside. Astis, as we know, one that can rally. How many times do you remember Sharif saying that, like for a couple days? So ASTS certainly can move. Keep an eye on ASTS.
Yeah, so I would not be surprised on ASTS. Look, you look at that raise and you look at it down here at $20. I would not be surprised if there's a couple of hedge funds out there that are making some bank on this short. I think you'll probably get what I'm getting at here. Look at what happened at $30, a lower high, and look at what happened ever since it pulled back. 30 brick wall, and then every single subsequent pop has been gold holding resistance levels on ASTS, and then sort of culminating with this bad news down, retesting 20. Like, look at this. If you see a pattern like this, it's hard not to. The only thing you can do as a day trader, or one of the only things you can do, is wait for your chance to short it. When it does a pop either into 30 or into this 50-period moving average here on ASTS, so 13% down. Hey, you know what? Sometimes this happens and you get a temporary bottom, but that's been downward trending for a while here on ASTS. And for the record, Damian Olivares, I can tell you with 100% certainty, what's it called? Many traders. Oftentimes, there's a real name to the company and there's a ticker.
Remember Kraken too? That Crown Electrokinetic that Sharif and I called Kraken. You just realize its name.
You just sometimes got to make it short. Like, what are you trading today?
Kraken.
Astis.
Yeah.
ASTS. That's what people would start calling it. Right. Same way you might say Softy instead of Microsoft. It speaks for itself, but actually really good still reaction to Alcoa here. It is holding some of these highs above 40. So good luck for them. Nasty for EA. Not great for KMI. And unfortunate for anyone that's in ASTS. But that's par for the course. It's been downtrending for a while. You can see that in the chart.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is so AA, like I said, I was a little, sometimes these earnings per shares come out a little bit different than what I initially see. So yeah, that is correct. Their adjusted earnings per share were a beat. $1.04 versus 97 cents expected. Sales still a beat here, 9.486 billion versus 3.486 billion versus 3.339 billion expected. CRM also, I mentioned, got a little bit of a pop here. Apparently set to invest $500 in Argentina over the next 5 years, as reported by Bloomberg. Esquiel Lapera asking where I can find more info about that story. She's reported by Bloomberg, which is usually under a paywall, so unfortunately, it'll be a little bit hard for me to find anything right now, especially as it just came out. Probably by tomorrow, there should be some more sources if it's up enough with volume. This might even be on the watch list. I can't promise anything because I almost always go off of volume unless the name is big enough. So We'll see what happens there for CRM. But if I do see anything, Esquiel Lapera, I will share it. I highly doubt it will be tonight, fortunately, just because I don't think it'll be coming out anywhere but Bloomberg.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. When you're and a fantastic job you always do on the watch list, when you're cultivating that list, you've got to have a separator, and volume oftentimes is one. Like there's some names that are reporting here today that I would not expect are going to be big trades. Like we have HXL that just reported. You've got PLXS. These are real companies. A $5 billion company here. They're to the downside. That PLXS, not much of a trading vehicle as well. So when I look at Plexus here, and I'm not making up a short form. That's the actual name of the company. You're down $10. It's a $170 stock. It's a $4 billion company. But this is not going to do the type of volume that we're interested in. Now, on the flip side of that, EA 100%. Like down, if it had held down double digits or getting close to double digits, I think even better. It's just a little more volatility. Now, this is the kind of name, a little bit bigger. It's a $35 billion company, so 7 or 8 times the size of the names we were just talking about. But I know this is going to be able to give us some juice to trade in tomorrow. It doesn't mean you have to take trades on it, but you've got to be able to lump them in there for sure. Nick W., thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Hey, guys. You have a large swing leap call that you bought in CRISPR. Can we give your thoughts? First, I'm going to hit the like for you there. And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that a Kathy Wood name there? So CRISPR, like all these genomics names, generally speaking, they've been downward trending. Good news is, let me just get this out of the way for you. The good news is you're buying it off an established low. So, call from the middle of 2022 to the middle of last year, or the end of 2023, sorry, and then right at the end of the year again into now, you have been bouncing off of about $37 to $40. So that's the good news. At least you bought it off of support. It's pulling into, I've said this a million times, so I know you're probably tired of hearing it. I am usually more interested in this kind of a bottom on a daily, and then a rounded bottom here, and then a breakout of this level, right? So the 50 period, which is prior resistance, there's your little W, break and close above there. I like long trades from here to, like up here, where I can stop it out right at they say the 40 level. So you close at 46 or something like that, maybe next week, and then I get the confirmation that you're holding the 50 period moving average or that prior support level, and then I usually like it. But I mean, buying off the low, usually you have the low as you're out. I like the confirmation better on a downward trending stock than trying to pick that bottom. Because there's other times that it's looked like it was going. You could have had this trade into here, but if you didn't take it out at 60, good luck. I think that's exactly the kind of name you grip a little profit if it gets into the 50 to 60 area and then see where it can go. The 23% short float and the 10 days to cover are going to help you if it starts going. That's why I don't mind joining the move when you've got some confirmation, when you have some shorts actually start to cover. At this point, the shorts really need to be covering yet. They're not under that much pressure, but I like the look there, Nick. Thank you for the super chat for sure. It's been getting beaten up for a while, this stock, but that days to cover at 10.5, that's a pretty big number.
Yeah, I think the thing too here is CRSP was actually in the move today because apparently RFK Jr. is involved in it, right? So then he's going to have to divest that. I guess the idea here of governmental involvement was probably what pushed it to the upside, because the actual story I was reading, which is he's going to be divesting anything biotech related before he enters the health secretary role, or before he's even confirmed potentially for the health secretary role before the hearings, just I guess to avoid conflicts of interest. Regardless, that was what happened there. Also, I'm seeing an Oracle headline, which given the day that's out of the last few days, I would say we have to talk about right away.
Yes.
Basically here, apparently it's won a Delaware Supreme Court case upholding judgment in favor of executives here over some litigation involving its acquisition of NetSuite. There's zero actual stock reaction here. A little bit of volume potentially it looks like, but not much of a reaction. Also, Discover Financial here just came out, DFS, GAAP earnings of $5.11 per share, above estimates of $3.58. I'm not seeing sales yet for DFS, but sometimes these banks operate under different metrics. One more thing too, people were saying like, oh, what do you use, I guess, kind of for the news updates? Honestly, it is a lot of the times I'll see something moving on trade ideas, or I'll see something moving on X, and I'll be like, or I'll see X, someone will mention something. That's usually my starting point is either the movement or the story. Then I see if there is either a story or movement to back it up, and then I kind of build a case around it. Also, I find checking out this chat is really important too, because there's a lot of times you guys will see stocks I won't even be aware of because there's just so much going on. I have so much to be aware of, right? So I shout out to this chat. A lot of the times I'll notice stocks you guys will mention this thing's moving, and I'm like, oh, you got to get your fingers moving and find stuff out.
Sometimes you got to keep it old school.
Yeah.
Like you can have any news source you want out there, but I've been trading a very long time. Sometimes the trading floor would act as your, hey, what's happening? What's moving today? Someone yells out a symbol. Oh my God, buy program. I'll never forget there was a buy program on 4 small caps one day. Sienna was one of them when I started. It's like my first couple of years of trading. And it was literally a program that had someone screwed up. And there was a small cap program which took 4 specific stocks. Sienna was the one I was watching. And it went like 40 to 50% up in a matter of 20, 30 minutes. The reversion was pretty cool as well. Like when the program stopped, it was obvious to see it. But there's no chance. Like back then, there was no Twitter for anyone to say, "Ew, something's happening here." And I didn't have any of the fancy stuff we have now in terms of whether you're on eSignal or trade ideas. Like I didn't have any of that stuff to give me some symbols that are moving on volume. Someone just yelled out because they happened to see it, and then you jump right to it. So you guys are undefeated. We have a great community out there dropping some symbols on us. And as a matter of fact, we had a few of them here, like Tyrone Hamilton was asking about DGNX. I can see tag me in the chat about this. A little bit of a danger alert here, okay? So anytime you have, there's no data on a recent IPO first day. And it's tiny, especially tiny IPOs that do this kind of move. First day in market and you're already up over 100%. I always get a little bit cautious about these small ones. Like it's one thing if you catch the move where it goes, like it was doing nothing all day long from the time that it opened up at noon. Just nothing. Sideways, they catch a bid and they start going. If you get on day one of a small issue to 100%, 125%, in this case 140%, no, I ain't trying to buy here. Like, no, the 3-day rule is in effect. You're in early, you're banking profit, you can hold for the dream. It's all well and good to sit in the money and hold it overnight. It's a very different story trying to buy this thing at $10 when you wake up tomorrow and it's at $5. And you know there's not a ton of liquidity on this one. So let's just be very careful about it for sure. But like, yeah, the IPO market, maybe this isn't the one, but I think it's going to be a fantastic IPO market this year, whether you're into Discord or SpaceX. I think both these names, everyone's been sort of waiting around for these to hit the market. I think the environment's a little bit more ripe for that this year. I tend to think it's a little bit safer day trading the bigger ones. You'll see Sean and I always involved in the bigger IPOs. These small ones are tricky, and it's a risk to reward thing. It's a matter of when it breaks a level, can you get out? And sometimes it's troubling with these, the amount of slippage that'll be involved. It's already hard enough on some of these recent IPOs to find liquidity.
I was going to rant about slippage because slippage is like, I've been telling this story today. Actually, I want to give Netflix a shout out because Netflix's slippage was totally reasonable. Shout out to you, Netflix. We're slippage on Netflix 50 cents, which for Netflix, I was honestly expecting way worse. Eli Lilly last week on like good volume, $2 slippage. So the thing is, you have to be really cautious, and I feel like that's helped me in a way because I just size accordingly. I'll just take like less size unless the trade is, and then you have to factor stuff in here, right, into the into your sizing. And even if you think something's like worth a little bit more risk, that's fine. Give it more risk, but be aware you're going to be giving it even more risk with the slippage. So sorry to cut in there. Obviously that's very different than the small caps. It's almost the opposite. But as someone who also trades very slippy stuff, it's just something I always want to comment on because like you can get chopped up in these markets on slippage alone.
But it is it's actually a perfect point because one of the best things you can do in trading is you don't necessarily have to trade small caps or like thin IPOs to get the feel of how they move. You can simply trade like names like Netflix, like names like Eli Lilly, which have a lower level of liquidity but are still bigger cap stocks, and then will behave around key levels in a similar manner because of lack of liquidity. That is exactly how, it's precisely how I eventually level up. I said this, Sean and I were talking about our trading journeys. I started out my first profitable month trading $1 to $5 stocks on the NASDAQ. And it was from that and the lessons learned trading those that I went right over and like the next month, like triple that on penny stocks because like what I was learning on these $1 to $5 stocks, it was like back then it was on crack in these penny stocks. And I was just doing really well with it because it was just I could leverage what I was learning on these names much better in the others. And I didn't have to trade the penny stocks. I jumped right in and was instantly profitable because all the same principles were holding true. So making sure that you learn lessons and can apply them on different types of symbols, different types of markets, whatever it might be. I know traders that were momentum traders in the NASDAQ, and then when crypto came, they absolutely blew up trading crypto because some of the same things worked when they transferred those skills. So, shout out to you for that. I think that's a great lesson there. Adara, just a bit of a recap. I looked down and it's 429. So just a quick recap. Obviously, KMI, not the best report. But it's almost all the way back to where it started here on Kinder Morgan, despite the bit of a miss. And they're at 3070. They were down as much as, I think, 5 or 6%. Actually, you're pulling back and almost not quite green on the day, but back to where we were when we started. I wish I could tell you the same thing for EA Sports here. That was a horrendous revenue number that they projected out there. But sometimes you do that. You get that out of the way so that by the time earnings come through, you've gotten the worst out. You know it's going to be bad. It's better just to get the medicine. EA down 8.5% and bleeding. And then ASTS with the offering and then them dropping 10% as well. So yeah, a bit of a nasty day for a few names after the bell here today.
Quite a few names here. One thing I really want to quickly mention is two things. So Discover Financial Services, they did have a gap EPS beat. I mentioned that. They also, I'm just seeing their sales number now as well. $4.76 billion versus, $4.76 billion versus $4.46 billion expected. That would be a beat. So great job for DFS. Top line, bottom line beat. They also said here basically they've reported Oh, yes, this is just a recap of the reports. Sounds like a good look here for DFS, discovering hopefully some price action to the upside the last time I checked. Also, Paramount, not much of a reaction, but a bit of a story here. PARA entering apparently a consent agreement for a credit facility, $450 million. So PARA with his credit facility. I think that is, something I wanted to mention there as well. I think EA is almost very likely going to end up on the watch list. I think that'll be really fun. I'm dropping an anchored on that reaction, let me tell you. Because, I mean, hey, it's over $100. If that thing has spread, that's going to be a watch.
It's hard not to have EA on the watch. It's a great one. Like, Discover is up 7%, but I just feel like as a day trader, you get a little more excited for EA and the move that it has. Smokey Love did not talk about Intel today. We will talk about it tomorrow. Obi and I had a back and forth, actually, a little bit about Intel that we can get into. Really? But it is 4:30. Intel, yeah, it's primed to move. It's looking like it's a bit of a breakaway, either a failed break of a key level of a key resistance that it keeps jumping up and dumping down into for a continuation short, or we can actually finally take out that top and you can get going. Either way, it's definitely shaping up for a big move. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow, but I know what time it is. It's time for a little roll call action where we thank everybody in our community and get your name read live in the chat by Adara, but you got to be in the chat if you want to be part of roll call. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button because it's a subscribers only chat for everybody. Get yourself in there. Give a shout out to Ramin on the ones and twos, Fabian as well, making us look and sound good. Andre, making sure our socials are up to par and getting you those new videos out there. We're going to be shooting some more tomorrow as well that we'll be able to get out to you guys on the weekend. Big shout out to the midday. Always fun with the Playmaker poll, the Bash Brothers. We got Joey Options and a big shout out to Sharif as well. Shout out to my main man, Sean and Brendo, of course, doing a great job. And on the news desk, keeping you informed all day long is Dara. But hey, we couldn't do it all without you guys, the viewers, and the best moderator out there, Bears versus Bulls. So I'm going to give a thank you to Bears versus Bulls and leave roll call to Adara.
Thank you very much, Bears versus Bulls, for everything you do. Rubicon asking me to mention them, so I'll mention you, Rubicon. Shout out to Neil. Shout out to Sean, Brendan, Sharif, Joe. We have Andre, we have Fabian, we have Ramin, and we've got Obi still in the back. Shout out to Obi there. Oh boy, everybody here. The Piper, Robert Fraccia, Oliver Katsaros, Los Pollos Hermanos, Trainbox, Smokey Love, Streamlabs. I'll always shout you out. We Cansado, Smokey Love, the poor Robin Hood. We have Jarrett Miller, Bonkzilla, Escape Planet, Aman Bhutani, Nick W, Calla Lilies, I love that. John Von Sowers, Day Trader Cut, Christopher Mulligan, Trainbox, Malcolm Aldridge, Bright Awakening. Guys, make sure to follow us on social media. Make sure to check out TTV Research on X as well. I did delete our Palantir graphic because I noticed there were a couple typos there. So more Awake Adara will be editing that and posting that tomorrow. So check us out. Lots of stuff on watch here. And shout out to Neil and Bears vs. Bulls back in the chat. Love this community. So grateful for this community. Grateful to be learning here every single day. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one tomorrow. By the way, Calla Lilies, that's my wife's favorite flower.
Right, I grew up like hearing about those, yeah.
Yeah, that's her flower. That's awesome. It's just little things like that that can make your day at the end of the day. But you know what? Earnings are back. EA stunk, but it's going to be tradable tomorrow for sure. Whether it's that, whether it's ARM, whether it's Tesla, whether it's NVIDIA. We'll be back for you Thursday, tomorrow morning. Get your rest because it should be another banger day in the markets. We'll be here at 8:30 for you guys. We're Trader TV Live. See you tomorrow.
See ya.